All right.
Keep playing it.
I have another fun thing that I want to do. And actually, this is going to get us into our Stuttering John segment. Seriously, if you squint a little bit, you think that I have Stuttering John at my show today. It's really impressive.
I was gonna record outside on my front porch because I ran late. I didn't have time to set up everything out
That's
there.
hilarious. All right.
Yeah.
So this is a bit that a listener put together for us. Mike Walker, the famous writer for the National Enquirer. Jesus Christ. Mike Walker wrote a book some time ago, and in his book, he discussed the Tonight Show hiring Stuttering John debacle. He got to the bottom of this. He interviewed people. He learned all about it. This is a very interesting story. This is what Mike Walker wrote in his book about Jay Leno hiring Stuttering John Melendez to work for him as the announcer on The Tonight Show.
Hello, everyone. This is an excerpt from the book Get Real, The Untold Story, Sexy, Scary, Scandalous World of Reality TV by Mike Walker. Here for the first time is the real story of what happened behind the scenes on The Tonight Show, culled from my insider sources and the bizarre chain of events and misinformation that led to the hiring of Stuttering John. It all began when a higher-up caught John's appearance on the reality show, I Am a Celebrity. Get me out of here. John had made some sensitive moves, like befriending the terrified Melissa Rivers, and that impressed this lofty suit, who then learned that Stuttering John was the guy from the Stern Show who did all those hilarious on-the-street ambushes. Oh, he does those? Great. He can do on-the-street bits on our show. Somehow it escaped the notice of this overpaid exec that John did not actually write these bits. Moreover, John was, as anyone who listened to Howard Stern knew, definitely not a quick ad-libber who was great at tossing the conversational ball back and forth. Under normal circumstances, John's hiring might have undergone more thorough discussion at NBC. But now there was a hush-hush need for speed. Sources say the writers on the show had begun to abhor band leader Kevin Eubanks, who looks all smiley and laid back on camera, but is said to be surly and resistant to suggestions about how to interact with Jay on air. It wasn't working with Kevin, so it was decided to seek a new hire, someone capable of kibitzing on the couch with Jay. It wasn't until Jay hired Stuttering John away from Howard Stern, triggering a vicious showbiz feud, that The Tonight Show discovered the misconceptions about their hot new hire. The first few times they put John Melendez on the couch to trade witty chit-chat and banter with Jay about subjects young and hip, the experienced older comedian discovered what Howard could have told him. John's a smart guy who can carry on an interesting conversation. I suppose so. But he is not a scintillating raconteur, nor is he particularly funny. John cracked Stern's fans up because he had brass balls and dared to confront anyone on Earth. The writers then sent John out to do man-on-the-street bits, but were frustrated when the bits didn't catch fire. John's ad-lib conversations with ordinary people were pleasant, but flat. Leno was furious. Why didn't we find out that he never wrote all those phony questions he asked celebrities? Raged the host. His highly paid writing staff.
People are saying this bit is bombing. No, this is literally from Mike Walker's book. This isn't a bit. This is what Mike Walker, when he was doing the reporting on this, determined. He found out that Jay Leno was furious after they hired Is everyone listening to this? Stuttering John was hired by some stupid exec at NBC who's just like, oh, let's get this guy on the show. This will help things out. We'll get some young people watching. And then Jay Leno's like, why the fuck did we hire this guy? He's terrible for the show. He's kryptonite for my show.
Rolled their eyes and avoided looking at the higher-up who had been so high on hijacking John from Stern. Jay had hired...
All right, I agree. The production on this is weird.
I'll read it and you put it in post.
I'll give you that.
Stuttering John to beef up the reality feel he keeps trying for on The Tonight Show with bits like the photo booth and the newscaster at the gas pump. But John, whose pugnacious personality worked perfectly in the rough and tumble boys' locker room atmosphere at the Stern Show, and who even came off funny at times with his sneering put-downs, was the proverbial fish out of water in Jay's button-down world of slick comedy penned by slick writers. After a while, John's profile on the show was lowered. He still did announcing and physical comedy bits, but he was no longer the reality guy. If Jay ever boots John off The Tonight Show, Howard will make great radio fun out of savaging his old sidekick and telling him, I told you so. I told you so. Today, everyone in the business knows a mistake was made in hiring John for The Tonight Show, said a veteran comedy writer and producer. One of Leno's people saw John on that Celebrity Survivor reality show and thought he was warm and spontaneous. Leno was looking for someone who had authentic street feel and who could bounce off of him on the air. Stuttering John looked perfect. But what everyone forgot was, there is no such person as Stuttering John. There's a guy named John Melendez who became the character shaped by the genius of Howard Stern. Once Stuttering John was yanked out of the Stern aquarium, he began flopping around and gasping for air. And that is the end of the excerpt. I hope you enjoyed this excerpt of Get Real, the untold story, sexy, scary, scandalous world of reality TV by Mike Walker.
Thanks, Mike Walker. Thank you for that dynamite reporting. The thing that we all knew, John did not deserve that job, and everyone despised him that worked there.
And now you know the rest of the story.
I don't know if you're up to 13 or 14 over there, and I don't want to drink shame anyone. This is also kind of a fun clip that got sent in to me by, oh shit, I didn't write down the person's name, but thank you for sending this in to me.
This was sent to me by, I don't know who the fuck you are. Fuck you, I'm too important.
Oops. Jay Leno was recently on Bill Maher's podcast. And this is an interesting little, much shorter back and forth than that last bit. I promise you that.
But you wouldn't do it if it was stupid. When there was a writer's strike, like, you wrote your own monologue.
Right.
And nobody else could have done that. There's nobody else who...
Well, I'm glad the strike didn't last that long.
You're both somehow both the guy who never fired a writer, right? And not one of your...
No, I never fired anybody.
Right.
Guys left because they got better opportunity or
right.
something. But...
Okay.
Jay never fired anybody at The Tonight Show. Never fired anybody. And Bill Maher's like, why? You got to fire people who are competent. He's like, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, that story checks out.
That story checks out, doesn't it?
I feel like he tacitly fired that guy that was on John's show a couple weeks ago, the black guy, the only diverse writer that they had.
That's true.
Because when he moved, he took John with him, but not that guy. Like, that guy seems to had to have been at least mildly competent as opposed to Stuttering John, who is completely worthless.
Right. Yeah, it's a good point. I forgot about that. Sully.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So, that is one of those things where, you didn't fire somebody, but you didn't continue to employ them when their contract was up. So
right,
kind of that kind of thing. I feel like that. Were they high? Were they like getting drunk on that show?
Something was going on.
They both seemed very sedate.
Oh, you think Bill Maher was getting high, do you? Yeah, no shit.
I don't watch Bill Maher. I'm not a liberal pinko commie.
Yeah, he likes marijuana a little bit. I want to give everyone an update. I spoke with my friend at the RPD. He says there was never a phone call from John Melendez that came into the Rochester Police Department. There's no record of it. They write down every name of everyone who calls in with any type of anything. And he says, I checked all the systems. John Melendez does not exist in our system. He goes, unless he gave him a fake name. I go, no, he was bragging that the cop knew who he was from the Howard Stern show.
Yeah, they were both named John.
Yeah,
No.
and the cop's name was John, too.
Obviously, he used a fake name, and the detective that he talked to, being like a primo sleuth, was like, "There's no way this is Rico Melendez.
Yeah.
Is this Stuttering John Melendez?" Like, you got me. You got me.
I didn't want to tell you because I'm such a big celebrity.
I didn't want to be treated differently.
You guys want to get a quick update on our chemo friend?
Please.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah. Chemo Christopher, we'll call him. He or she.
The good news, I'll tell you, is he's taking. He or she is taken to the chemo. It's starting to work. So
It started to work.
which is great news. The only downside, it's another 12 chemo treatments, which is $300 a pop.
$1,200.
So this person actually might set up a GoFundMe, and then you will all know who this person is. And I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure as soon as you find out who this person is, you'll all want to donate. And I thank you for those who did donate. And I did send every dime of it plus some to the person. I got a paper trail.
Yeah, there's a paper trail.
There's a paper trail.
I do believe that he may have sent a dime.
What's great is that he says,
dropped a
okay,
dime.
he's got 12 more treatments. They're $300 a piece. And my friend Drew Lane offered him $2,500. Dr. Steve said, I'll chip in another $1,000. That's $3,500 if John would take an IQ test against Anthony Cumia to see who's smarter, because John put a tweet out saying that he's smarter than Anthony. And the reasons why is because John has 2 degrees. Mm-hmm. Now, one of them is your associate's degree, which is once you get your bachelor's degree. You don't talk about having 2 degrees.
I have that in producing. I mean, look at me.
Right. I know, it's 2 degrees, which is insane. I told that to Drew. I was on their show yesterday. I go, do you know what his degrees are? One is associate. He goes, oh, I just assumed it was a master's. I'm like, no. John bragged about passing the realtor test. Mm-hmm. He bragged about passing the test to become a substitute teacher, which people are posting sample questions from that online. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
Anyone
I mean, we have teacher friends. We know how it is.
There was
in that same tweet, he says, and I taught algebra for about 5 weeks.
Yes,
Now,
5 weeks straight.
I know.
Yeah.
I know we're all on Chrissy Mayer's side, and we think teachers are all worthless. But even worthless teachers teach for like 16 or 18 weeks in a row before they take their summer vacation or their Christmas vacation, John. Like you did 5 weeks. Like you did half a semester. You did nothing. Correct.
And actual math teachers have to know like trigonometry, and they might have to know like calculus. Like there's other things besides 7th grade algebra. And this guy's like, I'm obviously a math whiz. Like, well, you're solving for X. Let's not get ahead of ourselves over here. It's not that impressive what you're doing.
Could you solve for X, Carl?
I could, yeah.
Oh, okay. I couldn't. I'm not good at algebra.
Yeah, I was good at that. But it's so hilarious to me that John would even consider himself smarter than Anthony Cumia. Because he goes, well, Anthony didn't even get a high school degree. Anthony has Neil deGrasse Tyson on his show and carries on a conversation for 2 hours with the guy that's extremely intelligent and enlightening to me because I don't know shit about science. Like, the guy is very bright. Listen, if it was Stuttering John versus Opie, I'd go, all right. There's a chance. There's a chance John could win this one, but John. So anyway, the point is, if he really cares about his friend and the chemo treatment and the money they need, the money's right there for you, John.
Yeah.
You put it out there. You're smarter than Anthony. Here's $3,500 to prove it. That's it. Easy for you, buddy.
It's $3,500 just to take the test.
Just take the test.
Not to win.
Just take the test.
Just humble yourself.
Yeah.
for an hour.
You only have to be smart enough to take the test
Yeah.
and the money.
And Dr. Steve said he'll even pay for the test, whatever that costs.
Yeah, I just want to see the questions,
Me too.
especially
you
if
could-
it was Stunt Joe versus Opie.
You could save a man's life by taking one test.
Yeah.
Can you imagine like the head that John would have? Him like, oh yeah, I paid for their whole treatment.
Yeah.
And sure, I only have an IQ of 89.
I lost, but I appealed.
I haven't lost yet.
I went back to the board of Qs and I asked them to do more. John Delancey, he's going to be talking to me.
Holy shit. So I was just on. Oh, and by the way, I should point this out too. So Drew tweets at John and says, after John put that tweet out, like, hey, buddy, here's $2,500 if you take the test. John blocks him.
Of course.
Drew goes, I've never been blocked by anyone in my life. The one time I'm blocked, I'm offering someone $2,500. Like, how does that make sense? Such a moron. So I went on Drew and Mike's show yesterday, and we did a whole Beer on the Balcony segment on there.
Oh, cool.
And I'm going to just do a couple things to overlap that to set this up, because on Saturday he does his normal show, and he had the Richard Ojeda as the... I always have to look at you. Did I say it right? He had Richard Ojeda on as his guest for the entire 2 hours. And at the end of that, he's promoting his 15. He's promoting Beer on the Balcony. And he's excited about his guests he's going to have on Beer on the Balcony coming up right after this episode.
Anyway, I'm now going to go over to my Beer on the Balcony with the great Rich Tallarico, who's got a hell of a bunch of stories to tell you. This is a fun little romp through our show business, our writing lives in show business, working for Jay Leno, and he worked for SNL. I worked for the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar roast, and he worked for Key and Peele. I worked for the Howard Stern show. So it's just going to be a great, great show.
John, he wrote for Key and Peele. You answered the phone at the Howard Stern show. You see the difference, right?
No, he doesn't.
Well, and,
I know.
it's like they're so completely unrelated. He wrote for the Key and Peele show, which has been over. The show's done. They've both gone their separate ways to do their own careers.
But one of the funniest sketch comedy shows of all time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well beloved. But
Yeah.
it's like 10 years, less than 10 years that show went off the air or was started. It's pretty recent. He was on Howard Stern when I was in fucking elementary school.
That's a good point as well. But I like the way that he sets this up. He goes, coming up next, I got another comedy writer. I'm going to be telling stories. He's going to be telling stories. I work for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He wrote for SNL. Same thing. Same diff. we both got our war stories. So he starts off the episode, and this is the thing, because you were talking about Sully the week before. Oh, yeah. Like, John was having so much fun with it, but he didn't know why. Yeah. And he thought they were having like this really funny conversation. But meanwhile, the guy's going, I got hired for affirmative action. Barack Obama became president. They were like, he's cracking up over this shit. Didn't make any fucking sense. So John wants to continue all of that fun here.
Yeah, the momentum he's got going.
Yeah. So this is the introduction to Rich Tallarico.
And now today, a good buddy of mine who I work with on The Tonight Show, another writer, Rich Tallarico.
Whoa, all right. Hi, pal.
I tell you, Rich, being a writer on The Tonight Show, it's like, do you get any PTSD from that?
I had a really good time there. I met so many amazing folks like yourself.
Skull, John.
Isn't that great? He's like, whoa, we went to war together. We were in battle together. Yeah. Remember that? He's just like, no, it was a great time. He's like, I thought it was summer camp. You thought it was a battle? I'm confused.
Well, I got to go, John. Sorry.
Every time I had to fight for my bits. I got a great bit. What if I went to have sex with a pretty girl? How's that funny, John?
Yeah.
You know what? I pass.
I saw Adam Sandler do it in all of his movies, and they're very popular. So I thought maybe I could do that. Hey, how is this guy getting a hot chick? I know, right? That's the joke.
Yeah.
And then we actually do it in real life. All right.
Easy for you to lay.
Zig King strikes again. So I think when people don't understand sarcasm, it's a sign of low intelligence.
What do you mean by that?
This is Rich.
Oh, you didn't understand?
Rich is talking about how he went to SNL, and the very first episode he wrote for, Donald Trump was the guest host of the show.
Now, tell me about your experience. So you wrote at SNL, and your first week was when Donald Trump was the host?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that, Rich.
Well, it was my first week at the show, and it's absolutely such a big week because it's like going into the Wizard of Oz's lair. You're walking behind that curtain, you're seeing everything. So it was a week I'll never forget. But I guess the thing I wanted to mention to you, because I know you're a big Trump fan. I know you're a Trump supporter. I'm kidding.
Right?
Sorry, too dry on that delivery.
No, he's too dumb.
Yeah.
You're not too dry.
I can't have a Trump supporter on my show. Oh,
As soon as he heard Trump, he's just like, "Uh-oh, where's this going? What?"
Christ.
That's the only PTSD that John has is hearing the word Trump. Oh, he's like the principal in Beavis and Butthead who's just constantly like, shit. Beavis and Butthead. You're expelled. We're gonna defeat QAnon and the GQP.
Trump is carving penises into the desk again.
A couple production notes for the viewers. Don't put a ceiling fan behind your fucking head, and don't itch your palm on camera if it itches. Do what I do. Itch it under the table.
Under the table, yeah. That you're down here itching your palm. It's totally normal.
Over and over. And then you suddenly stop.
It's a good thing you have those beers in front of you, Tab, or we would have seen what you're really doing.
I'm really tired of you shaming me for my beliefs.
Who itches their palm, first of all? That's a weird tell or whatever he's doing. He's nervous or something. But yeah, you're right. Whenever he's doing something with his hands, he has to bring them up in front of his face and show you what he's doing with his gross, disgusting hands all the time. He can't help himself.
Have you never heard that old wives' tale about itchy palms?
No.
You get itchy palms from jerking off too much.
Oh yeah,
that's like an old wives' tale.
And there's hair on his palms too. Look.
And I just like to point out, we're talking about John's batch now.
So,
It's been several episodes, and we talked about his batch.
Get the squeegee out, Chris.
We got to start talking about his batch.
We got to clean things up. All right. So Rich goes through this whole story about how he learned from that experience that when you write sketch comedy for people who aren't performers, you have to write the jokes into the people around that person. Because he tried to write this sketch for Trump where he was playing Monopoly with his buddies in college and he owned all the real estate and he was being a dick to everyone and Trump wasn't delivering the lines correctly and it wasn't funny, it was flat. But then the sketches that got on, they would have Trump just reacting to people who were saying funny things around him. He goes through this whole thing and explains this learning experience he had there. And John's follow-up question to that is insane.
It was a big lesson for me of like how to write for somebody that might necessarily not necessarily be a performer.
Yeah. Are you stoned right now?
Stoned? No, I don't do that.
Because your eyes look like you might be a little stoned.
That's what he said to the Asian guy that was on there.
No, it doesn't matter. I get stoned all the time. Who cares?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So
Why?
Sober as a judge.
What?
Look,
that was on the verge of being an interesting story. Like
Correct.
Talking about, I don't like SNL, but I can imagine as a comedy writer, writing for they book guests. They just want someone famous, and maybe it's an actor who's not comedic, or maybe it's someone like Donald Trump who's not an actor. That could be a challenge,
right?
And John's just like, did you smoke any weed today? Visit my friends at my weed store and tell them Stuttering John sent you and get 11%.
Even if you thought your guest who was on there does the same drugs that you do, like talk about that after the show or whatever. Like you don't bring that up on the show. Like, by the way, kind of blow you get these days because the shit out here.
I'll tell you after.
Yeah, right. After the show, I'm happy to tell you about the kind of blow that I've been getting. But not while we're actually doing the show. And it's funny, too, because to your point, Tab, he's bringing up something that's interesting for comedy writers, and he wrote for Key and Peele, and he's written these great sketches and all this stuff. And later on in this interview, John runs out of things to talk to him about, He asked him where he's from twice, which is always good. And this is always a good sign of an interview going very well. Rich tries to get out of the interview 30 minutes in. It's an hour-long interview.
And thank you for giving me some time to talk about this today. Very much.
Oh, no, we ain't done yet. We got another half an hour.
Okay, great. I'll kick off my shoes.
As June Shear would say, I need to go get another drink.
You know what? But I really got to get a drink though. So.
As they say in radio.
That old radio expression. He's like, I don't smoke weed. I'm not stoned, but I'm thinking about taking it up right now. So I'll be rolling a joint. But
John cannot read the room. He does not. He has no, his perception ends at the end of his table.
Yes.
And that's why, his interviews
Which looks like your table.
He's just, what are you talking about, producer Chris? And it's an audio format. Whenever he's doing these interviews, he's just waiting. It's almost like in theater, people will they don't really learn the other person's lines. They just wait for them to stop speaking. So they're like, oh, now I get to start talking. Oh, you stop talking. So now I have something to say.
Yeah. Speaking of John being completely unaware of how he comes off, this is once again because Rich is running to be a board member for the Writers Guild or something. And his whole thing is that he explains that they're giving this content away for free. So Key and Peele, you can watch every sketch they've ever done on YouTube. And he's like, for me, being a writer, I don't make any residuals off that. It's just on YouTube. And the networks are putting it up there to promote it, but it's kind of fucking over the writers. Goes through this whole thing. And John, of course, has to make himself the hero. And he did something so amazing. John sent an email out.
Whoa.
Yeah. And he is very impressed with himself.
Well, as you know, I did a mass email to all of our writers. I had all their emails, and I sent it out. Vote for Rich Tallarico. So
I owe you. You really jumped right in, and
of course, man, dude,
you really jumped right in and make yourself the hero.
My mantra in life, Rich, has always been, I'm here to help people because what else am I fucking here for?
Get
you know
drunk.
what I mean? I like to help people. That's a really
good question, John.
Like in anything.
I'm right now.
Yeah, that's the question you should probably ask yourself at some point. Like, what are you here for? Since you're not helping anyone.
How many of those texts do you think the response was, who is this?
Yeah, those emails coming back.
Getting this
Lose my email address, please.
Please stop talking to me.
I love that he says, the question is, what am I here for? He probably says that when he walks in the bar, like, we know, Coors Light. All right, sit down. We'll get it for you. You know what I'm here for. Yes, we know what you're here for. He's a pitcher. Are your friends showing up this time? All right.
I'd like a taste
So
of the
one
Rockies.
glass.
Yeah, pitcher with one glass. No, I'll drink out of both glasses.
You just drink straight out of the pitcher, man.
Yeah. We've all been there.
What am I going to do? I got to pour? I'm not going to pour. I'm going to pour in my mouth.
To help people. I mean, like in anything, because it don't. I mean, I think that's why we're here. I really think we're supposed to be. I think we're here to be better people.
Then why are you laughing?
Yeah, even
Why
Rich,
are you here?
even Rich is just like, are we doing this right now, John? Are you really taking full credit for sending out an email and telling people to vote for me because we work together on the night show? Like, okay.
Rich, I sent an email. You owe me.
You owe me. And guess what John is going to do for Rich now? He's going to tell him tales
Send him some weed.
of his amazing
Do you
career.
remember that bit I wrote on the Tonight Show? It was great.
Oh, by the way, this is a continuation of what I did with Drew and Mike yesterday. If you're on our Patreon, you get that episode. But if you're not, go to Drew and Mike show from September 13th. I did about an hour on this interview. This is the second half of it because John takes so much credit for everything that he accomplished on the Tonight Show. This guy is sitting here going, look at, not every joke you write is going to be great. So I tried to come up with tons of jokes so that Jay could pick out a few that he could use, but it really wasn't even my strong point. I wasn't even that good at it. And John's like, I was great at it. I did everything. I got all my jokes out on the monologues. Like, it's so insane. And this poor guy is sitting through that. That's why 25 minutes in, he's tapping out like, all right, well, great. Thanks so much for having me. Oh, no, we got another half hour.
Because it's not an interview. It's not like it's just waiting for Rich to stop talking so that John can tell his stories. And I'm sure Rich is he sounds like an interesting enough guy. I would watch an interview with him.
Yeah, he's had a good career writing comedy.
He should go on Comedy at the Carlson to talk to a real interviewer.
Yes. Who would that be? Oh, I guess you're talking about Vinny Paulino.
Oh,
I'm trying to get in Vinny's good graces.
Why would anyone want to do that?
Possible.
I don't want to get eaten.
I sold the movie that I wrote to National Lampoon, and it came out.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. It was called One Too Many. It wasn't very well received by the critics. But you know what? Who cares? It was so low budget, Rich. I mean, we literally made it for $500,000. But I had Jeff Ross on.
That's ultra low budget. What'd you say, John?
That is some flex right there, isn't it? I made a movie. No one liked it, and we didn't have any money to spend on it.
I'm sorry, John.
No,
why'd you bring that up?
My favorite part of that was I was like, we made it for $500,000.
Yeah, Rich goes, what? What did you say?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Rich is like, I'm never drinking or smoking pot.
Fuck.
What is John-
why
why
is
is-
he so gross? Why is he so gross? He's such a gross individual.
Why does he have no tolerance? He drinks every day, and then he gets 3 beers in on Beer on the Balcony. I mean, he chugs them. Don't get me wrong.
No,
But he gets
no,
3 beers
no.
in, and he's annihilated.
I know. Are you
You're
talking about tab or?
God damn it, Chris. Your mistake is thinking that that's beer number 3. That's beer 13.
Yeah, that seems like it.
He's drinking. I post in the Discord a lot. Like, we have a chords emoji in the WATP Discord. I will post that emoji 3 times because it's a 6-pack. That's 18 beers. 18 beers a day is what John is like. That's his maintenance dose.
Right.
As someone who understands like functional alcoholism, you have to like drink your maintenance dose. Otherwise you're dead. So my guess is when Beer on the Balcony launches, he's already 6 or 8 beers in. And then he's starting to get a buzz by the time he's got his guest on, because he's a full blown fucking alcoholic.
Sure.
You were talking about before the show really started that someone was saying that he leaves Pickwick Pub at 7 p.m. fucking hammered.
Yeah, I met someone out in L.A. who used to run into John at Pickwick, and John would be blackout drunk at 7 o'clock when this guy was going in.
And
I'm
then
still on East Coast time.
I gotta figure out the times. You know, there's a new Discord, Beer on the Balcony, where we like talk about John. If you want to join, I'm sure someone will post the link. And one of the channels is just a list. It's a bot that reads John's Twitter, and I've noticed, because I never really paid attention to John's Twitter until that Discord popped up, he will like get up at 10 a.m. and tweet frantically until about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. And then it just cuts right the fuck off.
He's got other things to
He's
do.
at the pub fucking putting them down, blah, blah, blah. And then like he doesn't have time to play on his phone.
Right.
And then he's blackout drunk. Sometimes you get a couple in the like late afternoon where he's like probably like sitting there at the bar just like, someone tweeting about Matt Gaetz. I gotta tweet that shit. And it's become like a fascinating window
Interesting.
into his life that I didn't have prior to that Discord existing. So if you're interested in join that Discord, and someone post the link, because I'm not doing that.
It's on our website, right?
Your Discord's on the website.
Oh,
the Beer
this
on
is
the
the other
Balcony
Discord.
Is,
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Let me also say this.
Yeah.
The Beer on the Balcony Discord is not related to WATP in
No,
any
it's
form or
not.
fashion.
Yes.
And any opinions of members of the Discord are the opinions of the members of the Discord and not WATP as a whole. So if someone's on there, you know, someone like a guy named Tab from HWIDG that's posting all kinds of like random shit, that is not Carl's opinion. That is Tab from HWIDG's opinion.
Also, and someone just posted a link to it in the Discord chat. We're just here in the live show channel. Also, I want to point out, you said you live in St. Louis.
I do.
Yeah, so can you give the rest of your address? Because John will be definitely suing you for
please do.
libel and slander after what you just said.
I almost know where you live.
I want to be the guy. Like, you know how you have you'll have like a movie and you'll have a spinoff, and you have the one guy show up from the spinoff to give it credibility.
Of course.
I want to be the guy from the original Lawsuit that's also in Lawsuit too.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm
Get
shooting
served
for.
twice. That'd be, well, you didn't get served the first time, but yeah, I hear ya.
I did get served the first time, and I'm not getting served the second time. But I'm going to show up, and I'm going to be like, "Hey, Carl, you keep fighting the good fight. All right, I got to go back to being like a real star." And
I loved it. I loved it when Anthony. Hopefully, everybody watched it. He put it up on YouTube, which is great. Anthony did 68 minutes on Stuttering John,
it was
begging him to sue him, and Anthony goes, "John, I beg you. I want someone to come into these doors and serve me." And you know what? I will not show up to court. I will not pay you.
Will not acknowledge this.
Yeah, I will not acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and sue me, idiot. It was great.
I wanted to. I was hoping that like you would play it on
cathartic.
the show, but it was too big. Like I listened to the whole thing.
It is great.
The other day. He was fantastic. He was fantastic talking about Stuttering John. So
great.
anyway, join those Discords. They're great. And the great part about Clamoring Carl, the Discord account that's posting images from your Discord, or not your Discord, just a Discord that's maybe like kind of associated with whatever.
Yeah.
I found a life hack to get retweeted by Stuttering John. I don't even have a Twitter. He's retweeting my tweets about him. I don't even have a Twitter.
You just posted in the Discord.
Yeah, I'm just in the Discord. Just
And
like,
then it shows up on
John's
Twitter.
a retard and a faggot, and it shows up on Twitter. And I'm just like, what are you, an idiot?
That is the secret to success right there, my
It's so
friend.
great. It's so great.
That's hilarious.
I screenshot those posts and send them to my friends, and I'm just like, check this shit out. I'm getting retweeted by Stuttering John. World famous. He's world famous.
That is hilarious.
Follow Tab for more tips.
All right. So John finally said something I agree with. How many years has it been, producer Chris? Finally, there's something that, like, if him and I ever had a conversation, this is where I would start. Like, all right, we do have one thing in common.
Syracuse is dreadful.
Agreed. You nailed that one. Very good. All right. So then John...
To be fair, he's probably so drunk he thinks you live there.
You're right about that.
No, the funny part is that Rich says I grew up in upstate New York between Syracuse and Albany. So he's probably from like a suburb, Utica or something, a suburb of Syracuse.
It's a Utica thing.
Yeah, and John immediately goes, "Oh, Syracuse fucking sucks." He's just like, "Oh, okay." Like Rich has family there and stuff. He's like, "Oh, okay." And then
The final insult in this
I
interview.
know.
Jesus.
And then John goes, he goes, the reason why he hates it there, because Rich goes, "Those are the worst places than Syracuse," which I don't know, maybe. And then maybe Gary. And then John goes, "Well, I just stand-up gig there and it was terrible." I'm like, well, that's not Syracuse's fault.
Yeah.
About my jokes bomb in Syracuse.
And Jacksonville and Tampa and LA and Tustin and also Nevada. Like, where do your jokes not suck, John?
Yeah. All right. So this is interesting because Stuttering John, for whatever reason, he's just reading Rich's IMDb page. Well, not for whatever reason. He's trying to figure out what to talk to him about because he didn't prepare for this at all.
So this is actually him improving his prep skill.
Yeah, right. At least he's reading something on the fly.
That's amazing.
But try to figure out what the question is.
Okay.
Because usually when you have someone on your show, you want to ask them.
Oh, there's a new game?
Yeah. What's the question?
That's awesome, Rich. I mean, let's see. You were an actor on Conan, and I actually did a bit on Conan with Gilbert Gottfried, but I was a guest on Conan. Even my band played on Conan. I was their go-to. If they had like a falling out of a guest, "Hey, John, you want to come on?" And I think I did like 7 guest appearances on the Conan O'Brien show.
All right, let's play the game. What was the question? Because he stopped talking.
So, I loved Conan.
Me too.
I don't know. I don't know what it was. There was like, I never really got into Jay Leno, but I love Conan show.
Yeah.
When he went to the Tonight Show, like he lost his edge, and maybe and so since then he's kind of like diminished in my eyes. I watched Conan. So let's rewind 20 years. I had a portable TV that was 4 inches in diagonal. You could hold it in your hand. That's how small it was.
Two
And
of
I would
Chris's
stay-
penises. Yeah, I get it.
I would stay up late at night, and I would have that little TV in my bedroom, and I'm in middle school and high school with my headphones in, and I would stay up late to watch Conan.
Yep.
Early 2000s, 2002, 2003. I had no idea who Stuttering John was until I listened to your show.
Well, what's great, though, is he says, I used to do Conan all the time, but because he was a fill-in guest. So he just lost all credibility. He wants to be like, I was on that show 7 times. That would be impressive, unless he lives down the street and someone canceled at the last minute. They're like, fuck. John, you want to come in
fair.
with your stupid shitty band again? Or can we do something?
Do you know anyone who's got nothing going on that we can get in here?
All right, so I'm surprised that John did this because normally he makes it about the guest, but for some reason, he decides to go through his resume. What? To Rich Tellerico. This is just this last Saturday.
You know what? That's like, just for me, I feel I lived a charmed life. Like, I got to work and write for Howard Stern.
Look at Rich's reaction.
I got to
Yeah.
meet a ton of celebrities.
You're doing it all, buddy.
And go to a ton of free concerts.
Free concerts.
And then I get a record deal. I get to tour the country with all these.
That's a new one, by the way. Of all the humble brags, I got to go to free concerts because I worked at a radio station. And I got a t-shirt.
Hey, I don't want to brag. I got to go to free concerts because I worked as a stagehand. So
Yeah, in a theater. So
And you face.
Stay in hotels. They would offer me soap. I
I
refused.
my OCD wouldn't let me take it.
I got to open for Ozzy Osbourne and Motley Crue and
Jeepers. I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Jeepers.
and then
Yeah, what about the Misfits? I opened for the Misfits, motherfucker. Or some version of them.
One of Mancow's favorite bands, by the way.
Oh,
In
fuck
your face,
Mancow.
Stuttering John. Hey, don't you?
So he says, I opened for Ozzy. I opened for Motley Crue.
and Motley Crue and
Jeepers. I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Collective Soul. And then I
I would have left that last one off the list. You know,
What's
you
wrong with
either
Collective
build to
Soul?
Ozzy or just leave Collective Soul off the list. I think we can book Collective Soul to play with us in Detroit. The Ice Dogs are playing in Detroit, by the way, October 1st.
Oh, yeah, we forgot to mention
Yeah,
that.
we should mention that.
We'll do it later.
right.
And Rich, it looks like he's reading his Wikipedia page. It's starting to dawn on him what's happening.
then I go on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. And, and then I become a guest on Jay Leno. And then they love me. And they offer me a job. It's just like, and I'm a stutterer who becomes the announcer on the biggest late night fucking talk show in the world.
And sometimes you're directing Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah. It's just like, I think good things happen to good people. You know what I mean? It's like,
So what happened to you, John?
Why do all those good things happen to you?
You are not evidence of that.
You're an asshole.
Nicolas Cage.
Could you imagine if you were interviewing John for a job and he sat down and you went, John Melendez, tell me about yourself. Wrong question. Oh, fuck.
Right.
Why did I say that? Gonna be here all day. Oh, no.
And then came third grade.
Yeah. You ever heard of a trumpet? Yeah, I know what a trumpet is, John.
Well, I happen to have one right here.
I just got done with the interview process in my job.
Yeah.
And, we interviewed several people, different backgrounds. And one of the things, most of them, the candidate we picked talked about experience that had happened like in the last 2 to 5 years.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah, but, I had this experience at this place doing this technical thing. I had experience at this place doing this technical thing. And we had a couple people that were like, yeah, when I was in high school, I took care of this technical thing.
Yeah, I don't care.
We picked a candidate based on like experience and qualifications and all these things. The people that talked about their high school experience, not the top of the list.
I was the
Stuttering
guy
John.
who wheeled in the VCR into the classroom and the sub was in. Wow.
Highfalutin.
Stuttering John with his like, in the third grade, my teacher wrote in my report card.
In
that
fact, I think I
asked
have it here
questions."
somewhere.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude. Like, you got to move on.
So John at the end of that says, I lived a charmed life, but good things happen to good people. It's just karma. And then he needs to follow up with that by explaining what a great guy he is.
Well,
he's a great guy.
you said you wrote a bit for Key and Peele, substitute teacher.
Yeah, that would have been the time to segue to the story, John. He brings us up 20 minutes later. He's like, remember you were talking earlier?
Yeah.
Okay, so when COVID happened, all my stand-up gigs got canceled, right?
Well, COVID's over. Why are your stand-up gigs canceled now?
Because he sucks.
Right.
So I had two teacher friends of mine who went, John, we need subs. Become a sub. I go, how do I do that? And they go, well, all you got to do you have a 4-year degree? I go, yeah. Do you have good grades? Yeah.
Do you have good grades?
Okay.
I get with
You just
that.
have to take this test called the CBEST, but it's a 4-hour exam, Rich. It's not easy.
It is easy.
But I took it and aced it. And believe it or not, I'm a substitute teacher every once in a while.
Wow, that's great.
Oh, this is something else that's funny. So, first off, you don't know how well you did. It's a pass-fail kind of a thing. They're not going to tell you, oh, wow, you did amazing on this test. And Drew's been talking about this. It's like, this isn't a hard test, right? So, someone actually messaged Drew, who's a substitute in California, who took this test. He's like, yeah, it's not difficult at all. It's a very easy test.
Well, and it's not like so you probably haven't taken the driver's test in a while, but when I took the driver's test, it was all computer. That was my way of calling you old.
Understood. It has been a while since I took a driver's test. Yes, that's correct.
When I took the driver's test, it was a digital thing. You like went to a computer screen,
Yeah.
and you have to get. I don't remember what the score was. You had to get like 75 or 80% to pass.
Yeah.
To get your like permit, and when it was computerized, when you hit 75%, it would just go like, you passed.
Right.
We're not going to ask you the last 5 questions.
Yeah,
because
we got you. Yeah.
You
There's
already hit the
no
minimum
exit
grade.
interview or anything like that.
I'm sure this was like a fill in the bubble shit. And then,
Yeah.
the next week they call you and go like, is this John Melendez? Congratulations. You can be a substitute teacher. Can you teach algebra for 5 weeks? Oh, well, let me rearrange my schedule.
Yeah.
It's not something to brag about. Like
No.
you didn't accomplish anything.
It's your lucky day. I'm free.
John, we randomly picked through 35 winning applications.
So one of the test questions that I saw online from this test, they give you 2 6-digit numbers, and you have to find a number that's in between them from the multiple choice. Holy shit. It's not even
Sign me up.
It's not even math. It's counting.
And actually, if you back it up 2 seconds, Rich seems surprised that he passed that test.
Getting aced it. And believe it or not, I'm a substitute teacher every once in a while.
He goes, wait a second. You passed it?
Yeah, I thought you were talking about someone else.
All right. So now John is talking about the reason why the kids discover that he's a celebrity when he's teaching their class.
Now, do the kids know that you're Stuttering John, or do they just think, oh, this is Mr. Melendez?
It's so funny, Rich, because you know what happens?
Great.
Kids are fucking way more advanced than we were when we were kids. They immediately see me, hear my voice, see that like I'm kind of a performer as a teacher, they feel, and then they look it up. Mr. Melendez, what's your first name? And I said, John. And then 2 minutes later, are you Stuttering John?
Are you really an asshole?
They see that he's a performer,
Yeah.
and they go, wait a second, this guy must be a celebrity.
I think he meant buffoon.
I will bet money. He walks into the classroom and he's got his piece of chalk there. My name is Stuttering STU.
He stutters when he writes.
My Stuttering John Melendez. Google it. Google it.
Oh, yeah. No, we actually know this for a fact because there was a kid who was tweeting about this, and John told the kids to Google his name.
Yeah.
Google me.
Such a fucking liar. And it's such a pathetic flex anyway. Even if that were true, I wouldn't bring it up. No. But he has to tell you how much the kids love the way he teaches his class.
Even though I'm teaching algebra, if I cancel a reciprocal, I'm like, boom! And the kids all fucking laugh. They all love it.
Again, it's BAM.
That's pretty cool.
And also, Mr. Melendez, what happened to you?
Dude, again, I want to bring your attention to Rich. He doesn't know what to do with this information.
No.
John is bragging about teaching algebra as a substitute teacher Rich used to work with this guy at the Tonight Show. He's still in show business.
Like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, and watch his reaction to this. He literally goes, cool.
Yeah, neat.
And the kids all fucking laugh. They all love it.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. Yep.
I'm the Emerald Lagasse of math classes.
So I think
Another person that everyone has forgotten about.
John finally realizes that he shouldn't just be talking about himself this whole time. So he starts asking Rich some questions about Rich. So Rich is answering those questions. He's telling him about how he got his start and all these different things. And he can tell that John is tuned out. He's reading his chat. He's not paying attention.
I
love this too. He's being very rude.
I toured with Second City's national tour. I wrote a bunch of shows for them, and spent about 10 years in Chicago as an improviser and an actor. And stop me if you want to, change directions here. But I'm just kind of walking you through, what that experience was like.
No,
and then,
I'm glad you are.
Oh man, that's beautiful.
Yeah. Rich is just like, am I boring you? What do you want to talk about? You want to grab another beer? What do you want to do?
Rich should just keep going like, I spent 10 years in Chicago doing blah, 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 blah. And I started to get the impression that the person who was interviewing me wasn't paying attention. And just keep talking like that and see how long he can play that.
I worked with the buffoon at the Tonight Show. No one respected him.
No
funny.
shit. Yeah, okay.
Whoa, who was that? I worked at the Tonight Show.
Thank you, Benny Loco.
Thanks, Fudgesicle 2019 for the $2. Sorry, what were you saying, Rich? I was not paying attention.
So then they're talking about going to auditions because Rich has gone to auditions for different things. And you'll be shocked to hear how John feels about auditioning.
I also learned doing those auditions, when you do auditions, and John, I'm sure you've done your share of auditions,
I hate him.
too. But I found something, maybe this will help in the future and help you and other actors that are listening. Because when you walk out of an audition, that's usually when you figure out how to do it.
Yep.
As soon as you walk out the door, you're like, that's what I should have done.
Yes.
See, Tab picked up on the same thing. John has no idea what he's talking about, but wants to belong. He's like, I'm in show business. So he's like, how after you audition, you realize, he's like, yeah. Yeah, of course. I've been there. I know what you're talking about. I'm also in show business. Can we talk about substitute teaching again? Because that's what I actually do now.
I think John is so. It was Dr. Steve. You brought him on. He talked to you, diagnosed John with narcissistic compensatory narcissism.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not a scientist. I can't pronounce words. But so John is like, do you think John is willing to go to an audition, to just an open audition? Hey, we want to find a buffoon who's a drunk. He's kind of pathetic. He's kind of fat and old. He hasn't had any career prospects in a while.
He's down on his luck. Things aren't turning around anytime soon.
He lives in a shitty condo he's trying to sell to make some money so that he can drink more Coors. We want someone like that for our show. And he's just like, I'm John Melendez. People should know who I am.
Do you have any openings for a super famous, successful guy from show business?
But let me tell you, I have a show. I think I think Hulu should pick it up.
Okay, send us the script, John.
It's in process.
He doesn't have anything. He has nothing to offer anybody.
So Rich sent over John this A&W root beer commercial that Rich was in going back to probably the 80s. And I actually remember this commercial when it was running. And John plays it. And then they talk about it. And then because John has nothing to talk about and has to fill this time, he decides to play it again. And I can't imagine what's going through Rich's mind when he's going, oh my God, we're watching this again. This is so bad.
I got to play this one again because I actually enjoyed it.
Because I actually enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I love your look at the end.
Mr. Dumbass, I can bring a lot to Dumbass and Dumbass.
Yep.
I'm a go-getter. Dumbass material all the way. So, am I your man, Mr. Dumbass?
The name is Dumas.
That's pretty thick-headed, but nothing compared to the rich, thick, frosty mug taste of an A&W root beer. With A&W, it's good to be thick-headed.
What a dumbass.
And then, of course, John's got old Howard Stern stuff queued up and running.
I love it, bro. Great job, man.
Great
Thank you, buddy.
job.
Thank you.
Great job, man. That thing you did 35 years ago was really good. Yeah.
Congratulations, you did it.
Poor Rich. Can you imagine having to sit through they already sat through it once, and then John's like, wow, that was really good. He's like, okay, I know. Thanks. Appreciate it.
John loves it because he got the joke.
John, it's not good enough for John to live glory days. He wants you to also live glory days while you're on his show. Like, you have to be there to laugh along. And it's not, most of the time, I got to say that, like, there's some points there for John in actually playing Rich's bit as opposed to him just being like, remember when I wrote that bit on the Tonight Show that was, you know,
but Tab, I'm telling you, 70% of this was John talking about John, though. I mean, very rarely.
Oh, I believe it. No. Yeah. No, you pull the choice clips. Don't get me wrong. But like, that is, you got to put a point in John's column. Of course, there are 300 million points in the column where John sucks.
But he should be doing that the whole time, Tab. He barely does it. All right, so this is what I was talking about, where John gets really drunk by the end of the show. And
how embarrassing for him.
Can you imagine being drunk on the internet?
Can you imagine drinking so many beers?
Imagine. Yeah. All right, so
ridiculous.
This is John just drunken rambling, and poor Rich just like, what the fuck? Because they're talking about TV shows they like.
That is. I never thought of the honeymoon as that way, but I will. I'm the first one to say this, at least to my knowledge, and I said it on the Stern Show, and they were like, "Oh wow, we never thought about that." But because I'm big into names in literature and and in movies, and I've always said, "What's Ralph's last name?"
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Cramden.
Well, I think it's Cramden. Am I wrong?
Cramden. Now think for a second. He's crammed into a suit. He's crammed into a small apartment. It's just like Willie Loman,
You're right. I never thought of that. That's creepy that I never picked up on the crammed in.
And also, have you ever thought about Arby's?
Yeah.
What about Luke Skywalker? Did you ever think about that? It's so profound.
Did you ever think about how Ajax is cleaner and it's stronger than grease? Like the meth. Did you ever put that one together?
Poor Rich, man. Holy shit. It's like he must have felt like he had just babysat for an hour.
Yeah.
Oh my God. These fucking kids.
Honey, you would not believe my day.
Before we do that, though, I'm teasing that.
Okay.
I want to bring on a very special guest, and I'm very excited that this gentleman is going to join us. I'm going to bring him in. I don't know if I'm using his real name or not. Can I use your name,
Yes.
Don?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So Don is here, and I'm so excited to have him on the show because Don used to produce the Stuttering John podcast. Back when he had Royce as his co-host on the show, they did it from Royce's Arcade, and that was the first time we reviewed Stuttering John podcast, and it was just a random review we do. We review podcasts, so we do. And we were blown away by how bad the show was. I mean, literally, Don, I was befuddled by him. Like, what is John talking about? He's talking about his second grade report card. What is going on here? And it was just a random drop, and I just picked a random show, and it was the craziest thing I ever heard. And we would have moved on. But then John got all butthurt about it and started coming after us and saying we couldn't play clips of his show on our show.
Which isn't like him.
I know, right? Yeah. Usually he rolls with the punches, but this one time, he had a hard time with it. Anyway, the point is, Don, you were part of that show, and the reason why we connected is because you were on Dabblers Anonymous and said that was the lowest part of your life.
Correct.
Was being part of that show. Please tell us the story of that.
Well, that's I was already at the lowest part of my life when I took the job with Royce.
That's why you take that job, yeah.
Exactly. So initially the job was to produce marketing materials, do some programming. I have a background mainly in IT and graphic design. So pretty much graphically, everything that Royce had going, I was producing signs and, I did a lot of 3D printing, replacement parts for arcade machines, blah, blah, blah. So out of the blue one day, Stuttering John shows up. And Royce is like, yeah, I knew him from NBC. Royce used to be like a page or a gopher or something at NBC.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. So That's
I
how he
bet
knew
John
Stuttering
treated him
John.
really well, too, if he was a page at NBC.
Well,
I'm sure he didn't big time him at all. Oh, the announcer!
What part of an empty beer don't you get?
See, right, poor Royce, I almost feel bad. He was easy pickings because he was obsessed with the Howard Stern show from like 7th grade.
Can I just point out real quick, Don? Everyone
Yeah.
in John's universe that he latches onto was obsessed with the Howard Stern show. And he takes full advantage of that. So even like Anthony's buddy in New York who brought John to the poker game. And I mean, there's numerous examples of people that John just takes advantage of because they're fans of the Howard Stern show. And Howard called him out for that back when he was on the Howard Stern show, and he's still doing it.
Like, I liked the Howard Stern show, but I wasn't a fan. I listened here and there. I watched the E! Show once in a while, or the Channel 9 show. I grew up in upstate New York, not far from where you are.
Oh, cool.
So we used to get the Channel 9 show as well. But I was never a fan, so he had no influence over me. I was just fascinated. Here's this guy from The Tonight Show, from Howard Stern show.
Sure.
And Royce is bringing him in to move video games. So Royce's part of his business was he, in addition to the warehouse arcade, he rented games out. So maybe the offices at Hulu had a Miss Pac-Man machine or something, or you were having a party, so you rented games. John would drive the truck.
Stop you real quick?
Yeah, anytime. Yeah.
John's job was to physically move video games for Royce?
Correct. To load them on and off the truck, carry them in and out of the offices, carry them in and out of homes.
This is a home run.
He would go to.
He never mentions that on his resume.
Yeah, I never hear about that. I hear about Stephanie Miller. I hear about the Tonight Show. I never hear about moving arcade games.
Moving the Defender game up to.
Right. What triggered
You gotta
my
have a pretty
post,
good
actually,
dolly.
I found you guys. No, it's fine. I found you guys, and there was an old show, and I listened to it, and he said in the show, I helped my friend Royce out. All of his employees have DUIs, so I deliver the games for him. I drive the truck for him. When in reality, he needed a job. He needed money. And
he's always
Royce
doing
was
someone
giving
else
him
a
the job.
favor. He could never just fuss up like, guys, I need $130 a day, so I'm a substitute teacher. It's got to be like, I'm giving back to the community.
I helped out Uber.
I helped out Uber, yeah. Uber needed drivers. I was like, all right, I'll help you out, Uber. We're buddies going back.
So like the whole time, Royce really wants to start producing content of some kind. His vision is to have an arcade blossom into a theme park, into a production company like a Walt Disney type. So to him, Stuttering John is an opportunity. And when he sees the abysmal mess that the original podcast was in, he volunteers his staff, which was me, and the space, and at the time was also my equipment. So we set up, in this empty warehouse, a giant echoing chamber, the worst possible space, and began doing a show. And I think 2 or 3 shows in is when we stumbled into getting the president on the phone.
Right.
100%
Which was your phone.
Royce's idea. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
You called the
all
president
calls-
using your phone.
Yeah, because I was plugged in at the board,
Yeah.
at, like producer Chris. So every time he wanted to call someone, the side is I got everybody's number. I have like Jackie's number and Baba Booey's number and all these weird numbers in my phone now.
That's funny.
But yeah, so that began really the juices flowing for Royce. Was now we got heat.
Yeah.
The news is here and John's
Well,
gonna make a
let me
comeback.
ask you about that real quick. I don't want to drag this out too long, Don. I appreciate your time, but
My pleasure.
What was your take on the actual phone calls? Because I think it was very impressive that he connected with Trump and he talked to him from Air Force One, but that actual phone call was a dud.
Correct.
It was
Yeah.
nothing. He didn't do anything. It wasn't funny. It wasn't interesting. It was just a
Well,
bore.
there was no plan. In the middle of the show,
Obviously.
Royce just blurted out, my cousin Vinny, you should call him Menendez, like Jerry Gallo. And that's what triggered it. So he started calling, and we didn't get through right away.
Right.
What he had to do was leave a message. Trump was on stage somewhere, and it was the return call. So he got it. Supposedly he was on a date in a restaurant when the return call came to him.
Yeah.
And I don't know who recorded it. Someone in New York was able to record it for him, and that's how we got the tape. And the next day, Royce started peddling it. An entire day went by because no one believed it happened. CNN was like, "Sir, this sounds like a prank call." So Daily Mail, I think, picked it up, and then it was off and running. And Royce, all he wanted to do was build this media empire. So having Stuttering John now meant that he could attract some people. So people started reaching out. Greg Grunberg from Star Wars, and J.J. Abrams' best friend. Everybody knows who he is. Heather McDonald from Chelsea Lately. Chris Pontius, one of the Jackass guys. They were like, Mark Hamill started retweeting. Mark Hamill follows me on Twitter. Me.
Oh, look at you. Hey, look at you. I used to have a Star Wars room too. I just changed it.
No other reason that I was connected to that phone call. And, the folks in Hollywood that didn't like Trump thought, here's John, a
Wait
warrior.
a second. You're telling me there's
taking
people
on Trump.
There's people in Hollywood who don't like Trump?
Go figure.
News to me.
No, come on.
News to me.
Stop.
So all these people came out of the woodwork, and it was kind of exciting for a while.
Yeah.
Michael Avenatti was representing him before his fall from grace.
Right.
So for a while there, Royce, got excited and put together a reunion show. He brought Jackie out, flew him out, paid him per diem. He got Billy West in, and
that
took
was
care of
impressive,
everything.
by the way, because Billy West does not talk about Howard Stern.
Correct.
That was impressive.
It was quite a coup.
Yeah.
I exited just as that was being edited.
Okay.
Is when I woke up one morning and just let loose on Stuttering John. I was so disgusted with myself and where my life had been, and I just let loose on who I thought he was. And of course, Royce then fired me.
Wait,
and
where
I
did you
never
let
looked
loose?
back.
Like to his face?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, God damn. I
we were
wish you would have
recording.
recorded that.
Oh, I know.
That'd be amazing audio.
Yeah, it never made air. It just because the two of them immediately teamed up against me.
Right.
And I'm like, this is ridiculous. What am I doing here? I
Yeah.
have skills. I have other things I could be doing with my life. I need to get my life back. And that was kind of the wake up call for me. And that's what I did. I didn't really want to be fired at the time, but it was the kick I needed.
That's why you're successful. Why can't I say that fucking word? That's why you're successful, is because you recognize I'm working with Stuttering John Melendez. What am I doing with my time? This is a waste of my time.
I should be criticizing him on the air.
Yeah, right. That's how everyone's making their living now. By goofing on John.
Exactly.
John, you're welcome in, buddy. Come on in. You, me, Shuli, Anthony, let's go.
That was another reason I posted. All you guys having such a great time.
Yeah.
All the Dabblers Forum. I've been on Reddit for almost as long as Reddit. I'm a 15-year club about to turn 16-year. I felt so outside. I didn't want to comment or, open that door. It took me a while to decide if I wanted to do this, because now I'm kind of invited Stuttering John back into my life in a way. I'm sure he will have some response.
You will get a
to
C and
this.
D, yes. I guarantee you that.
Collect them all.
I had to decide.
Yeah.
or Royce. I haven't heard from these guys since that day.
What an amazing feeling that must be, though, to like have this personal run-in with this guy. You end up just saying everything to him. You get fired. And then later on, it turns out there's this whole club of people who collectively hate the guy.
Thousands of people who are like, by the
Exactly.
way, good move. You're like, at the time, I didn't realize that I was making the smartest decision of my life. But yeah, all right.
I was truly stunned. And it was an accidental find. A YouTube popped up his Washington debacle, your guys' review of it.
Yeah.
And that was the beginning of the rabbit hole. So then I discovered the Dabblers and that whole scene. And I couldn't believe how many people. You guys are like the gold standard. There's a lot of other channels who are now dedicating their time to knocking Stuttering John. It's
so much
astounding
fun.
how many
It's
people.
so much fun. And
Well, it's very easy, too.
People ask me, like ROTC has been getting into it a lot lately. Mersh and Royce over there. I love those guys. But people ask me, they're like, are you pissed? Shuli's doing this now, and everyone's getting into it. I'm like, no, there's plenty to go around. I can't get to all the Stuttering John nonsense that's going on.
A lot of meat on the bone.
I only do 2 shows a week. I mean, there's only so much I can do to fuck with this guy. So I appreciate that everyone's getting involved.
I've also been in the apartment during.
All right, the floor is yours, sir. Please.
It's much mentioned and talked about, and it's everything every way it's been described by people is accurate, but there's no way to describe the smell. It is cat piss and like humanity. I don't know how to like a lived in, like the stuff that we wash off ourselves every day. It was still hanging around there along with the cat piss. The money thing on the wall, it was all real. It's in Canoga Park. It is across from the Home Depot. I was astounded. I thought he had real money put away. So when he showed up on Royce's doorstep broke, I was shocked. I thought after the Tonight Show, he was at least comfortable.
Yeah,
that he
how
would be
is that
living out his
possible? You
life.
make $500,000 a year for 10 years, and you become that broke.
Well, he did a book deal for 10 grand.
Okay,
That's why. He doesn't have a mind for business. He has a
Right.
mind for drinking Coors Light and trying to get laid.
Talk to me more about the apartment, though. So,
okay.
So you went over to his place for whatever reason. I don't know if you were helping him
I
set
was
up
with
tech
Royce.
or something. Probably.
No. Had to do something with Royce. I think we had to pick him up.
Okay.
And it was during in fact, it was after the Trump call. I don't remember the specifics. Like if he didn't want to drive, there was some reason though that we had to be there. It wasn't that complex.
So
but
he knew you were coming
in
over.
a condo.
Did he know you were coming over?
absolutely.
Okay. So he didn't clean or prep the
no,
place
no.
for visitors at all.
No. I lived in
His
a fraternity
OCD
house,
won't allow
and this
it.
I
was-
know.
Exactly.
He struggles.
It was the exact pigsty that you saw when the green screen fell down. It was. I went in the living room kitchen area, and shortly after that, he invited us for Thanksgiving, and I just remember thinking, "There is no way on earth I'm going to eat, and I'm not going to Stuttering John's for Thanksgiving." I will come up with any excuse in the world, but there is no way I'm going to that house.
What it's
truly
funny,
disgusting.
and I don't want to like brag about having a family, but one thing I don't do on Thanksgiving is invite coworkers over.
Right.
That's what I have with my family. I don't know. It's that weird. Maybe I'm a weirdo. East Coast, that's what we do.
Exactly.
Beer can chicken.
Yeah. We cook a turkey in the
That's
oven
what he
with our
was
family. But
So that saw the condo, saw the way he lived. You can't help but laugh at Home Depot because it's Home Depot. The guys up there trying to hustle work all day long. It's Canoga Park.
It's not a good place.
It's not a great place. It wasn't a ghetto. I didn't feel unsafe.
Right.
There's a lot worse places in LA. But for someone coming off of the credits that he had, you would have thought he'd have landed a little better on his feet.
Oh, every single
that
person.
is what I was most surprised by.
That's one of the funny things about John. Every person he worked with is still in show business. And John claims that it's like, well, no one will hire old writers. They don't want old writers on their shows. Like, no, people want experience. They want someone who's wrote a bunch of jokes for Jay Leno.
Yeah, but no matter how little he gets, it still seems like too much.
He's got 200 people watching him on YouTube. Why? Oh, they all hate him. Okay, well, that makes sense.
In the small world department, I just watched the Rich Tellerico episode that you guys did yesterday as well. He grew up 2 towns away from me. We were in high school around the same time. I think I dated girls in his class.
No shit. So is that like the Utica
small
area?
world. Yeah, he's from Frankfurt. I'm from Herkimer.
Herkimer,
exit
all
30 on the
right.
Thruway. Yeah.
We're
So
getting
everybody's heard
real
him.
deep into some New York State shit now, man.
Mention Binghamton.
That's coming. Coming up after the break. Binghamton. And if you like the Hudson Valley.
Exactly. I heard John calling the Rochester police on you. I've been like, since I discovered you, I've been, watching all these episodes.
It's hilarious.
And I saw you wearing the Genesee shirt. I'm like, these guys are definitely in upstate New York. Right now. See, nobody outside of, like that Mohawk Valley area.
I literally go clothes shopping at a pub. that's what Rochester is. Like we're like, I'm gonna get drunk and also buy some T-shirts.
That's where most of your shirts get ruined.
So yeah, I thankfully have moved on. I currently live in Montana. I'm leading a very happy life. I was doing some programming for Royce. I finally embraced it full time and found my way into a nice couple of positions, and in every way thrilled with how my life is unfolding at this moment. Even more so to now be able to watch Stuttering John from the outside.
Yeah.
It's funny to watch the boobs get bigger. The place gets shabbier, the lies get bigger, and the amount of people, the community that is formed around him, yet he can't seem to harvest any success from it.
Isn't it incredible?
Hilarious.
It's incredible, isn't it? I could never have predicted this would happen. That this one guy would create such a weird fan base around just goofing at him. It's so insane. And Don, I want to thank you for going on the Dabblers Anonymous and posting the post that you put up there. I think it's pinned. People should go on there and check it out. You wrote a long explanation of your time there and everything that happened. And thank you so much for coming on this show and being a part of this. I mean, I'd love to talk to you again.
Anytime.
Okay.
I'm sorry I'm using the AirPods. I'm not in the normal podcast
sound
game
great.
anymore.
No, you sound great.
Thank you.
Actually,
Cool.
I
figured if they
had
were
Pat
okay
Dixon
for-
on this show from New York, and it was terrible. So you sound great.
Oh, excellent.
What? What?
But But yeah, Don, dude, thank you so much. Is there anything that you didn't cover that you wanted to talk about?
I mean, things come and go. You know, there was so much; it was such a blur, and I felt like just trying to spill it all out. Somebody asked me about doing an AMA on Reddit, so I may do that.
Oh, cool. Yeah, you should.
That way, I just have a little more time with the questions and so forth. I haven't been on anything or done anything in a long time.
Yeah.
So this is all like a blur to me.
My first question would be like, what seasoning does he use on his beer can chicken? What's the recipe? Really stupid shit no one would care about. All right. Well, Don, you should do that, and I'll promote it if you do. And I'll have you back sometime if you want to come on, because I feel like you have a lot more information.
Oh, I do. I spent a year of my life there in Royce's Arcade, and the whole time with Stuttering John.
Wow.
So yeah, so I have insight into both of their little worlds, and I lost track of them. So now I'm really excited to be rediscovering.
That's the other thing, and I'm gonna move on. I'm sorry, but you just reminded me. Mm-hmm. Your whole point in the original post you put up was how big of a dick Royce is. Which I thought was interesting. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, Stuttering John's an asshole. We all know that. But also, Royce sucks, too. You're like, oh, okay.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. So that was... Both of those contributed to that kick in my pants I needed to turn my life around. Royce is...
Can I get Royce on this show, do you think, Don?
Maybe. He's... If there's an opportunity for him in it, definitely. He's all about making something for himself.
I could use an arcade game in my basement.
Sit down, Gallagher.
Four-way Pac-Man.
But I mean, he might have also moved on, washed his hands of it. It would be the most, the healthiest thing he could do for his life. So I don't know where he's at. Somebody on Reddit told me he does TikToks from Disneyland, and I haven't seen them yet.
I believe it. The moral of the story is, if you want to be enriched in your career, get the fuck away from Stuttering John.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, that checks out. All right. Thanks, Don. Is there anything you want to promote?
My pleasure.
Do you want people to follow you or find you? No, okay. You're doing your thing. You're happy.
Yeah, I rattle around. I'm happy. I'm a programmer. That's it. A database programmer. I don't need work. I'm good.
Awesome.
Just living my life.
Good for you, buddy. I appreciate that.
Thank you, man.
Keep in touch. Let's do this again.
Heck yeah. This was a lot of fun, man. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
Take care.
Are we live?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are.
Man, I finally watched Anthony's response to him today.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, Kubio. Bravo.
Wow. And you know what's interesting?
He's got 8 toes. Sue me, John.
Sue me, John. That was so funny.
Yeah. He kept it direct and furious, but funny at the same time. And I was just so impressed by that because it was, again, the direct thing about it.
Yeah.
It's just like, I am talking to you, asshole.
It was one directly. Sue me.
Yeah.
Do it.
No, I mean, you, Carl.
It was one of the nicest drubbings I've ever seen in terms of tact.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't really go crazy. He did tell him to go fuck his mom. But,
Well, what the thing that was a little bit controversial, obviously, was talking about John's trans kid. And I went back and listened to it again because even Drew Lane's like, I don't know, he didn't need to bring that up. He didn't have to do that. You go back and listen to it again. He never calls out the kid. He's talking about how John's a shitty father. Which
exactly.
I'm like, yeah, okay. That's funny.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
He expressed sympathy for the kid.
Yeah.
For sure.
Listen, and
this
honestly,
is a guy who knows John personally.
Yeah.
Saying he's a shitty person.
Right.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Aren't
saying the result was a cry for help or attention.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Aren't most people like against the patriarchy now anyway? So this should all be totally fine.
Should be fine. Fuck fathers. They're the worst people.
Yeah. Well, you're dad.
All right. We're going to do a show today.
Are you a boner guy?
You know what? I miss penis.
What a dick.
What are you talking about? I'm the one who should apologize.
Cuz-a-roo.
Slap-a-rooney.
It's showtime.
WATP. Hello, Rubber Dicks and Cousin-Roos. Welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts, the only show that reads New York City true crime stories in the middle of laughing at jerks. I'm your host, Carl. With me today, Sponge Brain Wet Pants. It's Vinny Paulino.
I am not even mad at you right now.
I don't even know what that means.
Hamburger. All right.
Hamburger. Please go to whoarethese.com to get our email address, voicemail number, link to our subreddit, link to the Discord server, link to our merchandise, link to our YouTube channel, and then link to Patreon and Supercast, featuring 2 exclusive bonus episodes every single month. We're live in Detroit, September 30th, WATPlive.com. We're live in New York City, October 15th. WATPNYC.com for those tickets. It's in the description. It's on our website. You can find it. You can get there. We want to see you. We just had a very successful live podcast this past weekend.
We did, but I gotta ask you about this New York City show, man.
Okay.
This thing sounds like it's getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Tell me what we're doing here in New York. I gotta know.
I don't know. I plan very little.
Here's the agenda. I meant to give it to you earlier.
Did we just meet now? I didn't know we were going to do Saturday night until Saturday morning. So
here's a great story, Chris. He says the other day, he's like, I got to start plugging New York. Here I am helping to plug New York.
Yeah.
Why I look like the asshole.
Well, I wasn't sure what specifically you wanted me to tell you. We're going to do a live Who Are These Podcasts? Anthony Cumia is going to be there. Brian Johnson's going to be there. Missy B. E-Rock.
Yeah. Jerks will be laughed at, probably.
Jerks will be laughed at. We'll definitely talk about Stuttering John because today's show, Vinny, is about beer on the balcony. Do you know why we're talking about beer on the balcony today?
Because it is the goddamn most unintentionally hilarious thing on the planet.
Correct. And also because I beat John yet again.
Hey! Can we get a victory lap?
That's right, everybody. John's stupid DMCA strike on YouTube has been reversed. Our video is back up. John, that is not how copyright law works. You dumb idiot. You dumb wet brain moron. You were wrong. You shouldn't have done that. You've actually drawn more attention to it. Everyone's going on YouTube and watching Who Are These Podcasts talking about beer on the balcony because of John.
Do you think he was sitting in his apartment and the second that they switched it back, he felt it in the force and just stopped drinking a Coors Light for a second?
He dropped it.
He just sensed it.
Like a million voices suddenly cried out.
He's like, oh, man,
and laughed
not again.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened, Vinny.
Good.
All right, today's show is going to be different.
He just looked at a roach.
Yeah, some roach broke it to him.
Today's show's going to have a different format than we normally do because I just decided we had these clips from Beer on the Balcony that we didn't get to on Sunday when Pat Dixon was over, did a crossover show with New York City Crime Report. So we didn't really get to it.
It was jam-packed.
It was. It actually literally was. So I thought today, let's blast through these clips of John with his guest on Beer on the Balcony. These shows just get funnier and funnier unintentionally. It really is. John brags about it now, and we'll get into it, where he's bragging about how Beer on the Balcony is really popular. And it kind of is. It kind of actually is now. Yeah. It's so bad that it's entertaining, to say the least.
It's like The Room.
Yes. It's like the movie The Room. I've watched it 2,000 times. I can't get enough of it. That's what Stuttering John is every day. Unintentionally funny, trying to be entertaining. Let's do something here. I'm going to share my screen. And what you're going to see is a stuttering fuckface talking to an actual comedian. His name is Alon Gold, and he was the guest on the most recent episode of Beer on the Balcony.
John picked a flattering angle this week.
Oh, God. And he's so proud of his fucking Dark Brandon shirts. Like, that's all he wears now.
How many does he have?
2.
Oh.
All right, let's buy one, get one. So,
are they the same one?
He had to trade in shirts for it, I think.
Fucking idiot.
Boy, were they unhappy when they opened his return package.
Yeah, right.
Oh, my God. Speaking of that, we should do this first. Someone just emailed me, and this was Jay Horvath. Just sent this over to me. He goes, Carl, check this out. It'll give you a good example of how gross John is. This is the Stuttering John podcast going back a few years ago. This was the 11th episode ever. And he has Anthony Cumia on as a guest. But I want to start at the beginning. Listen to how this show used to sound. I mean, we all know what's going on with Stuttering John now. This is what his show used to be when he first started it.
The following is a PodcastOne.com production. He's a comedian known for asking uncomfortable questions to celebrities. The things you really want to know, but are kind of afraid to ask.
By any chance, do you have accidentally fart in the captain's face? Who the hell are you? For God's sake, that kind of damn question.
She's a comedian with a no-holds-barred attitude.
Goes, well, I never saw a pregnant woman on stage. Well, apparently never been to a really bad strip club.
Together, they'll interview celebrities about, well, everything in a show we call the Stuttering John Podcast. Love, romance, and other lies with Stuttering John and Tammy Pescatelli.
Sounds like a fucking show.
Yeah, this fall on NBC.
Yeah, like I feel like I'm listening to a show right now. Like, is this Stuttering John? Look at how bad he's gone. This is what it used to be. Podcast One. He's on a network.
Hold on a second.
Co-host.
Carl, yes, the production is clearly better.
Yeah.
But we can't pretend that John had anything to do with putting that together.
Of course not. He wouldn't know how to. If he did, he would do it again. All right, let's fast forward to the part that we want to listen to. And this is John describing how gross he is.
And the cat doesn't even give a shit I was here or gone. And I have no issues. It's great.
Changing the subject, but your cat's like I once went on the road for a week, and I left like a whole bunch of cat food, but I guess the litter box wasn't sparkling clean. And when I got home, I go to lie down on my bed, and there was cat shit right by my pillow. Like the cats, they literally took it out on me, and just like.
You were like fucking Walt in The Godfather instead of the horse head. He left you a cat shit as a little message.
And it happened twice, although the second time was my own. But
John's version of this is called The Bad Father. So what'd you do, John? Well, I cleaned it the next morning.
Yeah, I'm sure he took care of it eventually, or it took care of itself. Imagine leaving your shitty apartment with 3 cats in it and just filling up the food and going, all right, they'll be fine. That's not how cats work. You can't do that.
I showed him where the scoop was.
Yeah, I wrote it down for them.
What a fucking asshole. What a fucking asshole.
Carl, that shirt needs to be a WATP shirt with your face on it.
Ooh, that's not a bad idea.
Or just a consequence on the wheel.
Yeah, we have to wear a Dark Brandon shirt. That's a pretty funny consequence. I like that. I would never put a picture of my face on a t-shirt. It's just unattractive. You want people to buy shirts. You
Good
want it
point.
to be attractive looking. So
Well,
this guy...
apparently John doesn't care.
No, obviously not. So I want to start off by talking about how his guest, Alon Gold, is pretty funny guy. He's got some funny impressions. He used to be on the Howard Stern show. He does a Howard impression.
More people listen to me, Robin. Let me tell you something. More people listen to my show than any stupid Jay Leno show, Robin. Very good.
I love you, Elon. You're the best, man.
I'm all right.
All right, so he has this guy on who does a great impression, and John can do nothing with it.
Nothing.
He doesn't roll with them. He doesn't play along. It's like, John, you were on that show for 15 years. Can you say something?
You're great. Do it again.
Yeah, that was great. Like, John, that's how you host a show, you moron.
Would you please do the voice and tell me that you love me?
Yeah, right.
Right. He starts doing requests.
He starts treating like a cameo.
All right. So then this guy brings up Robert Smigel.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, you don't want to bring up Robert Smigel around Stuttering John. And what I love about this is that every single comedy writer respects Robert Smigel. Every single one.
Didn't he yell, "The puppet stole my bit" once?
Yes.
Fucking idiot.
I think you yelled it, but it was still funny. Okay. The puppet stole my bit. And it shit on my pillow.
Yeah.
Fucking bit me.
All right. This is every single comedy writer and comedian respects Robert Smigel. He's brilliant. I don't honestly, Vinny. I'm looking at you.
What do you want me to tell you? I beg to
right,
differ.
Exactly.
What do you want me to tell you?
That's what's so crazy about John. I don't know why he takes this stance. He's not going to get anywhere with anyone talking about how Robert Smigel's a hack. It's just doesn't work at any level.
And then, Smigel, obviously, the great genius Robert Smigel, he...
Who ripped off the Stuttering John interview act?
Well, I have no comment about that. I don't think Robert's...
Come on, he put on a dog puppet. He was still doing me.
Oh, that's funny. I know what you mean. That's funny. Robert is a friend and also a comedic genius, so I doubt that he steals anything from anybody. In fact, I know he doesn't. But I understand that it could have been influenced or inspired by, but I doubt it. Anyway.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him to just let him know, like, what are you talking about? Are you fucking nuts?
Again, proves my point. Drop the needle anywhere.
No matter where
Look
you
at
stop.
that fucking face.
John's always making a fucking weird face. We were talking about this at lunch today. I have to do thumbnails for all my YouTube videos. And John has made my life so easy for making thumbnails. We get 22,000 views within 24 hours because this fucking guy can't stop looking like a retard for more than 2 seconds. It's amazing.
There was a picture. I pulled up a video today, Carl.
Yeah.
It looked like the motherfucker should be like hustling senior coffees at the mall. He looks so fucking old and beat.
He's brutal. And by the way,
And that's not out of the question that he's not going to do that. I'm just saying.
when Barack Obama made the word retard illegal, he did not know that this was going to happen.
Yeah, right.
He would have been like, never mind.
Yeah.
Let's go back to using
We're
retard.
back in.
This makes a lot of sense.
Look at that face.
Can we talk about the greatest thing that I learned this past weekend was that John was hired by Royce to move arcade games? That was literally the job that he signed up for. Like, he gave up on show business years ago. I had no idea. I thought he was still in show business. He was installing
And
arcade
you know,
games.
if that interview that you did, there was some interesting things there. You're right.
That was interesting.
Not only did Royce look at him as like, this is my meal ticket, this is the guy who's helping propel my business, I'm also going to have him move a couple arcade games while I got some hands on the cheap. What the fuck was that relationship?
Bizarre. I really want to talk to Royce. I want to get Royce on the show. If anyone knows who Royce is, I'm sure I could figure it out. I could probably look him up.
I got to tell you, folks, I wouldn't bother listening to the whole episode. But, you know, that was a good part.
Is that what you're going to do now? How good was the Creep Off on Saturday night?
It was the best live show that's ever been recorded.
Yeah, if you guys don't listen to the Creep Off, check out the latest episode. Vinny dropped it today. It was the live show from the Comedy Club, and I just felt like it, for some reason, we did a really good job.
I got some messages from people. They said that was one of the funniest start-to-finish shows they've ever heard.
Yeah, the roast was great. The roast is behind the Patreon.
Yep.
So if you go to patreon.com/thecreepoff, right?
Yep.
All right.
when Carl is done editing the video will be up. But the good news is, folks, that late tonight, the roast will be up there. The audio version of it will be available. You'll be able to download it, listen to it, as with all of our other bonus episodes.
And everyone did a great job except for Tucker Dixon. And Dr. Steve was the funniest guy on the dais.
Yeah, no one saw that coming.
No one saw that coming. He has no confidence. He's constantly like, I don't know why I'm even here. And then he gets up there and crushes.
Rope-a-doped all of us.
He crushed all of us.
Yeah.
It was fucking amazing.
Rope-a-doped us. He pretended he was all rubber-legged walking up the stage.
Yeah, I know.
And then he just starts winding up jabs. Holy shit, he destroyed.
Speaking of roasting, I love what Alon does here with Stuttering John.
Well, first of all, can you see on the screen here? You know,
Unfortunately, I'm looking right at you.
okay, because it's
You look great, John. I'm kidding. You look great.
it's
Have you
been
gained weight?
Have you gained weight? That's a great question.
Okay.
I'm looking right at you. Have you gained weight?
Hamburger.
This episode I watched today that was live that you're going to cover, he went and got a shave and a haircut and color in his hair.
Oh, Jesus. He goes to Supercross and it doesn't look good.
It is... Trump's hair is better.
Yeah, right. Trump's is more natural. I believe that's real hair compared to what Stuttering John does.
Oh, my God.
With his hair.
He's like, I look 20 years younger. And I think Elon may have made him a little self-conscious, is my point.
That's funny. Yes, you're right. All right. So then John talks about how he likes to goof on people, too. Because, you know, John's a really funny roast comic, as you guys know.
Well, you know, I used to. There was a guy, one of the producers. His name was Walter, and I would walk past him. I go, "Hey, Walter, are you losing weight?" Just kidding.
Oh, that's why you're so beloved, John.
Jesus Christ.
That's why everybody had to love you, John.
What a fucking retard. I can't say it enough. The guy's talking about a joke that no one thought was funny from
especially Walter.
From the hallway of the Tonight Show. Again, John's always doing a show for no one to see.
And he's like,
bragging about it.
I did that a lot.
Everyone laughed their asses off.
So what's great is that John
Walter committed suicide.
Oh, even Milhouse is scoring on me. So what's great is that John brings this guy on who's been on the Howard Stern show. They know each other going back decades. But John does not know how to pronounce his name, even when corrected.
So Elon, getting back to Jeff Goldblum.
By the way, Elon, this is what Howard called me, Elon. Now we have Elon Musk finally. So now, after 50 years of...
Did I just say Elon?
No, it's okay, and I don't care what you say. I'm just saying it's so funny that you call me Elon the way Howard called me Elon. It's really Elon. Just like... now that we have... No, it's not... I don't give a shit.
So it's like Ivan, only
Right,
Elon.
it's Elon. And now that we have Elon Musk, finally people are getting my name right. But apparently you're stuck in the 80s, and you're still Stuttering John.
So it's Elon.
No, the opposite, Elon.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit, you're stupid. He went through the whole thing, and John even gave himself a trick. Oh, like Ivan. He even gave himself a trick to figure it out, and then he still fucked it up.
That, you know, when he does things like that shirt looks smarter than him. What a dope.
What a dumb dope. And again, no matter where you pause it.
Yeah.
This one, he looks like this looks like how he looks when his wife told him she was leaving.
I'm still thinking about the weight comment.
I have gained weight, actually. Wish you wouldn't bring it up. Guys, I don't want anyone to feel sympathetic towards Stuttering John. That's never my goal. But this guy has done so much damage to his brain. I don't think he's operating with a full deck.
Let me ask you a question.
Point.
Let me ask you a question. You got John, as is right now, and you have a business that sells arcade machines. You gonna let him deliver?
No! I'm gonna need some insurance for this shit. Fuck.
Ooh, downhill John.
All right. So then Alon talks about how he got a recurring role on Curb Your Enthusiasm and how exciting that was for him because Curb is a great show. It's a brilliant show. And if you're a comedian, that's a show that you want to get on.
I couldn't believe it. Killed those. They invite me back for a third episode. So now now it's like a recurring role on Curb, which is like beyond a dream come true for anyone, any comedian. Yeah.
I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, it happened already. You didn't watch it, you
Can
idiot?
you talk to Larry about me?
Well,
I told you not to be stupid, you moron.
I don't have HBO. I got to get it.
You don't watch Curb?
I only watch the clips on YouTube.
John can't afford HBO.
When my neighbor's Wi-Fi is working.
Yeah, right. Then I can watch it on YouTube. How is he in show business? He doesn't have HBO? It's $14 a month, John. Really?
That's 6 cores.
I'm starting to think that he's poor. I am starting to think that Stuttering John is poor.
What are you talking about? He has 2 new shirts.
Yeah. Also, I love the fact that he goes, "Whoa, you're on Curb." He's like, "That was 10 years ago. I was on Curb." Like, thanks.
I also like how he
congratulates him.
He congratulates him. It's like so great because that's what John wants. Whenever he talks about his accomplishments, he wants other people to say that to him. Like, "Wow, that's amazing." You're on
the horn. You played the horn, John.
Yeah, wow. How good were you in second grade? The best? Oh, wow. That's amazing. So, and by the way, again, I love this guy. Alon Gold is hilarious on the show. He made it so entertaining, and he's so fed up with John throughout the entire thing. But because he has to say that he did something that was a good accomplishment that he was proud of, John has to immediately talk about all of his accomplishments and how he's also great.
Well, you know what? That would be like, for me to be a guest on the Tonight Show, that was like the pinnacle, you know.
Yep.
As any comic, I mean, just to be a guest on that iconic show, it was like, I made it.
Yeah, he either drank a gallon of OJ or he's really taken with himself.
Or I'm coming home to you, Howard.
Can you back it up? I mean, since you have a pause, even though you set the table for this and you would think, oh, here comes the same fucking thing again.
Yeah.
I can't wait. It's like opening just another present.
I know.
On Christmas.
Because
it's an endless Christmas.
Because what John does, and I don't know if he realizes this, I'm guessing he doesn't, is he squashes the conversation. This guy's talking about doing Curb. You could talk about Larry David. You can talk about the experience, all sorts of things. That conversation could go somewhere. And John ruins it by saying, oh, you know what else? I was on the Jay Leno show. I was like, yeah, no, I know.
That was like the pinnacle, you know.
Yep.
As any comic, I mean, just to be a guest on that iconic show, it was like I made it.
Is there
you know
a
what I mean?
roach
Like
in
you
his
have
pants?
that, but not only being a guest, but killing it. You know, like just having.
But you did panel, not stand up, right?
I did panel, but I did all my jokes on the panel.
Wow.
I love Elon's reaction to that. I did panel, but I did all my jokes. Wow.
Wow, you really did do panel.
I mean,
you did the most paneling panels ever paneled. Good job.
And we know paneling.
I know a thing or two about panels.
Hashtag brave. I mean, what the fuck are you? You did your bits on the panel where you're supposed to be having a natural conversation, and you're saying you killed.
Well, it's almost like he felt for a second like, well, no, I didn't do stand-up on there, but I'm hilarious. But yeah, I kind of did. I kind of did do stand-up. I'm just that funny.
I thought he
just wasn't me telling the jokes.
Yeah, right. I let Jay do it. He's pretty good at it.
This is the shit I hate. This is like the comedian one-upsmanship
Yes.
shit where he's trying to like, I'm on your level.
No one else does this. Only John.
Elon.
I know. Only Stuttering John does this, and I just labeled this track Glory Days.
No, but it was so like surreal. It was being at the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. I equated to that, you know, the Eminem song, you know, fucking just lose yourself in the moment, you know, and I did.
I love watching Vinny's reaction. He can't believe what John's saying. Like, it's like the Eminem song. What?
To be fair, John, you lost yourself a long time ago.
Yeah. I lost myself in the 80s. I mean, the moment.
I'm speechless with that.
Yeah. I know.
I mean, not only is that the douchiest thing I've ever heard someone say, but he did it in such a way that made it 1,000 times worse.
Yeah. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, John understands that jokes have context to them. And you can't just take words out of context.
I'm learning every day.
Yeah, it's amazing. All of a sudden he figures this out.
Let me ask you, Elon, you prepare? I got to get my bits in on the panel.
You know what's so sad? It was an obvious joke, but somebody will take it as
correct. That happened.
Yeah, John's the one who does that. John is the one who literally tries to get Twitter support and GLAAD and any organization he can to get people in trouble over things that they say. And he's like, oh, you know what's sad about that? Someone's going to tell on me. No, you tell on people, John.
Could you imagine, like, if he did talk to any of these agencies, like, how far he would even get in the process of getting them angry before they hung up on him?
Right.
Like
that's not what we
hello,
do here,
GLAAD.
John. Right.
I'd like to report an abuser. This reminds me a lot of when I was on The Tonight Show.
Click. Yeah, Jay Leno used to talk to me about transgender people and... Shut up.
He didn't care for that.
That's what they would say.
Just shut up.
Sir, would you shut up?
Just shut the fuck up. So finally, Elon has had enough. He's had enough of this interview. And for the third
I
week...
can tell by the body language here.
For the third week in a row, John's guest wants to leave before the show's over. I love this.
There's so much to talk to you about. How did you get...
Aren't we running out of time?
I'm not running out of time.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
what is he doing to his hand?
Because I haven't even introduced you to my audience because you've been killing it for so long.
Oh.
How, like...
What is he, a cheat
crib
I don't know. But you know what's interesting? Because I always point out he's got these weird sores all over his hands because he's fucking picking at it.
One more
like
question.
A meth head.
Does this look infected?
Yeah. What is wrong with him? Why is he doing this?
Like, introduce you to my audience because you've been killing it for so long.
Oh.
How, like...
You know, too much of me is not a good thing, right?
What?
You know, too much of me is not a good thing.
You interrupted my itching.
I've always known you, and you've always been a good guy.
John is so confused.
He doesn't know what the fuck.
He's so confused. All I was trying to say is like, look, let's not do this forever. Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad I had a good appearance. Let's end this now. You know, leave people wanting more. And John has no. He's like, what? What does that mean? Leave people wanting more.
Okay, hold on. Lawyers, guns, and money in the Discord. His palms are itchy, knees weak, arms are jiggly. There's vomit on a sweater already. Major O'Jetty.
A new Eminem song coming to fruition.
Holy
That's funny. Put that to music.
Please, somebody
Yeah,
not
right.
be reading it.
What?
You know, too much of me is not a good thing.
I've always known you, and you've always been a good guy.
No. I'm saying too much of me. If this goes too long, people are just going to get sick and tired of
No,
me.
I don't think they will. In fact,
right, fine.
I think these people.
John's not picking up that I have to go in a few minutes. Anyway, the point is,
Wait a second. Do you really have to go now?
Yes.
Oh my God.
How many times does he have to say it, John?
How many
He wants-
humans have said this to
He
him?
wants to go.
I agree with John, though. People are not bored of this. Keep this
No,
going.
that is true.
Yeah.
I finally agree with him on something.
All right. Well, let's fast forward to John mispronouncing his name again while also flexing for some reason.
Like I said, he's been on this show a bunch. And by the way, Elon. Yeah, because I want to get it right. But look, Jay Leno's been on the show. Larry the Cable Guy's been on the show. Richard Lewis.
Look at
has
his
been on
reactions
the
to
show.
this. Like, he can't believe this is happening right now. He's just like, I've never been on a show where the guy bragged about the other guests he's had on before.
Elon kind of looks like you in that picture.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a good look.
Get it right, but look, Jay Leno's been on the show. Larry the Cable Guy's been on the show. Richard Lewis has been on the show.
Love Richard.
Howie Mandel's been on the show.
love
He hates John.
Yeah.
He hates this. He's like, what is going on right now?
Can we have Elon on?
I would love to have Elon going on because he's fucking hilarious on this show. He wants nothing to do with John. And John is put off by the fact that comics don't drink alcohol like they used to. Like, John likes guys who like drink, you know, and all these guys are not drinking anymore.
And buy drinks.
Like, guys who buy drinks even more, yeah. Because Elon's drinking, like, I don't know, some type of green juice or something. And John, he doesn't like that. What, vegetable? Well, could be drinking beer.
Okay.
I'm going to be very LA now, and I'm going to drink my drink. You could drink your little beer. I'm going to drink my pressed juice.
Yeah, I know. And that's what kills me because what happened to the old comics? Like now, I do stand up with Russ Maneve and he's drinking lattes. Like, you know, I was a big fan of Kinnison. He'd be drinking fucking. Artie and I would be backstage. He'd be pounding Jack Daniels. I'd be drinking beer. And now it's lattes and fucking pressed juice.
For the record, this is my sun is out drink. The sun is out.
Yeah, it's daytime.
When the moon comes out, there are other spirits and wines that go in here.
You hear that, John? He doesn't want to day drink on the internet with you.
What about when there's a green screen?
I also love that John's examples of comics he used to drink are drug addicts who had a serious problem. Yeah. Sam Kinison, Artie Lang, these are drug addicts. Why don't people do that anymore? Because it's very unhealthy.
I know.
These people, you know, it didn't lead to good things for them.
At least one of them's dead.
At least one of them at this time is definitely dead.
And why would he give a fuck?
I know. Why does he care?
Are you making me look bad?
Yeah, why isn't everyone getting drunk and hammered? What's going on? So then
it's beer on the balcony.
Yeah, Elon. So John now, because I don't know if you know this, but Elon Gold is a Jewish gentleman. John now wants to brag.
Where do you hide your gold?
John wants to brag about all the things that he's done for the Jewish people.
Oh, no.
Dude, this is insane.
Oh, no.
I know. I can't even believe he goes there.
I'm already embarrassed for him.
Elon, I'm Danish, and my great uncle ran the Danish underground, smuggling Jews out of Denmark.
That is actually amazing and impressive and so cool.
Yes,
Who
in
would
fact,
knew that anyone in your family did anything of note and worth?
Yeah. Look at how smug he is as he delivers this information about his great uncle.
And by the way,
Yeah,
Elon,
I affected you.
I'm Danish, and my great uncle.
How can he be that smug talking about somebody you've never met? It has nothing to do with you at all, John.
It's more like I remember something.
Yeah,
And,
right.
Here we go.
Wow. Very impressive, John.
That was either my uncle or Oscar Schindler. I don't recall.
They're both great.
So they get into this whole conversation about Howard Stern, and Alon used to be on Stern, and there was one time he was late because of traffic, and he was never on again because Howard doesn't deal with that shit. Like, if I book you, you better be here, and if you're not. So then John starts airing all of his grievances, obviously, about Howard Stern.
Popcorn. He gave me popcorn.
He's got a few, Elon.
Yeah. How about Robin? Any discussions with her, or is she on Team Howard?
They're not allowed to. Well, this is just a fact, and I know this because Baba Booey gave a meeting to all the staff. They're not allowed to associate with any of us. Anybody that's left, no one on the staff is allowed to talk to, and that's.
But Gary was a really good friend of yours.
Yeah, but Gary's not allowed. Even when Gary's wife's father died, I DM'd him and said, "Please give Mary, my condolences." He was not allowed to reply to me.
Sounds like bullshit, right? So I went ahead and called up my friend Shuli just now and said, I just heard John say the dumbest fucking thing. He said that, and Howard's crazy. So I'm like, maybe. So I go, is it true that Howard Stern tells the staff who they're allowed to talk to? He said, no, that's not true at all. Shuli still talks to everyone over there. It's just not true. Howard doesn't say, like, once someone leaves, you're not allowed to be friends with them anymore. Howard doesn't give a fuck about Stuttering John. Right. And by the way, I've had people reach out to me who work on the Howard Stern show currently, who are huge fans of what we're doing. Like, everyone from the Howard Stern show is watching Uncle Rico. They're watching us. They're watching Anthony Cumia. They're watching ROTC. Everyone is loving the beatdown the Stuttering John is getting on the internet on a daily basis at this point.
They're like, get him back for Walter.
Walter didn't deserve it.
It is an amazing party where there's only one guy who's just not having fun at it. He's like the designated driver at his own party.
Yeah, you're right.
Wow.
How long do I have to be out with you guys? You're all getting hammered.
Which is very ironic.
Yeah, right.
That analogy.
That's so funny. I just thought that was great. He's like, me and Gary were best friends. No, you weren't. You fucking made fun of him every day. He hated you.
Right.
And he doesn't talk to you anymore. That's how I know. He doesn't like you.
Maybe there was a meeting, and maybe it was just like, do yourself a favor and talk to anybody except this guy.
Right, maybe. Well,
you think Jay Leno watches this show just out of curiosity?
Maybe.
That's interesting. Jay, come on the show. Hey, guys, I think it's kind of funny. You goof on John. He says stupid shit. He's drunk. Yeah.
He's going to fall off that balcony one of these days.
Yeah. Oh, my God. So, anyway, John's full of shit. He loves to explain that he's got inside knowledge on what's going on the Howard Stern show. No one there talks to him because they don't want to. He doesn't know anything that's going on there. He's a liar. John is a fucking liar. He's lying. You lying liar. All right. So then at this point, Alon, who's, by the way, we're 20 minutes past him saying, can I go now? Yeah. He's still hanging in there.
I can tell by his face.
Yeah, he's still hanging in there. And now he wants to know, are we even talking to anyone? Is there any audience for this show that we're doing right now, John? Because it's a waste of his time, And he's starting to why am I doing this?
It's, these are just from my paying.
Right, with the Patreon kind of things.
Patreon and YouTube.
Got it.
But these people these people, Elon, wherever you go, if you're performing in any of the places that any of these people live in, I guarantee they're going to get front seat, to see you. They're that loyal.
They're going to get front seat to see you. They're that loyal. I guarantee if you go anywhere where the 3 people watching this are.
If you're driving an Uber in that town, they'll get in the front seat.
They're getting the front seat.
What did he hope to achieve with that sentence?
Dude, this gets crazier and crazier, but let me just back that up because we have
call to action from the Stuttering John show is just huge. The reactions are amazing. People.
I guarantee you, all you're going to be hearing about is what a great appearance you had on Beer on the Balcony.
Yeah.
That's all anyone's going to be talking about.
From everyone who's watching.
Yeah. Curb Your Enthusiasm? Fuck that noise. Yeah. No one watches that shit. Who can afford HBO?
People love. I mean, these people, Elon, wherever you go, if you're performing in any of the places that any of these people live in, I guarantee they're going to get front seat. To see you. They're that loyal.
Really?
Yes.
I'm just waiting for the first person to come over to me after this and say, I saw you on the Stuttering John. I love that interview. That'll be.
I guarantee it'll happen.
He's not listening.
So he's goofing out into his face at this point. And John is totally oblivious to this. He's going, yeah, exactly. That's what happens. Like, no.
I just told you that.
No, that's not what happens at all.
Correct, sir.
So now this guest wants to get into numbers. Like, okay, you're telling me that this is really good for my career.
Since you're going to keep going, I will too.
How many people are watching this show?
Yeah.
This is fucking funny.
Wow. Do we have live ratings? Do we know if there's more than 19 people watching this now?
Well, of course there's going to be more.
I'm joking, but do you know numbers now?
By the way, there probably literally are 19 people watching this.
Yeah.
Because that's John's audience is not very big, Vinny. I don't know if you know
Does
that.
he hide how many patrons he has?
Yes. Of course he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not being like humble.
Yeah, it's not because he's being humble. It's because he's embarrassed. Is why.
I don't want to
I'm
make
so disappointed in him right now.
I feel bad.
That's not the Stuttering John I know.
I'm joking, but do you know numbers now?
Elon.
I know 3
Elon.
and 7.
Do I know numbers?
I teach algebra,
I teach fucking
sir.
algebra, motherfucker. Do I know numbers?
I know letters.
Yeah.
I'm almost there with colors. I can't quite figure out green
Shapes.
screens.
I know symbols.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
See, that would have been a good joke.
Elon. My my regular show. I don't know if you heard. I pranked Donald Trump and got him to call me from Air Force One.
Dude, can you even believe this? The guy asked a very simple question. Do you know people are watching this show? Do you have data on that? And his response is, I pranked Trump 4.5 years ago.
It was a good one.
It wasn't.
I know that I'm backing things up too much. I have to watch that again.
No, please do it again. Please.
See, my regular show. I don't know if you heard. I pranked Donald Trump and got him to call me from Air Force One.
Amazing, yeah.
I make global news.
Yep, saw that.
I've had over 2 million downloads to my shows.
Yeah.
Finally, he throws out a number.
Do you know how many times he's taken that tone of voice with a bartender or a waiter?
Oh, yeah.
I'm 2 million downloads, Stuttering John.
Yeah.
Oh, that is kind
And
of
you want me to pay
awful.
50 cents for an extra blue cheese? How dare you, sir?
All right. So we're trying to figure out if anyone's watching the show.
Yeah, and if he's actually going to say a number.
And if he's actually going to say a number. And then John gets very smug here. And this is ironic.
Yeah.
I've been...
No, I'm downplaying your fame and popularity.
I figured out how to make money by sitting on my ass in my own house.
That is the greatest thing in the world, and I'm so happy for you. But my point is, I was saying 19 people. It was the joke. There could be 190,000 people. There could be 1.9 million people watching this. But my point is, do you know how many are watching while you do this? Do you know? Because like when I go live on Instagram, I know it's 332 people are watching me
like that. Because what's going to happen now, even though I have a...
Okay, so this is great. Because yes, you do know how many people are watching. I know how many people are watching this right now, 109. It was 110. I must have done something wrong, so I would have left.
Did you hear him just say?
Yeah.
Did you hear him just say, I figured out how to stay at home and make money working on my ass?
Yes.
What you do is you say you have a friend's loved one who has cancer.
Yeah, I figured out the formula. It's called charity scams. And that's so funny. John's like all proud of himself that he's making money from his house. He doesn't make money and he doesn't live in a house. I make money from my house. Like literally what he just described is what I am doing. John is not. Fucking idiot. All right, let's back that up again because I can't get enough of these clips. It's insane.
Watching while you do this. Do you know? Because like when I go live on Instagram, I know it's 332 people are watching me
like that. Because what's going to happen now, even though I have which you can't see because people like to post these shows that are only for my channel members and post them all over the place.
So John's flex is that the people who goof on him, the people who are the haters and the trolls, take these clips and post them where everyone comments about what a dumb idiot he is. And he's trying to say that that's what brings his numbers up. That's not the brag I would have gone for there.
Oh, I didn't even see
Yeah.
that. Oh, wow.
Yeah, no.
Elon, you will be impressed with how many people hate me.
I thought you were saying they're already making fun of me. I don't need to give them more fuel for
No,
that.
check
Okay.
this out. Because he's going, how many people even watch this thing? And this is great.
All right.
Yeah, no, it's not like that, because what's going to happen now, even though I have which you can't see, because people like to post these shows that are only for my channel members and post them all over the place. And I've gotten them taken down because they try and do it for free.
So now he's totally forgotten what his point is. And
yeah, right.
Right, because now he's going to start talking about how he has to get these videos taken down.
Yeah,
for
he's
some
just going to
reason.
start talking about the trolls, right?
Yeah.
Over the place. And I've gotten them taken down because they try and do it for free. So when all the on Reddit and Discord, this will be seen by a lot of people illegally.
Racism.
Pretty soon, Elon can have one of these moonlight drinks.
Yeah, I know. It's going on that long. I can swap it out now. Is that the craziest thing John has ever said? He's bragging about the fact that people take his show and goof on him.
And they will buy front row seats.
He is right, though. That's what
finally.
most people who watch this will be people who hate Stuttering John and think he sucks. He is right about that. I'm just surprised he said it out loud to his guest.
This is groundbreaking.
It really is.
In therapy, this would be called a breakthrough.
Totally. We made a lot of progress today, John. Now, did you write down the notes? Did you write this down? Are you going to remember this?
I got it all up here.
So John is now trying to say that this is the show that he does that's not political, but because he's a moron, he says it completely wrong.
Because these are like this is because every other show I do is non-political. This is my one show where I just get to talk to my friends, comedians.
I love it.
This is the one show. Wait, what did he say?
He got it wrong.
I got it wrong.
Yeah.
Because these are like
This is not his friend.
Because
He's gaslighting
every
us
other
again.
show I do.
Yeah, I know. Like, wait a second. That's not the case, is it?
Sorry, one more time.
All right. No, that's fine. This is great because now Owan has told him, I want to go. Can I go? Can I please go?
Yeah.
So now he has to go to my battery's going to die.
He is a
I'm
teacher.
calling
He has
the
to
cops.
dismiss him.
Plus, you're a working stand-up. I mean,
Yeah, let alone you. You think I have time for you? I don't have time for this. Are we still doing this?
Yes.
Thank God. By the way, thank God my laptop has only like 13% battery. So this interview will be over when this just shuts down.
When I hit this button.
Yeah.
I wouldn't admit to 13.
I know. He should have said 7. I know. Honestly,
3, 2, 1.
is there any hint you could give John that he would get?
I think we're breaking up.
I think you could serve him. I think you'd understand that.
I think he'd know that.
Right.
Holy shit. So now we're 50 minutes in. He's tried to leave thrice. And John says, hold on a second. I have prepared questions for you. And he reads his first prepared question.
What do you think of me?
Wait a second. Now, Elon.
Yeah.
I have to know. I was going to ask you, what age did you start doing comedy and why?
And our time is up. So anyway, it's been good. No.
What a terrible question.
Well, those are 2 questions, but
What age did you start doing comedy and why? Who fucking cares? And by the way, the answer is to get laid. Yes. That's always the answer. Why do you think I play guitar?
Gonna need that in 200 words. By Monday.
What age? Who gives a shit? That was his prepared question.
Yeah.
That he couldn't wait for. So, of course, his answer is he enjoys writing jokes.
all right.
Okay? Makes sense.
Sure.
When you're a joke writer, you do it because you enjoy it. And of course, John says the most unintentionally funny thing he possibly could say when this comes up.
and I love just writing jokes too. So it was like
I love that too.
Right?
Well, how would you know? How would you know if you enjoyed writing jokes, John? You've never done it.
Well, I mean, when Jackie does it.
Yeah, I enjoy watching Jackie write my jokes. What is he talking about?
Drop the fucking needle anywhere. That fucking face. Fucking bingo.
They got me again.
That's the end of our show.
So then, Alon's story is he was doing this stand-up show. He's doing impressions, and all of the comics were bombing. It was like an open mic thing. And then Adam Sandler comes up, and Adam Sandler crushes, and he realizes, okay, the audience is not the problem here. You can do well in front of this audience. Now, what do you think is going to happen when John hears the name Adam Sandler?
Eskimo Brothers.
Exactly. He has to bring up the fact that Adam Sandler banged his ex-wife when they were going to NYU together.
I hit it too.
He was the first guy in like 5 comedians to connect with the audience, and all of a sudden you heard the laughs because his quirky bits about Elvis is living in my fridge, like crazy bits he's doing. And it's just so weird and funny that I calmed down. I went, all right, this guy who I never saw in my life, I don't know who he was. I go, if this guy can get laughs and he's doing these weird, funny bits and he's getting that means the audience is alive, and they're not just terrible.
That's why you're lucky to have a virgin wife, because Sandler banged my wife before I did it. And then when
Earlier in the conversation, Alon says that he lost his virginity to his wife and vice versa, and he's only been with one woman his entire life. And so John has to bring this back because he heard Adam Sandler. He's just waiting, just buying his time. Just like, give me a second. I got to get this information out there.
To have a virgin wife, because Sandler banged my wife before I did it. And then when
I got to hear this story right now.
I think you just heard it.
I was watching.
But Elon, your computer, remember?
Oh yeah, so it's 8%, 7.
It's true.
They just dated. It was a one night, or what? What happened?
He was in love with my wife at NYU, and they ended up having sex, and it always bothered me.
He makes it sound like a
until I got over
concept.
Every time you see Adam, you think this guy was probably better than me with my wife. This guy probably made my wife happier than
he couldn't have lasted that long.
Did you guys see what just happened?
Yeah, a lot.
John goes, yeah, Adam Sandler fucked my wife, and it's always bothered me. That's comfortable.
It bothered her too every time she looked at John.
Yeah, whoops.
But Elon's a great strategist. He knows that laugh's going to last forever, and he can say whatever the fuck he wants underneath it.
That's true.
He's like,
That's true.
Yeah. So it turns out that...
Let's watch that again.
Yeah.
I got to hear this story right now.
Is that going to
It's true.
They just dated. It was a one night, or what? What happened?
He was in love with my wife at NYU, and they ended up having sex, and it always bothered me until I got over it.
Every time you see Adam,
it always bothered me until I got over it.
Yeah,
it's not a good sentence.
We can tell.
Dude, I've heard less chilling laughs from Bellevue than this fucking guy. Those laughs are insane.
Oh, you stayed there?
Yeah.
Visited
How
a friend.
was it?
All right, I'll play one more clip. This is from the beginning of the show. And Alon Gold's talking about Harlem and how scary it was there in the 90s. But, these are obviously very liberal people in show business in Hollywood. You can't say things like, scary people live in Harlem.
What'd you call fireworks as a kid, Elon?
Yeah, exactly.
This was back when Harlem was Harlem, man. This is back when, maybe you don't want to park your car in, and that's not a racial thing, and that's not anything. It's a neighborhood thing, okay? Yes. I grew up in the Bronx. I know about neighborhoods.
Yeah, it's all the scary Japanese people in Harlem. That's that's not a racial thing. Well, I don't know. Who does live in Harlem? I think we can figure this out if we wanted to check it out. Anyway.
Where's the match game music?
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba.
Oh, that's a good one, too, though.
Harlem is a problem because of the blanks.
People who annoy you.
Naggers.
racist match game. I think it's the greatest idea anyone's ever come up with. And I'm only saying that because I came up with it.
Yeah, well, it'll be a Netflix special.
Wait until I'm being interviewed on a show 20 years from now.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about, like, I came up with this amazing idea.
Did you know I invented
racist match game?
Yeah. Racism and games.
People love racism. They love game shows.
Yeah.
Why not combine the two?
Synergy.
So, AJ, I don't want to recap the whole thing with Stuttering John where you gave him... Are you a southpaw, by the way? Because you gave him a nice left hook.
Actually, it was a left. Yeah, it was a left. You know why? I'm a righty.
Okay.
Honest to God, I'm a righty. If I wanted to hurt him, it would have been a right-handed fist. It was a left-handed smack. That just goes to show how I didn't want to hurt the guy. Just wanted to wake him up.
Well, I think you woke him up. So I'm just going to play a quick clip. But I don't want to like dwell in the past too much. But this is why this is why we love you, AJ, because you've hit Stuttering John and you fulfilled all our dreams.
It's going to be in my obituary, so let's roll it.
Okay. This is just an example. This is the aftermath. After you hit him.
Now watch. Listen. Oh, it's the aftermath because if you show the smack, you'll see that Gary's teeth took the brunt of it.
Yeah. Yes, I did see that.
Yeah, I really did.
This is the aftermath. They bring you back in studio, and this is Stuttering John acting like not only a tough guy, but like that he can take a joke real well. And that's why this is funny in 2022, because we all know John cannot take a joke.
You can't take a little criticism?
What did they say?
No, it's not one call, two calls. Big reporter who can't take a little criticism. You can report on my whole. You can't take a little criticism.
I do take it. I love those.
Oh, yeah, you take it. You smack somebody because you put a phone call through.
I smack somebody because it does it too often to me.
Too often? Oh, I can take it, but only in small.
No, I take it all the time, John. I take it all the time.
Listen to John. Oh, you can't take criticism? John.
You know,
AJ definitely woke him up.
The thing is, I was on, the E! channel had just canceled my talk show, which I was pissed off about, and they were paying me a lot of money, like almost $400,000 to not talk about what happened. So I was on a deal with them to keep my mouth shut. So he kept pushing me, and I finally had to erupt. But that's what pissed me off, that I couldn't tell the people what happened with my talk show, and John kept going there, and I just erupted. But I wasn't trying to fucking knock him out, or else I would have knocked him out.
Oh, no. John is obnoxious and should be punched in the face way more often than he is. One of his quips to AJ when AJ was on the Howard Stern show, he goes, what does that stand for? Arrogant jerk?
I know.
Good one, John.
That's it there.
Pretty good stuff.
You know,
what a comedian.
I'm a street guy. And I told the whole country, one more call gets through, I'm going to smack this guy. So I warned him. Then he makes the call himself.
Yeah.
I'm walking down the hall. I said I'm going to smack him, and I smacked him. And they call it a jap attack. It was you japped him. No, I announced to the whole country I'm going to hit the guy. Yeah. He should have been ready.
Don't apologize on this show, my friend. We are celebrating what you did. we are all loving it.
And John, and we made up, for the last several years, up until like a year and a half ago, I did his show, we were on good terms. And then eventually he'd say something stupid again. And one day I just erupted and told everybody, he's a fucking nobody. He can't get hired. No one's going to hire him anymore. He can't hold a job down. His podcast sucks. He just rails about Stern and his life. And it's sad. And there's nothing else he can do.
All right.
So he's collecting... he's collecting 2 pensions. He's got the radio pension. He's got the Tonight Show pension. I'm sure he's doing fine, but I don't think that fine.
I don't think he's doing that fine. Actually, I invited someone else on the show. I got him last minute, but he was uncovering that there might have been some missed child support payments. I don't want to get into that right now.
Yeah,
I don't think John's doing great, is my point.
Well, I don't mean great, but I mean, at least he has a couple of pensions. Without those,
right.
I don't know what the hell would go on,
A couple new shirts.
Yeah. I don't want the guy to be on his ass. I mean,
me neither.
We all came up together. We had a great time for years.
So that's what I wanted to talk to you about, AJ, because you did do the Stuttering John show pretty early on, like going back to 2016. You were a guest on there a few times, and you guys, mended the fence and everything like that. Then you did Beer on the Balcony. I think that's the last time probably you talked to him when you did a show.
Yeah, I think at the time. Remind me what happened. I think I told him off, right, or something like that.
Well, it was actually we played clips of it on the show, and you didn't really tell him off too badly, but it was after the fact. You were railing on him for how drunk he got on his own show and how unprofessional he was.
Yeah, he just drinks the whole show, man. And he, that was his shtick. He just drinks the whole show, and
it's not a shtick.
I know, I know. But obviously, if you drink that much, you're really depressed. There's no reason to keep doing it.
Right.
And the show suffered. Whether the show was good or not, I can't tell you. I only heard it when I was on it, but it just sounded awful, and he just got more rambunctious and nasty. And who wants to listen to that shit, man?
Are you following what's going on with this whole Stuttering John thing? Where there's
Tell
our
me,
show, there's the Revenge of the Cis guys, there's Anthony
the Cis
Cumia.
guy. Let me say one thing. The Legend of the what's it called? Legend of the what? Cis? I forget how to say
Revenge of the Cis.
Revenge of the Cis.
Yeah.
I did this show a long time ago, and I said something about Ali Sheedy that they didn't like. I was like, I didn't believe Ali Sheedy, whatever she said about being sexually harassed, some bullshit. They got so offended, and they were on the attack against me. They're assholes. But I do once in a while listen to their show, and they have a good banter together. They do. They do have a good banter, but I don't know why they got so mad at me. We're kind of the same people. They just appeared too woke that day that I couldn't make fun of fucking Ali Sheedy.
That's surprising. It doesn't sound like those guys. You're talking about Royce and Mersh?
I'm sure you can find it online. They ripped me apart because I made fun of Ali Sheedy. I think she said she was sexually molested or something, or harassed, and I said, who the hell's gonna harass Ali Sheedy? She hasn't looked good since Breakfast Club, And they got offended. I think it went that way.
All right.
And
well,
then, whatever.
It doesn't sound like those guys. But what's great is that those guys, Shuli now is doing the Uncle Rico show. It's only dedicated to Stuttering John. So all these people, there's like a whole ecosystem that's cropped up. There's the subreddit Dabblers Anonymous. Are you following any of this? Like everyone goofing on John piling on?
No,
it's
I'd
so
love
much
to
fun.
hear about it though. I know Shuli. I'd love to hear about this stuff. What are they saying about him?
Well, what they're doing, there's a subreddit called Dabblers Anonymous. And,
Dabblers Anonymous, okay.
Yeah,
you gotta back it up.
I'll back it up real quick. So, and Chrissy Mayer, who's in our Discord right now, I just saw. Chrissy, if you want to come on, I can send you the StreamYard link. But so Chrissy had John on her show years ago and said, so I didn't realize you dabbled in comedy because he was talking about stand-up. And that offended John so bad. He's like, dabbled? He's acting like he's a big shot stand-up comedian.
The rest is history.
Yeah. So ever since then, everyone likes to call John the Dabbler. And so Dabblers Anonymous came up, and all people do is make movie posters and pull clips and make videos. It's some, like the stuff behind us here. It's some of the greatest shit you've ever seen. And it's like thousands and thousands of people who the only thing they like to do is goof on Stuttering John.
Wow, that's great. Well, John will make you think he wrote jokes for Jay Leno for years.
Yep. Oh, no, he says that all the time.
Right. He's a comedy writer. He wrote the bits for Stern. He doesn't understand. Howard just trotted him out because he was dumb enough and young enough to say whatever Howard told him to say. That's not writing a bit.
Well,
it's just following directions.
Let's not forget that the famous incident we were talking about, going back to 2002 or something like that, when you punched him, he was the phone screener. That's what he was doing. He was letting phone calls through.
Yeah, that was his job.
That was his job.
And every time he came in the studio, Howard would roll his eyes. No one wanted him in the studio.
It's true. Yeah, it's
because
so true.
The thing about the Stern Show, when the commercials are on, Howard gets up. He's very much different than he is on the air. Not that it's an act, but there's a little bit of a personality shift when the show's off the air, and then you really hear what's going on. You hear the dynamics of the show, and you hear Howard mad at John for different things that no one will ever hear on air, and you go, okay, obviously John is strictly an employee on this show. Like you forget when you listen on air, you think they're all part of like a big show, but no. John, you're a lower level employee. That's what you are. And Howard's the CEO. And he would light into him. Yeah. But no one hears that. They only give you fun stuff to nibble on, but there was bigger issues back then.
Well, John's revisionist history now is he talks about how he was in the inner circle with Howard. He would stay over at Howard's house. They went out to dinner together. They'd go jogging together. They were all best buddies. I know.
Can we talk about, I got a crew cut. I buzzed my hair. I never went for hair transplants. I didn't feel, I think my career would have went on like another 7 years if I had good hair, but I wouldn't do it. Howard has to be pulling on a big wig every day. And at that age, I don't know. Like, I would feel like I'm going to a costume party if I was pulling on a wig that big every day before I go on air. I mean, it's just, I don't know what it is. It's gigantic, and there's no way.
It's a hair system. It's not a wig. It's a hair system.
System?
Yeah, it kind of covers all the spots.
Yeah, because when you get in your 50s, you lose the hair in the back of your head. That's why whenever you see an actor on TV with a full head of hair at 68 years old, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Some guys got good pieces. Pacino's got a great piece. Ted Danson's had a piece for 35 years. No one knows he's bald. But Howard just keeps. Yeah. But Howard keeps going with this wig. I can't get over it.
He'll never admit it either.
No,
I can tell you how many times they've had fights in there, and he'll be like, "Oh, well, you didn't pull on it," but he'll never actually let you come over to him and pull on it.
Listen, I know old Jews. They don't have hair that long at 70 years old. They don't.
And that dark.
Right, exactly. You go gray. Look, my fucking hair's white. It's ridiculous.
Which, you know what's funny too? Because I asked you that exact question. Is it a wig? Because everyone speculates that it is. And honestly, it wouldn't be a big deal if he came out and said, yeah, I have a hair system. You know, I have a thing. The fact that he lies about it is why everyone's so focused on his hair. It's like, that's not natural. There's no way that's your real hair.
I like you guys are calling it a hair system. Why are we using that term? I love the term, but what does it mean?
It's a great term. Okay, so what it is, we actually had a hair guy on one day to kind of talk about it and look at all angles of the hair. And he told us, he's like, it's not really a wig because he still has some of his own hair. It's a system that actually, you know, I mean, he has no part. There's no part in his hair.
Right, exactly.
Just hair, you know, and it's kind of like the lead singer from The Cure, who is that person when he was in his 20s, and he still looks the same right now with that jet black hair and the lipstick. Howard's still trying to say that he's this hip, cool guy. Meanwhile, if he shaved it down, you know, people have done like photoshops of him without his hair.
Oh my God, no. Howard can't have no hair. With that nose, no, he can't go there. He's got to have big hair to offset the nose. There's no question about that.
AJ is a professional. He knows.
Howard hates his looks. Look, Howard is a very insecure person. Not that you guys don't know that, but when he was about to get the job for the X Factor, him and I spoke, and I congratulated him on the job, and he said to me, "I'm really nervous." I said, "Why are you nervous?" He goes, "I don't know, man. You know, I don't know what they think I am. I don't know how to do this." And little old me had to tell him, "You're Howard Stern. You did Lesbian Dial-A Date. You did Homeless Hollywood Squares. You know talent. It's just easy. Just be yourself." I don't know, man. They might not like me. He's that insecure. And then, of course, he did it, and he was like the new Simon Cowell, and they changed everything for him. They changed the location of the shoot, everything. I mean, he's that insecure. After all this fame and fortune, he still doesn't get who he is. That's fucking sad.
Yeah, the therapy has not helped, and it's really odd.
No.
He talks about the therapy all the time, and he's getting worse and worse as a person. He has no self-confidence. He can't leave the house. He has no friends. It's bizarre.
That's why Artie Lang said he's got a lawsuit. He should get all his therapy money back.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, what's up with Artie? What's up? Anybody have any whereabouts on Artie?
There was a weird thing on Reddit the other day where somebody was talking about how they had heard that he was rushed to the hospital on a Monday and he wasn't doing well, and they were fearful that he was no longer around. But so somebody had texted that to me and let me know this, and so I texted a couple of people that used to be with the show, and they're like, "Fuck, we don't know. Let's go find out." And so I heard back that all I heard back was Artie's okay, and I don't know what that means.
Wow. Well, let me tell you something in case you've never heard this before, but a few years back, maybe 4 years back, whenever Crashing premiered, the HBO show, I forget what year that was, Artie was in LA. We had hung out the night before, had dinner, everything was fine. The next night he calls me and he says to me, and my wife and kids were out of town, he goes, "Hey man, don't be mad." I go, "About what?" He goes, "I'm going to ask you something." I said, "All right." He goes, "Could you score some cocaine for me?" I said, "Artie, is this a joke? Like you're sober." "No, I know, but the Crashing people want me to go on the HBO jet to San Francisco tomorrow to talk to this and this person. I can't do it. I need drugs." I said, "Artie, I haven't scored cocaine in fucking 15 years. I don't know who to call." He goes, "I'll give you $5,000. Just find me something." And I'm going, "What do I do here?" I said, "Am I the only guy you've asked?" He goes, "No." I said, "All right, well, look, are you really sure you need his age? It's just for one day, I promise." So I made some calls. people looked at me like, I don't do that anymore. I'm like, I know, I'm just for somebody in town. Then I call a restaurant in Beverly Hills, Dan Tana's, right, on Santa Monica. I know the waiters there know. The Coke dealers come in there late at night. I said to the guy, listen, if a buddy of mine's in town, a VIP, he wants to get happy tonight, is anybody going to come in? He goes, yeah, they'll be here later after midnight. I said, okay. So I told Artie, go to Dan Tana's. I can't go there alone. I said, all right, I'll meet you there. I drive. We meet at Dan Tana's. I see the guy I know. I hook them up. Artie buys his shit. We go back to the hotel, Sunset Marquee. He's fucking taking care, like going crazy. He goes, I don't want this anymore. You hold the rest or else I'll finish it. I go, I don't want it. He goes, just take it or else I'll take it for your benefit. I take it home. I don't touch it. 8 a.m.
He's calling.
I need it. I go, yeah. Artie, I'm in fucking Burbank. I got to drive to Beverly. I'll send Dan. Remember Dan, the enabler Dan, his fucking partner?
Sure.
Dan comes, acts like he doesn't know what he's picking up. I give him like a stupid paperback book with cocaine in it. He takes it and goes home. Artie does that. The dealer that I used to work with 15 years ago says to me, your motherfucking friend, black guy, he goes, your motherfucking friend's crazy. I said, I know, it's already lying. He goes, he wants me to get some heroin for him. I don't do heroin. I said, I have no idea what to tell you. I never touched heroin. He goes, yeah, tell that motherfucker I don't do heroin. I said, okay, I'll tell him. Somehow Artie must have found it. And that was the premiere of crashing. Think of his life. He's on comedy tours. He's got a book out. He's got a podcast that's making money. Crashing is premiering, and he went down the tubes that weekend, and I was like in the center of it. I don't feel guilty because I know he asked 100 people before me.
Right. But it's interesting because when he went away from the podcast, he came back not too long ago, but he went away for a couple of years. Yeah. And I think there was a lot of speculation, and I think that your story backs that up, where when Artie does put himself in the spotlight and starts doing comedy again, he can't help but start using it again. He just needs to lay low.
That's why he's not out there. That's why.
Yeah, there's too many trigger points. There's too many people in the game 10 years ago, 8 years ago that brought you drugs, and you can't see them again. It's a very weird place to be. I feel for him because he loves comedy. He's great at it. But when he's high, his comedy's not good. It's the same jokes over and over. When he sits in a chair and does a show, he's fucking brilliant. He has a mind that goes back 100 years.
The Artie and Anthony show. So I subscribed to Compound Media. When Artie signed up with Anthony, I was very excited about it. But he was using heavily at that time. And most of the episodes, if he showed up there, just be rambling and just not the same guy. Unless Stuttering John came out, then it was hilarious. And then a punching bag.
Whenever you see Artie holding a napkin in his hand, he's high. Because I did his podcast in Hoboken, I don't know, 6 years ago, whatever it was. And they're like, yeah, Artie's in the bathroom, bring me right out. And I looked at my nephew.
In the bathroom, though, AJ. How long?
I know. I'm not stupid. I used to do blow. I know what that's about. I'm like, I looked at my nephew. I said, he's in the bathroom before the show. And he came out with a napkin balled up or tissues here, which means the whole show is going to do this.
Yep.
And I looked at it, I said, he's fucking high again. And this is when nobody knew it. Nobody was even talking. I knew he was high back then.
Yeah, I was really good friends with a couple of people who are very close to him. And one day he literally had gotten out of rehab on a Tuesday. And on a Tuesday night, he's asking people, it's a very similar story to what you're saying. I'll give you $500 if you go meet this guy for me over on, 42nd and 11th.
Right.
And they're like, dude, you just got out of fucking rehab. But that's what happens. You go back into that whole scenario and you just sucked.
When you stop doing it for a little while, they start working again. That's the best time to get. I'm not encouraging this for the kids out there. I'm just saying.
Just for you and me.
Yeah, just for producer Chris. He knows.
When he was really doing bad, I'm looking at my phone. That's why I have a picture I want to show you that I've never shown anybody. When he was really doing badly, I'm going to find it. We were arguing about something, him and I. When Artie's high, you can't argue with him. He's insane. You can't argue. He's fucking over you the whole time. And he sent me a picture the day he got busted in New Jersey when the cops saw the bindles of heroin in the seat. He sent me a picture before that of all the bindles of heroin in a Yankee hat. And you have no idea. I'm talking like 50 to 65 bindles of heroin.
Yeah.
And I saved the picture. I'll find it eventually.
Well, that's what he got busted with one of the times.
Yeah,
He had,
that's the day. The day he got busted, he showed me before he got busted what he was holding.
Jesus.
And it's like that's how like Johnny on the spot I am. I'm always right next to Artie when this shit blows up, and I love the guy. I love him. But
I never carry that much heroin on my person.
Yeah.
You know, I leave a bunch of it in the car, some at home.
Yeah. Little stash.
Yeah.
I like some in the glove box. I keep some in the refrigerator to keep it fresh. You know.
Yeah, right.
But never, you know, because in the heat, in this California heat, it just gets wet. You know, you can't do it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem.
You know, I interviewed him literally like the day before he was going in for like I guess drug testing.
Really?
Because he was out. He was out of his drug jail for a while.
Right.
And he got busted for cocaine use the next day. And it's like, you know, I'm amazed though how like a show like Crashing, because don't they have like insurance they have to pay? Like, don't they have to do like blood tests and all that shit? Doesn't that have to happen before you go on a show like that?
Well, I mean, it depends on the actor, and I think Artie's so beloved that they didn't do it possibly, but I'm not so sure he was getting high before that night when he asked me to get cocaine for him. I don't think he was. I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Because
you keep scrolling. I need to see the picture. Just so
I'm going to find it. When he came to LA, he was like, he never comes to LA anymore. So that's why he needed me to see if I knew anybody who had shit. If he was in New Jersey or New York, he'd get stuff in a second.
Well, AJ, while you're looking for that photo, I just want to say you can find AJ on Fame is a Bitch with AJ Benza. You have a podcast that you do almost daily.
I do it every day. I do the Patreon show is daily. I do 3 free shows a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I do 3 Politics is a Bitch also. So I do 13 shows a week. Yeah, it's a big schedule, but I know, but I talk. You see how I talk. I just keep talking.
Well, thanks for making some time for us. Yeah, patreon.com/fame is a bitch.
There you go.
Very popular show on there.
There's 1,000, 2,000 pit, but I'm getting closer.
Okay.
So talk about something. I'll keep joining in. I'm sorry.
All right. What I want to do is I want to play a clip from. This is actually something that E-Rock sent me. This is someone posted the video of Stuttering John's last day on Howard Stern. So he's going to leave and go to the Tonight Show. And there was a guy who called in with a prediction for Stuttering John that turned out to be spot on.
You're the worst phone screener. You have a life because of Howard, and you're a loser. You're a traitor, and good riddance. And you know what? When you do lose your job with Leno and you sell your house, your whole life will go down the drain.
I don't wish that on John.
I don't wish it on him. You know what? But that's what it's going to be because the point is it.
All right.
Yep, that's precisely what happened.
Joke's on you. My drain's clogged.
Was that
going down
lady?
this drain.
That was very prescient. That's great. Nailed it.
Nailed it with that one.
There you go. There's a nice little shot there.
Wait, let me give you the floor here.
Nice little shot. Just a little bit of coke. That's all.
Jesus.
A little bit. That's just one of the pictures. I have the other one. That's just one.
How did I not?
He was in a bad mood, and he was showing me stuff, and he showed.
Why would he actually like take pictures of? And you know, the funny thing about Artie is he literally changed his phone number like 20 times. Since
I don't. Yeah, I don't have his number. I have like 14 numbers ago. No, we were arguing about something. He was trying to tell me how high he was and how he didn't give a shit. And
Jesus Christ! I don't even think you're that high. I'll prove it.
I got a Kleenex just from looking at that picture.
Right?
I got a nosebleed.
My heart's beating like a drum right now looking at that shit. All right, there's one more picture, but I can wait. All right, let's talk. Let's do it.
All right, here's just a quick clip because what John's doing now, AJ, is he sent me a cease and desist. He got my YouTube channel, a copyright strike. The video was taken down. He did it to Shuley. And he's trying to get people in trouble for saying the word retard. He thinks that that's very offensive.
Come on.
Yeah, I know. That's how far he's gone.
Just to say the word. I mean...
Yeah.
Why is he being that way? I know he's got a daughter he has a daughter that's gay, right?
Well, not retarded, yeah.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Why is retard bothering him so much? I can see if we were talking about gay shit.
That's the funniest thing anyone's ever said. Yeah. Why is he mad about the word retard? I know he's got that daughter.
No. She ain't retarded. No.
He's transgender.
He's sensitive about she's transgender?
Yeah.
All right, so I understand him being sensitive about that, but retards?
Nobody talks about her.
Anyway.
He likes to boil that into everything that he says that you're doing bad to him, but nobody talks about her.
Anyway,
Right, exactly.
This is a clip of John doing all the things that he thinks people should be canceled for.
You might be a little bit more fucking savvy, but I'm not a fuck. I'm not retarded when it comes to that. All right,
I'll give you that.
All right, I can say retarded because I'm not running to be congressman of fucking Sherman Oaks.
So that's with him, with Royce on the old show. And by the way, I should point out, we had on last weekend a guy who worked for Royce and John. Don came on the show, and we have to get him back because apparently I didn't do as good a job interviewing him as I should have. And I left a lot of questions unasked because that was fascinating.
Yeah.
So you have to understand, AJ, you have to understand. So what's going on here, just so you're like aware, this whole Dabbler Stuttering John thing has snowballed into its own cottage industry.
Yes.
Like, no joke. Like Stuttering John has somehow brought together completely disparate human beings across the country. Literally, like Republicans and Democrats have now balled together in one unified shitstorm that is.
Oh my God!
Monique and I used to be enemies, and now look at us. I think we're having dinner later tonight.
You were just a dick to me about my podcast, and that's okay. I embrace that.
Monique, who's the guy you did the show with a long time ago? We used to talk and stuff. What's his name?
John.
You still with him?
Yeah.
You're still doing it? Because I remember before I knew anything about podcasts and shows.
You were doing the podcast.
I know. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I don't even know what the podcast is. Then I got into it myself. So you guys are still good for you. Yeah, it was fun. You guys are fun. But then I think when you giving me shit for a while, I think you were for a little bit.
No, I didn't give you shit. What we did is
what we do? Tell me.
We had a whole big conversation about Trump at the time because he was running for president. And you had so many good stories about Trump and Marla Maples and the.
I have 1,000 of them.
Right.
I have 1,000 of them.
You got upset with me because you were like, I like Trump. Don't say that I'm like against Trump. I'm like for him. So I changed it, and I was like, okay, if you're for him.
Okay. You know what? I was just paranoid because so many people they take your words out of context and they want to make you anti-Trump, and I'm so into Trump. That's why. And I used to hate his guts. So I went the other. I did a 180. All right, that's cool. We're good.
Your stories were great, though. By the way.
All right, cool.
Well, AJ, what I'm going to do now is we're going to go through some recent clips of Stuttering John show where he's going after Anthony Cumia pretty hard.
Who's that guy, and why does he have a green screen without anything?
We'll talk about all that. If you want to hang out, AJ, you can. I know you're super busy, so if you want to...
No, I'll hang out. I'll hang out.
So I was hoping that Anthony was going to come on. I messaged with him yesterday. He said he would, but he's out in Dallas right now. He's probably not in shape to come on the show, which is fine. I think that this is going to be something that he'll probably be talking about on his show anyway, because John decided to do a hit piece on Anthony Cumia with his buddy, Army Major Richard Ojeda. And so, for some reason, this is a political show, AJ. These two guys, all they talk about is how much they hate Trump and how left-leaning they are. I know, it's terrible. It's a terrible show.
Can't take it.
And for some reason, John goes long on this episode just to talk about Anthony and introduce that to Richard. Doesn't know anything about any of this. Doesn't understand the backstory. So he's going to play the famous Danny Brand video for Richard. And this is him.
How old is it?
This is him setting the. How old is the Danny Brand video?
No, this episode.
Thursday.
Okay.
2 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah. This just happened.
Yep, we're done. We're good.
I should mention, because they're going late, Richard's on the phone with his wife. The show is so unprofessional. People are taking phone calls like, hey, I'm still playing with my friends. Can you keep dinner warm?
Oh, my pizza's here.
Yep, we're done. We're good. I'm on Stuttering John.
I'm on Stuttering John. Oh,
again? Okay. All right. So, Army Major, you're a gun owner.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So I want to get your opinion of this, okay?
Okay.
All right.
What happened to John's voice? Why is he talking
This is
that
a
way?
right-wing loon.
Oh, you haven't heard John in a little while.
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
This is
he's
a new thing.
regressed. Yeah, he's not in good shape.
Okay, it's a new thing. All right, let me hear.
Yeah. No, it's insane. If you just look at a photo of John from 2 years ago compared to today, or listen to his show, it's a different guy. He's not well.
This is a right-wing loon.
Wow.
Who loses his gun
after he, like right before he gets arrested for strangulation on his girlfriend. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So he's going to play this video. Now, this is a video, if you're not familiar, that Ant's ex-girlfriend shot while they were in his house and then put it out on the internet. These people are very concerned about gun ownership. No one seems to be concerned about privacy in any way. I'd love to see someone take a video of Stuttering John at midnight in his apartment, see what's going on, and get that all over the internet. But
right.
All right. So this is John. He's really leaning into this one.
If you lose your gun, should you be allowed to have a gun license, Army Major?
If you have lost accountability of a firearm that you own, that right there is a red flag that says you should not be allowed to own a firearm. Because at the end of the day, either you friggin' lost it, which is very, very, scary, or you probably sold it to somebody who probably shouldn't have a weapon in the first place.
So Richard has no idea what's going on. Yeah. These guys don't live in places big enough where you could lose anything, so they're not familiar with that. But basically what happens in this video is Anthony's looking for his handgun. He doesn't know where it is in his house, and Danny's filming all of this. So John's trying to pose the question, should he even be allowed to own a gun when you have something like this happen? And what's great is that John wants to find the clip of Anthony yelling, "Where's the gun?" There's this clip in this video where Ant's yelling, he doesn't know where the gun is. But because John's a moron, he never writes down the timestamp, so he's scrubbing the video back and forth looking for it. I put together a compilation of John trying to find that part to make his point to his buddy Richard.
So, Army Major, this is
wonderful.
I just want to find... He starts screaming for his gun. Hold on.
Where's the last time you had it?
On.
All right.
Baby, you want to sing karaoke?
All right, check it out, Richard.
Come on.
Where's the last time you had it?
So he loses his gun. I don't know. I can't find it right now.
Oh, God.
It's just crazy. It's crazy. But he starts screaming really loud. I can't find it now. Where the is my gun? Well, I don't know. I was trying to find him screaming and looking for his gun, but I can't. But I just think that this guy is a freaking piece of garbage.
Way to make your point, John.
Yeah.
Can you present some evidence? I cannot. I can't find it.
No.
So it's like losing your keys. I mean, if you carry a gun every day like Anthony does, you put it. I mean, he should know where his gun is. Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But we've all lost shit, and you start screaming. You look in crazy places like the refrigerator, the shower, the tub.
Yeah.
But John is trying everything he can. Look at him. He's like a hitman. He looks like a fucking hitman from the 70s, and he talks like one too. What happened to John?
I would say Coors Light happened to John, would be my guess.
He's fucked up on this show, too. He's not straight here.
No, he never is anymore. So
He's
this
not.
is
Wow.
They're talking about misplacing your gun in your home. Now, Anthony does not have children. Everyone knows this. Richard doesn't. So Richard starts explaining how dangerous that is if you have kids in your house.
And if you have people in the house under the age of 18, I think it should be mandatory.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, this is
first off, everybody who saw that video.
So John's not even paying attention because he's still trying to find the clip and he can't find it.
So bad.
So Richard's just like going off on shit he doesn't know any of the context of. John just showed him a quick clip. He's like, yeah, this guy, blah, 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 blah. If he has kids.
So embarrassing.
And what's great is
don't forget Kumia is out for blood now with Stuttering John.
Really? I love it. I love it.
Oh, he did. You should, if you have time, AJ, go on YouTube. There's a 1 hour and 8 minute long clip of Anthony dismantling Stuttering
worth
John.
every second.
And it's hilarious. I think I've watched it thrice at this point.
Really?
It's great.
I just started doing Anthony's show a few months back, and I do it every couple of months. Yeah, I always liked Anthony, and I knew we would get together, but he was with Artie at the time, and I was writing for the tabloids, and he didn't want me around or want me on the show. But I knew he was going through hell. He was going through hell with
You
Artie.
do like to tell people about his antics, so I could see why he would want you around.
I know. And then I left Radar, and they kept thinking every article about Artie was from me, and it wasn't, but yeah, he was going. Anthony was just so exhausted by it all.
It's a lot.
It would have been a great show, but it didn't turn out that way.
It's a lot to deal with.
They're
So
at war.
these guys are all concerned about Anthony being safe with his gun and should he even be allowed to own a gun. And then I love Richard Ojeda because he always goes to violence. These guys are we're Democrats. We want everyone to get along and be happy. And then listen to this.
So anybody in her fucking family, anybody in her bloodline should be on the way to that friggin' house to literally curb stomp that fucking asshole.
Oh, that's good.
I know.
I know.
Because otherwise someone could get hurt.
Yeah. Just kill some. You can't say retard, but you can curb stomp somebody who can't find his gun.
And not like theoretically, like someone should get cursed. I was like, no, Anthony Cumia should get curb stomped by these people. Like, wow.
Absolutely.
What the fuck?
Oh, by the way, it's Ojeda. Ojeda. It's a Hispanic name. Ojeda.
Ojeda.
Can I tell you something crazy?
He says Ojeda? He says,
he pronounces his own name Ojeda.
He says Ojeda?
He pronounces it Ojeda.
Asshole. What an asshole.
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my God.
How old is the clip that he was playing? Because I remember that years ago. Isn't that like...
Yes. This is... Anthony was arrested after this. He had to plea and go to rehab. This is all water under the bridge.
Right.
Totally. So this guy's like as if it's today. Like he's showing him a clip that was from yesterday.
Right.
Oh my! I know. I thought it was recent.
I'm sorry.
God.
And John never explains that. So Richard thinks this is all happening in real time, and he's concerned about it.
Yeah. Somebody should go to the house now. It happened fucking 5 years ago. That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh my God! How bad is that?
It was 5 years ago.
Stupid.
And actually, AJ, I'm so glad you brought that up because this has been an ongoing thing in our show because John always pronounces his name Richard Ojeda. And then right after, he'll be like, all right, check out my Facebook page. It's Ojeda at blah, blah, blah. And then John will go, thanks, Ojeda. It's like, wow, are you not listening? But
it's so
everyone
bad.
has a hard time with it.
It's crazy that he says Ojeda, though. Got to be honest with you.
There's nothing about him that's Latino. Nothing.
No.
I don't know where it is.
It's true.
I don't know where that. I don't know
or
who's
Jeddah, for that matter.
Yeah. It must have been. Somebody had like a quarter of it. I don't know. He's nothing. There's nothing Latino about this guy, or else he'd be cool with guns. Now he's so fucking anti-gun. It's ridiculous.
Well, AJ, he's gonna give us his legal analysis after watching a couple clips of the video. This is great.
This is great.
And that video absolutely should be used, even if it's at the level of the magistrate. It should be used to basically do something, to deny him that ability. He should be charged. He put his hands on her, and then, of course, now can't find his weapon. All that should roll up into something that he gets hit with in the courts. And then he should get his ass whipped when he's in jail every day.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I know.
But
I know.
That's what I've been telling everyone.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But Trump can't say anything about anybody, but you can go to someone's house and beat the shit out of them. That's fine.
Of course, they deserve it.
I hate these fucking liberals. I don't know what you guys are, but I'm as close to conservative as you can get. I just can't stand these fucking liberals the way they think and talk. They're out of their minds. They're out of their minds what they want to do, what they want to say.
Oh, you should
take it.
You should watch the Stuttering John show. We should have AJ back just to show him what's going on with this show.
I'll come back whenever you want. I'm sorry today was a little weird. I thought I was getting kicked out of the hotel, but I managed to get back in. I know we had a problem the first booking, but
no worries,
yeah,
buddy.
I'm down. I'm down all the time, brother. Whenever you want me, I'm here.
No, the reason why I say that is because you can't believe I'm with you. I think when you go too left and even too right, you start to get a little crazy. John is so fucking crazy, and he has no understanding of what he's saying and what his guests are saying. And this whole idea, like you would think he goes on there, he's trying to do a hit piece on Anthony. He's talking to his buddy Richard. Richard's going, he should be curb stopped. They should take him to prison. They should whip him in prison. You think he'd be like, all right, whoa. We're going a little too far here. So he's like, yep.
Meanwhile, if John was still screening calls and Trump called in to Stern, he would be all over him. Hey, Donald, how you doing, Donald? He would
he's fake.
Be on his knees. It's all bullshit.
So John's trying to do this whole hit piece on Anthony Cumia, but he can't even run his own show because he's so wet-brained.
So this Does John still have a show? What's it called now? Where do you hear the show? Where's John's show?
So this is the Stuttering John show, and he does it Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays on
Tuesday,
YouTube.
Thursday, Saturday, and it's on like Spotify and Apple and all that shit?
Well, YouTube is where most people watch it. They watch it live on YouTube.
Okay, all right.
And then he has Beer on the Balcony still, too, on Saturdays.
That's what. Okay, I didn't know what you said. Beer on the balcony. So I did a beer on the balcony show where I lay and basted him. I guess I don't know. I did something.
AJ,
I really.
You did Beer on the Balcony. It was seen by 12 people, and then we played clips of it, and then it was actually seen by people. So we got it out there for you.
He has no listeners, really, right? Like he has no people.
There's way. Oh, Anthony's here. There's way more people that dislike this guy.
Just in time.
Where's Anthony? I love it.
Right here, man.
Hey, what's up, Ant?
Hi.
There he is.
You
What's
know
up,
AJ
man?
and Monique and producer Chris.
Dallas, Texas.
Nice.
I'm here at the hotel. And,
Beautiful.
Having a little wine after last night's show.
Anthony, did you find your gun? Stuttering John is so upset. Did you find it?
He's so upset that 8 years ago or so,
8 years.
I couldn't find the gun that was on my hip. It must have fallen on the floor of my office. And I was like, where the fuck is that? And he thinks I'm running around, I left it out at a children's school.
Yeah. One of those trampoline
Right.
spots where the kids jump up and down. Yeah.
It's in a ball pit in the car.
In a ball pit.
It's actually a prize after you get enough skee ball tickets. You can get Anthony's handgun.
Well, let me ask Anthony a question.
It's in the claw machine. It's in
It's
the claw machine.
Do I want a bunny rabbit or that pistol?
Let me get that 45 right there. Oh, fuck, I dropped it.
Oh, shit.
Anthony, all these years later, throughout all the radio wars and all the controversy, you're the guy on top. You really are. You made it. Howard's not on top. I believe you're on top. He's not. No, I know, but you are still standing.
Opie's up there too. Let's not forget Opie. He's doing really well.
Does anybody ask you about Opie's show? Does anybody stop you and go, "Did you hear Opie yesterday?" No, they don't.
AJ, you're so out of the loop. we goof on Opie quite a bit.
Oh, okay. I thought you were serious. All right. Okay.
No, but the thing is, no one's looking at it for an entertaining show unless it's filtered through a show like Who Are These Podcasts, where it becomes funny. It's that secret. But AJ, thanks, man, because I do appreciate hearing that. I'm out doing things. We're doing 2 shows a night here. We did 2 shows last night, 2 shows tonight, and Alex Stein showed up. He fucking did a set on stage. It was hilarious. It's me, Josh Denny, and Gavin McInnes. You can't find 3 more canceled.
Gavin's great. Yeah, that's great.
3 more canceled fucking people that are going to these clubs and just knocking it out of the park. It's hilarious. It's fun as fuck. It's nice to know there are like-minded people out there that aren't, all petrified to go out and see real good, funny, irreverent, offensive comedy.
So no one's walking out. No one's offended, and they know what they get, right?
Well,
it's like paradise.
What's great about what Anthony's doing, and this is the thing that Stuttering John complains people are getting his gigs canceled. What Anthony has to do is literally not announce where the show is. You buy a ticket, and then you find out the day of the show, so people can't get it canceled.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're in Dallas. So I said anybody within striking range of a gunshot from the book depository will be close enough to see the show.
Oh, that's great.
I get it. I get killing the president's jokes.
Yeah, it's fine. It's enough time has passed. It's fine.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you, do you know about this latest Stuttering John episode where he did a hit piece on you?
No. What did he do? He blocks me on all social media, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
And then he continues to shit talk.
I know. It's a pussy move. He brought the Danny Brand video and played that for his friend Richard Ojeda.
He had played that on my show.
Yeah.
It was.
Richard didn't know that it wasn't current.
Yeah.
That's the best part.
Yeah, he thinks it like just happened or something.
Like yesterday. Yeah.
He's on his way to your house.
I'm going to replay the last clip we played, Anthony, because this is what Richard Ojeda thinks should happen to you after watching just a few clips of that video.
Yeah, this only isn't current. When it happened, Obama was president. So it kind of gives you a gauge of how long ago this was.
Well, he's a journalist. John's a good journalist. It's you got to stay on top of shit.
And you're gonna love this because they're so concerned that you even own a gun because you're so reckless. But they're obviously against violence, you would think, too. Well, not so fast.
Not quite.
So anybody in her fucking family, anybody in her bloodline should be on the way to that friggin' house to literally curb stomp that fucking asshole.
I know.
He thinks Danny Brand's family should curb stomp you.
I deserve a fucking American History X curb stomping.
Yes, yeah.
Wow.
It's pretty
Who is this
aggressive.
guy, by the way? Who is this guy?
Richard Ojeda, the Army Major.
I don't even know who he is.
Nobody does.
I know. No one does. Nobody does.
It's John's buddy.
This I can't.
John's buddy
I can't.
for another 10 minutes until he realizes John's an asshole.
Yeah. They've never spoken since that day, trust me.
So
John's
then,
buddy.
So then, Anthony, John watched that 4.5 hour long hit piece on you that's on the internet, and John's got all this ammo now. He's all excited to come after you. And so Richard jumps to this conclusion that you're like molesting children. And thankfully, John's like, well, I'm not saying that. I think John realizes that you can get, sued for doing things like that.
That would
If you put your hands on a child in that way, I think you should be castrated. I don't give a shit, man.
Oh, I agree. But, I'm not saying he did. But just to say it.
All right, thanks, John. I'm not saying that he did. All right, good. At least he got that covered. So, and you came on for the right time. This is the highlight of this part of the show because John's bringing all these clips. He's talking about you, and he's trying to say that you're a right-wing lunatic, and that's why he's talking about you.
Right.
And he's going to explain to us that it's not personal.
Oh, cool.
First of all, Gandhi saying, stop, it's getting too personal. It's not personal. I am pointing out to the Army Major, someone who owns a gun, if a guy who has a license to own a gun should have his license taken away if he's screaming drunkly that he can't find his fucking gun.
Drunkly.
And this is a righty who,
drunkly.
Mensa has used the N-word and, the R word for the mentally challenged, like in this day and age. This is a sick individual. And the reason why I bring it up is because this guy, just is like, he's sick. He's sick. And I don't know how he's allowed to walk free.
So John's concerned, I think.
How I'm allowed to walk.
He's concerned.
It's touching.
If you told him tomorrow he could be on your show, he'd fucking get on his knees and take care of you.
Yeah, I know.
The Constitution obviously says, shall not be infringed unless you use the R word, the N word.
That other guy clearly must have PTSD. He's like rocking. He's waiting to like explode. You see him? Like he's back and forth.
He's not right.
He's not right.
Calling anyone disturbed or mental or anything is hilariously funny.
I think there's a little bit of blood in his gin stream.
Well, what's great about this is that a chatter says, John, this is obviously just personal now. And John goes, it's not personal. Meanwhile, the one thing he doesn't tell Richard Ojeda is that Anthony went on and said he was a shitty father a week ago.
Yeah.
This is personal.
He doesn't give any
This is
backstory.
extremely, there's context here. This is extremely personal.
Totally personal. I said he was a shitty father. I called him a deadbeat dad. I said he hasn't been paying his alimony or child support payment. Like, I just laid into him and said, go ahead, sue me. But of course he can't sue because that discovery would that would all be true, and so he's got to make it personal, which is fine. I don't care. It's hilarious. Everything he said, everything he's trying to bring up is this groundbreaking news. I literally did on my own show a few times. There's nothing I haven't talked about.
I like that. I'm the same way, and I've gotten when I was married, my wife would get mad that I divulged all this shit about me, and my current girlfriend goes, "Why do you tell people?" Because I don't give a fuck. No one's going to get dirt on me. I'll give you the dirt.
Right.
Yeah, I'll bring the shovel, man. I'll bring it.
So
that's the best way to be.
John, again, explaining how this isn't personal. It has nothing to do with this. Is just a random occurrence that happened while he's playing this video.
So it shouldn't be personal. We've got people in this world.
Someone sent it to me.
Yeah, we've got people in this world.
Someone just sent him the video, and his hands are tied here. He has to play it now.
And he still couldn't scrub to the right part either.
No, I couldn't find it.
Holy shit.
Well, I don't know what does John do next. I mean, the way this world is now, you don't need any like experience to jump on the air and have a show. Everybody's a hack except for like 2% of the people out there. Everybody else has no experience doing this, no reason to be on air and divulging stories and shit. It's a very scary. It's a very scary point in history. You know,
I wonder what he thinks will come of this. Like, what is his goal here?
Right.
Playing the tapes, getting his good friend to commiserate with him about, like I said, things that I've discussed on my own show over the course of the years. What is he? Does he think like I fucking got him, dude? I got him against the
no, yeah. His big hope is that you'll see this, and by virtue of this show, you're seeing it. So in his case, he did what he wanted to do. He wanted to get under your skin, which it doesn't bother you. But that was his whole point. He wants you to hear this because he's crying out. I don't want to be a psychologist here. The guy's fucking crying out for help, wants to be on a show, wants to be heard again because he was heard by millions 20 years ago. Now no one listens to him. It's a sad tale.
He's so irrelevant, and he doesn't realize the only thing that makes him relevant are shows like for these podcasts. When I talk about him, when anyone, Julie talks about him, that's the only thing that makes this guy relevant. And it's a love-hate thing. He knows he's got to know in that big dumb head of his that it's really the only thing that makes people even interested in what he has to say. But it's also toxic and caustic against him that, the old double-edged sword.
We've had that conversation, as you know, where I said to him, you should embrace these people. You should go on Dabblers. You should say, this is me. This is who I am. And he's like, I can't believe that you would even listen to them. Like, I can't believe that you would. It's like, what is wrong with you? Just if you defeat them, you defeat the troll. You defeat the troll by embracing them.
I was talking to Shuley about this because, he's all in with the Uncle Rico show, which is fantastic. I go, dude, we are one liver failure away from losing this content. You realize that? He goes, Carl, I don't care if he's in a hospital bed. He's going to find a way to broadcast. He needs fame more than he needs Coors. John will always be online doing something stupid. He can't help himself.
I'd like to tell the people there is a beloved host of a show that needs a liver transplant.
Wait, Carl, does he talk about your show?
Does he talk about my show?
Yeah.
All the time, yeah.
Oh, he does? Okay.
He doesn't say the words, though. You know that.
Really?
Yeah, he refuses to admit that Carl has become Carl is like a giant fucking piece of sand in an oyster. And he is the biggest irritant that he has.
Right.
And so that's why he won't. And he is so upset that Carl makes money off of podcasting.
Yeah. He's starting to hate Shuley a little bit more now, too. So that's good.
I would like to see the ratings.
when I told John was calling me maybe when my podcast got off the ground and I went Patreon, I told him how many people I have and, I had 2 podcasts and he was like just constantly, we got to do something together. We got to do a show together, man. Everybody wants me and you together. And I would never do a show with John, but he needs to latch on to somebody that's got any kind of listenership because without Stern, without Anthony, without you, without me, whatever, no one cares. He's just flailing in the wind. Nobody cares.
All right. So at this point,
a tree falling in the woods with no one there to hear it.
At this point in the show, Richard wants to talk about Afghanistan. He's trying to get on some other topics of conversation because Richard doesn't know Anthony Cumia is. He has no idea.
Oh, God.
So John recognizes the segue to bring it back to Anthony.
Oh, my God.
And that's why he was the one trying to get a friggin' pardon. So, they're the ones.
There you go. And that brings it right back to where I wanted it to go is, first of all, sexual predator on teens, Matt Gaetz, and Anthony Cumia. I mean, that's sick, A. Then getting arrested for domestic violence against your girlfriend? I mean, seriously? Strangulation? I mean,
and they know.
And you're a right-wing fucking lunatic.
The best is he's talking about all these crimes, and then his kicker is, and he's a Republican. Yeah. He murdered his family, he tortured children, and he voted for Trump.
That's it. First of all, if you've never put your hands on your girlfriend, you've never been in love. Okay. Period.
Line of the day.
I'm sorry. If your girlfriend never had a bruise on her arm, you've never been in love. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I said it. It's true.
Dude,
So-
yeah, we get a little passionate, you know. It
So
happens.
now-
It's Italian. I'm Italian.
So now John explains.
Shake him sometimes.
He would have played that video.
It's you fucking gindaloons. You're agreeing with each other. I can't believe
Listen,
it.
sometimes you gotta tell. Look. I always say, whenever I see a girl get hit in a movie or she got a black eye, I always say to my girlfriend, "She don't fucking listen." That's what happened. She'll listen.
It's the old David Tell joke.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I did it way before him. Trust me. I did it way before him.
All right, so now he's explaining that it could have been anyone on the video. He still would have shown it to Richard. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's Anthony who just called him out for being a shitty person.
And if it wasn't Anthony Cumia, let's say that was Alex Jones, I would still play it to the Army Major. It doesn't matter. It's just the sickness that is alive and well and broadcasting right-wing horse shit. And that's what Cumia does, right-wing horse shit. And I want to just expose him for being the fucking pedo fucking, girlfriend abuser that he is.
There you go.
Absolutely.
That's why I like Anthony. That's why I like him.
If anyone can come up with any instance where I had inappropriate relations with somebody, please do that.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit.
I don't know where they come out with that because I made jokes over the years. Because
Yeah, I know.
for, younger, but everyone knows the bit. But John is taking this like it's a real thing.
Right.
Has to use that, and he seems a lot, like you said, a lot more pissed off that I'm a right-wing lunatic. By the way, all I do is all day I just pop up videos from police departments and statistics from big cities of who's committing crimes and whatever, and that makes me, a right-wing lunatic. Thank you.
So stupid, man.
He's an idiot.
Well,
He's so anti-Trump, yeah.
What's great is that he's obviously lying. To say that it doesn't matter if it was Anthony Cumia, if it was Alex Jones, whoever it was, he would have played this tape. John's so bad at lying, too. When he starts to lying, and Julie always points this out, John's not a stutterer anymore. But it's when he's lying that his brain can't connect the next thought that he's going to, because I would have said, because, I got to stop the GQP. Like, what are you talking about? So this is John explaining that he's exposing the hypocrisy. That's his mission.
At the end of the day, no.
Yeah, and Jules, just to answer, by playing this video, you become just as low as them, John. No.
By the way, Jules David is Mike David's wife. I don't think that's the real Jules David. I could be wrong. But I don't think that's Red Bar that's coming out here. Maybe it is.
No, I'm exposing the hypocrisy. Here they are trashing the Dems, and trashing. Yeah, but look what they're fucking doing, behind closed doors. That's all I'm doing.
What hypocrisy is he talking about? What does he mean? We're getting out here. We're all agreeing with everything that he's even telling us that we should be ashamed of. Like, well, yeah, whatever.
I love all of his new political T-shirts, though, too.
Oh, really?
God.
Oh, my
Vote
God.
out hate. What a pussy. What a pussy. Vote out hate.
Dotard shirts and he's
got the daughter who's trans, right? So now he has to adopt every other platform that's just about being woke.
Yes.
That's
That
the way it goes.
He may win back the love of that child that has disowned him because he was such a piece of shit, unavailable father.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Is that right?
Well, the way to win her back is to talk about curb stomping.
That's completely.
Did you see my show with the Army Major?
Tell me, wait. So she disowned him?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Sergeant Barnes, what do you think?
He uses it as his shield, because every time that he's gotten upset with somebody that he threatens to sue, he brings up the LGBT community that we're talking about hate and racism.
Yeah, of course. It's all bullshit.
And this affects you how?
He's using his trans daughter as a shield, holds her up and goes, look, I can't be a bad guy. I'm a liberal. I've never done anything bad or racist or sexist or homophobic because, look, I got a daughter that cut her fucking tits off.
Oh, she went the whole route. She did it all?
Oh, yeah, did it all.
Oh, my God.
All right. Well, I don't want to get too much into that. We're making fun of his podcast. Let Anthony do that on his show. That's Anthony's thing. We make fun of podcasts over here on Who Are These Podcasts?
He's got the lawyer guns. He can do it.
So this is... Listen, I'm not afraid of getting sued by John. Don't get me wrong. I
know.
This isn't my
Wait, hold it. Let me make a drink. Anthony's drinking. I want a drink. I'll be right back.
I know, I'm so jealous.
Coming for you, Carl. Michael.
All right, so this is John explaining that, Anthony, I don't know if you know this, you have this crazy right-wing show that only talks to other right-wingers. And that's
always.
That's why he needs to take you down.
He's a righty. Oh, he's a big righty. And all his guests are all big righties. You know, it's just crazy.
AJ's a big righty, but he just slapped him with his left hand.
AJ gave him a lefty.
Can I say that he's a lefty because every fucking person he has on his show is left wing and he never has right wing. I would love to tell Dave Temple that he is a right wing.
Right.
He's on my show a lot.
You have a comedy show, and he doesn't understand that.
He doesn't understand.
Not understanding that.
It's not a political show. I have plenty of people on with liberal ideology. We just don't sit the back and discuss politics to the point where we hate each other. We talk about other things, comedy, lifestyle, whatever you're doing.
You're part of the GQP machine, as he's going to explain to us.
Right.
I do 2 hours, three times a week, exposing the GQP. How corrupt and lying, and this Anthony Cumia, you piece of shit, is part of that GQP machine. And that's why I exposed him.
God bless him. He exposed me.
So I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I'm just exposing.
So what his joke
I'm a regular Woodward and Bernstein.
His joke, AJ, is QAnon is now part of the Republican Party, so it's not the GOP, it's the GQP.
Right. No one cares knows about QAnon.
Got a lot of good jokes.
No one knows what QAnon is anymore.
I know.
No one cares.
Right, exactly.
So stupid.
Airborne. So I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I'm just exposing horse shit. Like, I'm so sick. Like, just like Gates, just like you said, he's asking for a pardon.
All right.
You know remember when John was able to get through to Trump on the plane or some shit? He was so happy
he never
about
talks about that.
News to me.
But that's like, like he just needs an audience so badly. If this, I mean, I know he makes no money on this, but that's all John. John just wants an audience to listen to his bullshit. What is it? I mean, he doesn't get a check from his show. There's no way he gets money.
He gets super chats.
Hell no.
He can't.
He gets super chats.
That's Coors Light money for an hour at a bar. That he
does he do cameos at this point? Like, what's he earning a living from?
I think he does cameos.
I think he's on Cameo, but I don't think he really does it.
No one cares.
He does charities.
Yeah, he runs a charity scam.
I swear to you, he doesn't realize it's funnier for anyone else to do a John impression as a cameo instead of actually getting John.
That's a great point.
Producer Chris is a cameo.
You're right.
Yeah, we don't need the guy. He's not funny. I'll just go, oh, happy birthday.
That's so good. We should open up cameos. You should open up a cameo account under his real name and just do him. And then just take his money and he'll fucking die. He'll die.
Oh, dude, that's hilarious.
Oh my God, that would be the most amazing thing if you did that. Seriously.
He'll drop dead.
All right, I have one more clip to play for you.
John, wait, I have to just say this. He is his biggest problem is how thin-skinned he is.
Yes.
Like,
always has been.
He can't dish it out and he can't take it. Like, he just... It's horrible. It's horrible that he is this guy. But I feel like a lot of extern employees are that way. No offense to you, Julie friend, but I'm just saying they're a little thin-skinned. They're just really.
But you know what? But honestly, when he finally had his show and it was going to be a big deal, and I met him up at I forget what office is, and I said, I'll do your show, and I said, why don't you smack me back? It's been 20 years. Smack me back, and he was like, no. I said, yeah, just smack me on air so all your fans can hear that you got me back. Right. He didn't want to do it. He was petrified. I said, John, just fucking do it. And he did it on air. And, everybody heard this. I don't know how many people were listening, but he did it. But he was so petrified to do it. So I don't know about, he is thin-skinned, but yet when I gave him the opportunity to get back at me, he didn't embrace it.
No,
I think he wanted to be a victim. He wanted to be a victim for a long time.
Yes, he needs to have that to hold over your head. if it equaled out with him hitting you, he doesn't have that victimization and can't call you the scumbag that hit him. And that's what it is with John. And Artie Lang is the prime example of how this guy can try to dish it out and have no ability to take it. I've seen Artie goof on John like any comic would goof on another comic. Not exceptionally down and dirty or mean, funny as fuck. Because Artie, it was funny. And John would turn around and just start talking about, you try to kill yourself, you stab yourself, your mother had to find you dying on the floor. It's like, hey, whoa, John, Jesus, I just lighten up a bit.
Before you came on, I told a big story about how everything came about with Artie. When the crashing premiere happened, he asked me to get him cocaine, and his whole fucking life went down the drain. I used to call you or text you or tweet you, whatever, about Artie's problems, and I felt bad because I was writing for the tabloids. I don't anymore. But back then, I'm like, I don't want to put this on Anthony, but I got to ask a question. Like, what the fuck's going on? I knew you were going through hell, but I had to ask the questions. But do we know where he is now? Do we have any idea?
Last I heard, Florida with his mom.
Florida, all right.
And keeping clean, because, he has to take drug tests or he goes back to the joint. So he figured out a way to piss clean or he's been clean. So, everyone loves him and wishes him the best, except Stuttering John.
Thank you for that segue. Anthony, I have one more clip to play for you guys. And this is John. Now, Opie and Anthony were on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. And as you guys might have heard, John worked for The Tonight Show with Jay Leno.
Yes, of course.
Normally, John doesn't like taking credit for things, but in this case, he has to let us know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I never listened to Opie and Anthony. I was on the Stern Show at the same time. I don't know anything about the fucking guy. All I know is that he was on a successful show for a short period of time in New York. Sure. And guess what? I even got Opie and Anthony on The Tonight Show. If it wasn't for me, their asses would have never got on there. Because when Debbie Vickers, the executive producer, asked me, John, you're from New York. Should we have these guys on? I go, yeah, sure. They have some New York fame, sure.
God.
And they know that I did that for them.
No.
Because I told them when they got there. I go, that it was me. And it was. But I didn't know what a sick, twisted fuck he was. If I would have known, I would never have fucking, said, yeah, have him on.
God.
Said, yeah. Do you think John had any say over guest booking? They basically wanted him as the announcer for a week because it was a joke. Then they shoved him in some back corner closet under the guise of being a writer, which he never wrote anything that made it to air. And now the booker actually was like, we should ask John about this.
New York, because nobody else is.
My favorite part about that clip, he goes, and he knows that because I told him when they got here. Right. That part I believe.
Yeah, me too.
I'm the reason why you guys are here.
I got you. We're like, yeah. First of all, like earlier in that same year, we did Letterman.
Yeah.
Like, what was he also? Dave, I'd like to tell you, put these guys on. All right? You have my blessing, Dave.
Jim Norton also worked for Jay Leno. Jim Norton was a regular contributor to that show.
Right.
Funny part of Jay Leno's show early on.
Yeah.
And we had a relationship with Jay, and Jay wanted to have us on the show, and it was great. It was fun. It was funny. And I swear to you when I tell you this, I don't even think I saw John there. I don't think every memory I have of doing the Leno show does not include Stuttering John.
Oh, God.
Makes sense.
Really?
I don't even know if he was there when we were there. I don't know.
And Anthony,
I don't know what year
I'm
it
not
was.
saying this to knock you guys because Opie and Anthony was huge at the time, but also Jay Leno was really pissed at Howard Stern, and he wanted to have you guys on because he knew that Howard hated you
anything. Right.
Yeah, it was all. Yeah.
It had nothing
That's
to do
not
with
how
Stuttering John's. These guys, they passed the sniff test for me.
I did the on Letterman. I did the Howard impression on Letterman, and people loved it. And they thought it was funny. It was really the first time anyone had called out Howard in a humorous fashion, where I was doing the impression. I was saying, when people walk forward, they call it walking. I invented that. Like, that was a big thing because everyone knew Howard constantly said he invented everything. So it was funny. It was everything that it had to be.
Yes.
And Leno saw that and was like, oh my God, yeah, I like getting back at Howard. I took Stuttering John. This is the only reason I took him was to turn a screw into Stern. So that's why we were on. John, I swear to you, I would bet every dollar I have in my life that Stuttering John was never consulted about the booking of Opie and Anthony on Leno.
I believe it.
It's laughable that he would bring that up.
He's such a liar.
He's such a liar.
Yeah.
Or deluded. He might be that stupid. That's one of the things.
Where he believes it now?
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Because Opie's like that. Opie's so mentally ill, he believes the things he's saying.
Yeah, if you tell a lie to yourself long enough, you start to believe the lie without a doubt. Sure. Yeah.
Stuttering John is the opposite of a beautiful mind. He's not a genius. He's an absolute dummy, but he has the delusions where he sees himself. He's like the king of comedy without the comedy part. Now,
you know when Russell Crowe,
if I may tell you.
You know when Russell Crowe is in front of the chalkboard and there's all like this big mathematical equation? In John's version, it would just be your face on the chalkboard.
Yeah. And then it would just times 1 12-pack of Coors.
Divided by the refund.
Can't find is done minus, just a whole mathematical equation.
Ganji, he's got a picture of Ganji with a string, with a string going to fucking Howard.
Ganji, yeah. We need that hostage board behind him with the thread that goes from the
the threads.
Yeah. We need that. We need that whole thing.
I think I figured it out. I'm an idiot. All signs point to I'm a jerk.
Listen, he might have that in his fucking house. I think he lives in I know where he lives.
Canoga Park. He has an apartment.
Park.
It's not a house. It's an apartment.
He was inviting me over and shit about 3 years ago. I would never go over. But I bet he has the board downstairs in his basement because he has one of those houses right now I know, and I don't want to be mean, but I know there are rooms with no furniture. I know it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a sad house.
Yeah. You sure he doesn't live in a park in Canoga? Because we might be confusing that.
Yeah, it's Canoga Park. Yeah,
he just lives on a balcony.
The squirrels are my friends, but I owe one of them money, so he doesn't come around.
Hey, AJ, I know you're making jokes, but I happen to know this for a fact. His apartment is 975 square feet, not a big place, and there are empty rooms.
Isn't it
I knew it.
The cat has to shit somewhere.
I knew it. See, I have this spidey sense about people. I could just feel what's going on in their lives, John.
Yeah.
I don't want to say, I don't want people to fucking suffer and be sad. But if he's going to be a douchebag and talk shit about people, then fuck you.
That's it. Look, I feel there is some humanity in me where I feel sorry for the guy. And we had Dr. Steve on my show the other day, and he goes, yeah, I'm starting to get a Lady Di vibe from it. And Lady Di, of course, the Lady Di from our show, who wound up getting Alzheimer's and having some strokes and having a huge alcohol problem. So, yeah, I was just going oh, man, now I feel bad. 2 seconds later, after hearing one clip from him, I'm like, oh,
fuck you.
Yeah. All bets are off.
Exactly.
All bets off.
All right. Guys, we got to wrap this up. AJ Benza, so nice to meet you, my friend.
Hey, man, anytime. Get me back on. I love it. It's a lot of fun.
I do have to say, though, this thing where John, and it's never worked for him, so I don't know why he keeps doing it. Maybe because he's stupid. This thing where he's like, I'm going to talk to my lawyer later today, or I have a call with my lawyer tomorrow. Who's intimidated by that? Who could possibly be intimidated by that? Why don't you serve me paperwork and then we could talk about it?
Right.
Yeah, I know a bunch of lawyers. So it's the I call my lawyer thing is you're paying for that. Time is money.
Maybe not this guy.
You talk for 15 minutes, he's charging you for an hour. So that's it. Yeah. So there's no calls to lawyers. There's no calls.
Right. And that's the one thing I've learned about John is that everything out of his mouth is a lie. Everything. And it's shocking.
Remember when that guy sent me those emails, him calling me the C word and all that? Yep. And I approached him with it that day. I called him. I was like, John, I just got these email messages of texts that you sent. It was that Ryan Sharman or whoever it was.
Yep.
And he's like, fuck her. She is a fucking sea monkey. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, John, did you write this? He's like, why would I do that to you? I'm like, I'm looking right at it. So tell me here. I said, here, let me text it to you. Let me show you exactly what it says. I wouldn't say that about you. That is absolutely not true. And it's like, I don't believe you. And we were just going on to do that show, the classic, Are You a Teacher That Won't Do show.
Yep.
And
that is a classic, by the way. It's a great episode.
I knew at that moment that I just, this was not a guy. And I've been friendly with him for forever.
Yep.
You want me to do beer on the balcony shit? I'll do it for you, whatever. And that moment, it's like, how dare you? I have been so fucking good to you, better than most and better than you deserve. And then for you to shit on me like that was it. That was it. And he lied.
But that's what's shocking to me is that I don't know anyone else like him in my life that lies about everything all the time. It's a stressful way to live.
Because you have to keep following up with it, but he doesn't know how to follow up with it. So it's okay. If you can lie and you can stick to your guns and continue with that lie, by all means, knock yourself out. But when you lie constantly.
Right. That's the thing. If you want to lie about one big thing, I'm not a substitute teacher. If you want to say I'm not a sub and you want to just stick to that and you want to do that. But he has so many lies out there that it's hard to keep track of all of them.
Well, that's why you're there to expose them. So it's a beautiful thing. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm proud of you, Carl.
All right. We have a special guest coming on right now. Let me play his intro music. Sale D making his second appearance on Who Are These Podcasts. What's going on, Sale?
What's happening, guys? How you doing?
We're doing fantastic, buddy. So,
okay, I'm kind of like in the jungle out here.
You don't look like you're in a jungle. You look like you're in a blanket fort.
A jungle gym.
I'm a little bit on the lam trying to get away from some people, so I should be back about 3 or 4 weeks, but still working out here, getting the info that we need.
Sal likes to be very mysterious. I think that's his thing. He's like, ooh, what am I up to? Who will know? No one will know. So the reason why I have you on the show today is because you've uncovered something that I think will embarrass Stuttering John. And the fact that John's trying to go after my personal life makes me feel like maybe we should expose what he's up to, because this guy's a piece of shit. And he pretends to be this amazing mensch that we should all be envious of. Yeah.
But he's a great algebra teacher.
That's true. He is teaching our children, which...
If I could give everyone a mini iPad, I would.
So what did you find out, Sal? What are we going to be looking at today?
All right. Well, the last 3 weeks or so, I've had some people, I got a lot of people working on various things here with John. One of the things is those tapes that we've talked about in the past, they're still out there and they're still be heard. I'm in a little bit of a lawsuit right now myself. I can't say who it is, but we all know them. But anyways, so I do a little bit of background search.
Hold on a second. Why even bring that up? All right, let me ask you about this. You're in a lawsuit right now. You can't say who it is or what it is, which doesn't make any sense. You could definitely say who it is and what it is.
I can't. I had to delete everything on Twitter because of this person. And I really can't say any more. It's kind of in a situation where, I can't even say.
Let me ask you this, because you've alluded to the fact that you're either an attorney or attorneys or you understand the law. You're not worried about that type of thing. You want John to go after you, or you want him to go after someone so he gets his ass kicked legally. Why are you concerned about this suit or what's going on right now?
A little bit, because I want what I have to be out there. So I'm just afraid that
they're trying to shut you up.
Who can kind of screw it up.
I see. Okay. All right.
By the way, doesn't mean I'm not saying I'm talking about, one of our buddies. It could be anybody. So just saying, you're alluding that it's John, and I never said it was John.
I am not alluding to that. You put out a statement that was neither here nor there, and I was trying to get some clarity on it, but
you know what? Unfortunately, there's not going to be any clarity until it's solved. And when it's solved,
the point is that you're on the lam right now, and you're dressed like a Muslim woman because of it.
You are correct.
Okay.
This is actually nothing to do with that other situation.
You know what you look
I'm
like?
involved in another.
You look like the guy who plays keyboards in Return of the Jedi.
Anyway, I was thinking that, and I was just like, I don't want them to call me a big nerd, but I'll give you, I'll earn my nerd cred. That guy's name is Max Rebo.
Well done.
So, yeah,
well done. Worked for Jabba the Hutt. Very good.
I was going to go with Elephant Man, but I'm afraid Christian gets the point.
He gets the point on that one. All right, Sam, let's get right into it. Do you want me to bring this up on the screen?
Yeah, bring up one of them that you want to bring up, and we'll talk about it. All right.
All right.
Several weeks ago, somebody that I know had done some research. And by the way, all this stuff is, you can get on a freedom of information. It's just difficult. And, sometimes some people can make it, you can get it quicker if you know the right people. But anybody can get this, all right? I was given this secondhand. So, again, can we say it's 100% for real? I mean, can you say anything is real? But this is off of this person's information. As you can see, the info in here is quite interesting about our friend John.
Let me read the headline. It says, and I assume this is Susanner and her representation saying, John owes me more than $25,186 in unpaid child support. Boom, boom, boom. That's the headline. I don't know what else to tell you. It's pretty shocking. I mean, this is going back to 2015, 2016, maybe.
Well, he's rich. So
he's a millionaire, right? Because he doesn't pay child support.
Yeah.
The last time I watched John's show, I was pretty sure that he had given $25,186 to a beloved chatter who was going through some difficult times. So that's probably why he hasn't paid it.
Minus the $25,086. Yes, that's correct.
Well, as of last year, when this guy, the whole reason behind this, I used to be friends with John, and I told you guys the story in the past that, at one point I wanted to go into business with John. I wanted to fund his podcast, and I wanted to use him because obviously he's got some kind of, I wouldn't say fame, but he's got, when you see that ugly face, then you kind of say, I know what that guy is.
Yeah.
So I was trying to maybe capitalize on it with him and me to make some money. And we kind of talked about it, but we didn't do anything. One day he called me, and I don't know what state he was in. It was at night. And he said, listen, can you give me, and he asked for a large amount of money. And I said, is this for a business? Or he goes, no. He goes, I just need it. He goes, how come you don't donate to me? How come you never donate money to me? And it was a large amount. We're not talking a few dollars. So at that point I said, listen, John, I just want to keep this as a business. I have no problem funding a podcast and all of a sudden he hung up on me, blocked me, never talked to me again. And I was like, wow, this guy's a piece of shit.
Is this before you were Sal D, the super fan?
Yeah.
So
I was
didn't know you were the same person.
But he had me, he always said, advertise my stuff and do what you got to do, to get my name out there. You saw that stuff that was out there.
Sure.
And I did my best to do that. But that wasn't good enough. John wanted money. He wanted money. For somebody who's rich, he dumps a lot of friends left and right.
Yeah, he doesn't have money.
You don't give
He's not
money.
rich. We know that. By the way, Fudgicle is saying in the Discord right now, Sal, that John has already admitted to this openly on Radio Gunk years ago, this unpaid child support thing. Is this true?
Oh.
Did Monique scoop me? What's going on?
No, listen, this here is information that we just pulled up 2 weeks ago. I don't know if it's been out there, but I'm going to tell you one other thing. If any of you guys out there want to really go into it even deeper, pull the rest of this, because there's over 100 and something pages of stuff that obviously we're not going to post up here now. But if you guys got the time and you guys want to get that information, remember, it's freedom of information.
Let me read the highlights here. So it says, I received 0 child support payments from John for the period September 1st, 2014 through March 31st, 2015. On May 27th, 2015, the court modified the child support order through a stipulated agreement reached by John and myself. John was ordered to pay me $750 per month for child support commencing April 1st. So apparently they negotiated down. He's like, I can't pay this amount. He doesn't work for the Tonight Show anymore. So he says, yeah, I can't pay this anymore. So she's like, all right, fine. Can you give me this much? And apparently he also owes all this back child support that was not paid. Is that what I'm reading here? Sal D, correct the record, please, if I'm wrong about this.
That's what you're looking at. This is the information we're given. You know, it seems like this is a form that was offered from looking at it, that it was between John and her.
Okay.
You know, and it was posted as, you know, as information that needed to be in the court records.
Sure.
But it looked like almost like a personal letter at that time, because there's not a lot of legality language in it. If you read the whole thing,
I don't know. It looks pretty legit to me. It's like, see paragraph 9.1 of the judgment, Exhibit 1. I mean, there's a lot of referencing to things that are very much legal
and that's
issues.
why I tell somebody, go out there and pull the rest of this.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen it, and there's some good juicy stuff, but I don't know what, you know, I don't want to put stuff out there that I'm not 100% sure is FOI.
But you want me to.
So,
okay, I see what's going on here. Makes sense. All right, Sal,
go out there and get it. You can get no hiding it.
All right, there's a whole subreddit that I'd be happy to do the research on this. All right, so I want to pull up this other stuff because you went ahead and posted on Twitter the cease and desist that I received from Stuttering John. You redacted all the important stuff.
Ask me how I got this.
All right, how did you get this? Because I did not give this to you.
This is your letter that came to you, right? It's like, well, how the hell would Sal D get this? Let me tell you something about John. He's full of shit. He's full of shit, my friends. He's not suing anybody. He's not doing shit. Who's going to... Listen, John, if you want to sue somebody, sue me. I will gladly DM me. I'll give you my address. I'll give you my information. Sue me. Listen, this here was leaked by somebody. Who do you think leaked it?
Do you think John leaked it?
No, I mean, I think maybe I think maybe even the people at where he's having these letters written from don't even like him.
Really?
Because how would this letter get leaked? It's to you. It came from somebody who doesn't like John.
Okay.
So anyone in the world except for John
anyone or everyone.
Yeah, gotcha.
Everybody
talk to.
Everybody that John deals with, from I'm going to go as far as even his lawyers or whoever. Nobody likes him. Nobody.
Right.
Who's going to sue you, dude? Nobody's going to sue anybody.
I agree.
If they were like, we went back in the past. If this guy sues you, imagine Discovery. Oh my God, what I would do with the Discovery. It would be worth paying the judgment.
I agree.
Just to go through Discovery.
I'm with you on that.
Listen, I'm going to say this now. If you sue me for $100,000, I'll pay you the $100,000, but it'll be the end of your career, and you're never going to want to show your face again.
The end of his career. Don't threaten him with a good
time. You know what? You could throw away all 100 of your podcast customers. You're never going to talk to them again.
Oh my gosh, we played a clip on our bonus episode from his book where he praises Donald Trump and what an amazing person Donald Trump was. Yeah. I think of just that clip right there, if I put that up somewhere where Betty Loco could find it, that'd be at the end of his career right there.
He does not listen. This guy goes where, you know what? Put a dollar bill in the air, whatever way it flaps.
Yeah, I know.
That's it.
I agree with you on that because he doesn't know anything about politics. He's so dumb.
It's a very sad situation. You know, I think that I personally looking at somebody that's going downhill.
You think?
And you know, and the problem is, and this is something that I've been looking at. All right, and I'm gonna, I told you before, he's gonna end up getting sued. All right, this is gonna backfire on him. Somebody's gonna flip this, and they're gonna end up suing him.
Well, here's the one issue. This is the one reason why I don't think that's gonna happen. You only sue people if they have something. He has nothing.
No, not if you're an enemy of his that wants to see him squirm on a judgment for the rest of his life.
All right.
That's what you got to understand. Somebody passes a judgment, he loses. Let's say he's got to pay $200,000. He doesn't have that money. You know what? That's going to stay on his record forever. If he ever does make $1, it's going to have to be paid off.
Don't take away my balcony.
It'll be hard to get another shitty apartment in Canoga Park. That's for sure.
And especially if these tapes that I've heard come out, yeah, that's going to be embarrassing.
All right, let me ask you this, Sal, because you've been teasing these tapes for years now, like literally years. Like, why would this come out? When will it come out? Why do you keep talking about it? What's going on?
Because the person that has them in their possession right now won't let go because he's petrified.
Who's that, Hockey
He is
Puck?
petrified. Dude, I didn't say that.
I know, I did.
Yeah.
What is he afraid of?
Well, people with actual money don't want to get sued. So,
Sure.
And people who have this tape are worried right now. And because there's a lawsuit that's actually pending now, that's kind of involved in it. We can't, nobody can release this.
Okay.
He's petrified. But the day he releases it, I'm going to throw it right on the Twitter. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's there. I've heard it.
So the ball's in his court is what you're saying.
The ball's in the other person's court. I've done everything I can to let him know that, not to worry about it. I think the only way that this is going to happen is if he forwards it to somebody, I'm going to be honest with you, that has very little to lose. I don't know, or it gets leaked out. I told him, put it out there and don't even spread it to anybody. Just throw them out there.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Shit gets leaked all the time. Just, what you do? You put it on a laptop and just give it to a repair shop and then just see what happens.
Like I told Shuli in the past, you might see something pop into your mailbox one day with no return address. And then you can play it away.
I love it. Yeah, let Shuli do it. The Uncle Rico show, that needs more fucking press. Let him do it. I get nothing over here.
It's just unbelievable that a man that's hated so much has made so many people. So he's made me so much money, and I'm not even known.
Still talking about Shuli?
Nothing.
No, I know. It's incredible. Stuttering John is a cottage industry. I believe Monique said that. Like, literally, we're seeing it grow and grow and grow. All of these shows that are just... We did 90 minutes on Anthony Cumia yesterday. Like, there's too much to talk about.
He's becoming a star.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not reaping the rewards.
Yeah. Not on his terms. That's for damn sure, which is the funniest kind.
And Sal D will never disappear. I'm always going to be that one thorn that he never is going to pull out.
Because Sal D has a paper trail.
A blanket
Oh,
trail.
yeah.
Watch out for that. Sal, I got some clips from Stuttering John and his latest beer on the balcony. Do you want to hang out or do you have to hut later?
Let's do it.
Okay. Let's do it then. So John announced, and this was funny, on his show on Saturday, he goes, Beer on the Balcony is going to come up on Tuesday, and we have a very famous guest. And we were laughing about this because what kind of promo is that? What kind of tease is that? You never see Jimmy Fallon, like, tonight on Jimmy Fallon, a very famous guest. Like, just who? Yeah. Just tell us,
And tomorrow night, an actor.
Yeah, right. Watch out for a musical act you've heard of coming up. So
yeah, if I know who it is, maybe I'll tune in.
Right. That's the whole point. So what's great is that they asked me who I thought he was talking about. And I said, I bet it's Larry the Cable Guy. Ding, ding, ding. I want to get my Shuli prize for being correct about that because he does have Dan back on the show. And watch how John introduces his guest Dan. Now, this is after he reads off his roll call. And literally 10 people are watching. I counted. There are 10 people. So you're going to hear the very end of that to start this clip off.
And half of those people are with you.
Yeah, I know.
And there we have it. And now, without further ado, I really want to thank this guest for coming on. I mean, I know he's got a busy schedule, which is why we're doing it on a Tuesday. But it's all good, and I'm grateful to have someone as funny as Dan, a.k.a. Larry the Cable Guy, on. So without further ado, I see you just ate something, Dan, so I'll wait till you swallow. Okay. Hold on a second.
Off to a smooth start.
So he knows better about eating and broadcasting.
All right.
Yeah.
Are you ready,
learned.
Dan? Yeah, hold on. I'm going to give him a second to finish chewing. Oh, wait. Dan?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I'm good.
Fucking John. Always has to fuck up the intro every single time.
Yeah.
So he accuses Dan of taking a big mouthful right before he's about to bring him on and saying, all right, I'll give you a second, which is the opposite of that because he's just staring at him like, you ready now? You ready now? That's not giving someone a second.
Right.
You need to like vamp or do something aside from that. So then Dan reveals that he wasn't eating food at all and John's just an idiot.
Yeah.
All right. I'm good.
Could you hear me?
Yeah.
How are you, pal?
No, I wasn't eating. I put a big dip in. A big dip.
Oh.
So you can see what's happening right now. John's been doing this for weeks now. This is the 4th week in a row on Beer in the Balcony where John thinks running a comedy show means you laugh at everything. Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Christian, wait, what's up?
Well, you can also see what's happening is that Dan already regrets having said yes.
Yep. Yes, that is very obvious. But it's great that Dan calls John out for thinking he's as dumb as John is. Like, I wouldn't put a mouthful of food in my mouth right before coming on. Why would you think that? Obviously, I didn't do that.
What kind of idiot would do that?
What kind of moron would be
Who
chewing
eats
on
a ham
food?
sandwich while they're on camera?
Yeah, who would start their
I can't afford
show
ham.
and have a sandwich in their mouth? So more laughing from John, and Dan's just trying to have a normal conversation because he's a normal guy. So he's just trying to talk to John, and John's just pretending everything is hilarious.
Oh, I didn't know you chewed.
Man, I've been chewing for a long time. You should know that.
Does that help with the accent?
A little bit, does a little bit, but it helps. It helps lay off the sugar. That's what it helps do.
John, these are not jokes. None of this is supposed to be funny.
This makes me sad.
The fact that John thinks running a comedy show means giggling at everything someone says is
John
insane.
thinks it's fun. John thinks it's funny that anybody would try to kick sugar because obviously, that's not. I don't know if John would understand anybody trying to quit anything.
The guy's literally like, well, if it's not chewing tobacco, I shove M&Ms in my mouth. So this is what I do. You're always on, Dan. Am I talking to Larry the Cable Guy right now or Dan? I can't tell. So many jokes flying at me. All right. You guys ready for some boomer talk? One of my favorite things when these two guys get together is talking about having issues with technology. I think is always fun.
I got home about 20 minutes ago, and then I look and it says stream something. I gotta go. I'm like, what the hell is StreamYard? Now I gotta download. So I just got this new computer, so I download Chrome. Then I go on SteamYard, and it says it can't operate SteamYard without Chrome. And I just downloaded Chrome, and I'm going through this whole thing. I email my manager.
That was John's notification going off. Could that be any louder?
It was so loud. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what an asshole am I? I didn't turn off my ringer. And I'm like, nope, it's John.
Yeah, no, Christian, I did the exact same thing. As I was pulling this clip, I'm like, oh shit, what do I have turned on? Let's see that again, because John reacts to it, of course, because he's a moron.
StreamYard without Chrome, and I just downloaded Chrome, and I'm going through this whole thing. I email my manager. I go, this is not letting me go. Oh, Johnny, I was getting so daggum frustrated. I was about to say, tell Johnny I love him, and I'll do his show, but I ain't doing it unless you get Zoom, because I can't figure out StreamYard. And then the last minute, StreamYard popped on. I was like, I got it. All right, we're good to go. We are good to go.
So wait a second. Is he saying that he got her done? Is that what he's trying to tell us? I like that John's laughing at this. Like, this guy was seriously frustrated with this. He's like, yeah, I got a computer and I'm trying to get it connected. It's not working. John's going,
yeah, it's kind of big time. And him,
of course.
Like, he's never had problems.
Yeah, I know. Like John didn't need Hale Sparks to drive 200 miles to his house to show him how to do this thing.
Got it. All right, we're good to go. We are good to go.
Hey, Dan, try and keep yourself centered to the camera because you're moving off to your left.
I know. I bounce around a lot when I talk.
Also not a joke. Yeah. Just want to point out.
This is great.
This is some pretty good content, isn't it? That's why you pay for Beer on the Balcony.
I mean, I can understand how Larry the Cable Guy plays arenas based on this interaction.
I know. Yeah. John doesn't set people up for success in any single way. Like, nobody, do you see him on John's show and you're like, wow, I didn't like that person before, but now. Yeah. Except for maybe Elon Gold.
And by the way, if you're tuning in even a minute late, all it says on the screen, Dan. So you don't know who this is. You hear that voice and you go, it sounds a little familiar, but you don't know that he's got a decent, that's a decent, impressive celebrity to have on, Larry the Cable Guy. Yeah. But don't tell anybody that's who it is.
Why is he doing it is my question. Why is he even on this?
Because he's out of the loop.
Worthless
Sal, the thing that I learned, especially having AJ Benz on this past week, is there's people who are out of the loop who don't know that John is the laughing stock of the internet, and they just go, "Oh, yeah, Stuttering John, I know that guy. All right, I'll do your show." That's drying up, though. People are catching on now.
You know how many managers are losing their jobs every time somebody comes on here?
Well, not for nothing, but do one Google search before you agree to do a show. I always do.
Right.
Yeah.
How many subreddits are devoted to goofing on this person who wants to interview me?
I think Elon Gold will never do another interview with anyone ever again.
Yeah, right.
After talking to John.
I think he retired from entertainment after that interview.
I don't believe in anything anymore.
All right. So John wants to compliment. He talks to Dan about his family. How are the wife and kids? Which is not a great interview question, but okay, I'm going to let that one slide. I'm not going to play that clip. But then he compliments his wife, but not in a comfortable way. You don't want to give too many specific compliments about a guy's wife because then it gets a little bit weird.
You have a gorgeous wife and a cool as shit wife, man.
I mean, she's hot. I love her legs. I like that she can hang with everyone. Like, all right, this is.
I'd really like to hug your wife.
What the fuck is wrong with it? By the way, I got to use that beginning of this as just a drop. Holy shit.
By the way, put that up against Jack Nicholson Joker laugh and
Yes.
see if people can identify which one that is. Is that John or is that Jack?
That's funny.
Grandpa L. Lewis.
We should do that. It's pretty good. So John talking to Dan about how cool and hot his wife is reminded me of something that just happened on the Uncle Rico show yesterday. Our friend Vinny Paulino was on Uncle Rico, and Bob Levy told us something that I don't think anybody knew about that was extremely revealing. So we start talking about John reached out to Bob Levy directly because Bob just joined the Uncle Rico show. And of course, John's like, "What the fuck, man? I thought we were friends." So watch what happens here. Bob's going to go through all the DMs and read all the messages, and then it gets crazy.
You know me. I have no problem with him. And I said this.
You said it from day
times.
one. You're just here for the comedy of it.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, what gives? I thought we were cool, but my friend told me you were trashing me on Shuli's show. I don't even trash you. I was a little shocked.
I don't even trash you. I love the way John thinks.
And then he wrote, "I thought we were friends, man." And I go, "John, I don't have a problem with you. Just ball busting. You should be gaining tons of listeners from every Shuli, everything Shuli does not, every angle." And I go, "Shuli does not hate you. He
Bob
told
can't
me
read,
that.
by the way. Just
You
FYI.
should have him on your show and talk about it. When you come back to the area, I have a club open. You can call me and I'll book you. Bob, you have a child. I have 3. You know, which I mean, Julie, Anthony, and Carl, all these guys. I don't know who terrorized his family. I'm not into that shit.
I don't say anything about his family. And neither does Carl.
You know,
Just Anthony.
that you decided.
That's correct. We do not say anything about his family. I love
Just
that
Anthony.
That's the first place he goes. Is he's like, "Listen, I get it, Anthony and Carl, but you have kids." So he's like immediately using the shield. That's what he always goes to. "You can't make fun of me. I have children." Like, no, we can totally make fun of you. You suck. It's fine. Fair game.
Hating me and goofing on me. Florentine and Norton refused to do it, whatever that means. Would expect the same from you. I give you 2 shots if they trash me, but it's hard to hear when one of my friends joins in these lunatics. And I said, "Shuli never brought up your kids, and I never would either." And he goes, "Yeah."
Your kids aren't interesting, John. You are. You're what's interesting about you. You suck at broadcasting, and you insist on doing it.
Yes,
And he
but
knows.
it's not-
And he brings up his own kids all the time.
Yes.
Nobody else does.
Right. He's the only one who brings up his kids all the time.
Yeah, Bob.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
know that, but I said it's not only. He goes, "Yes, but it's not only my kids, Bob. You're joining the hate that's coming the way. You're all
there we
over
go.
Reddit trashing me. I'm never on Reddit. I don't know Reddit.
He can't even pronounce it.
Exactly. So you think I know about it? And you know, like he said something about calling family members.
I want to point something out that within this interaction that's going on, John starts it by saying, a friend of mine told me you're trashing me.
Yeah.
Because John doesn't look at any of this stuff. He doesn't look at the hater sites. He never follows it. And then he follows it up a couple of sentences later with, you're all over Reddit trashing me. So he's looking at these video clips that people are putting up of the Uncle Rico show where Bob Levy's on there goofing on John. He's like, what the fuck? Now Bob Levy's in on this too?
My friend saw the Reddit. Not me. Not me.
But that was even over Bob's head. Because he doesn't realize, like, I'm not on Reddit. Like, no, people are putting you on Reddit because that's where we like to all laugh at John.
Yeah.
Remember, is late at night, and I said, that's bullshit. I'll be the first
we
one
have
to say
nothing to
that.
do with that. We don't condone that. We don't want that happening to anybody.
I love Carl's policy on that. Observe and report.
Yeah, absolutely. Observe and report. That's all.
And I said, listen, I know how you feel about the kid stuff and calling family members, how uncool that is. That is fair. I spelled it wrong, and I will make sure I address that. And it's
like
not
street
cool.
fair.
And I go, the difference of goofing and taking it too far will let people know that for sure. And it's about goofing, I'm saying. And he said, you do whatever you want, man. But as a friend, I don't think it's cool and that bullshit. And I said, I did not stab you in the back. I made it clear I don't have a problem with you. I'm just goofing around, like I said.
Yeah, Bob's trying to talk rationally to an irrational individual. It's not going to work.
No.
All of this justification explaining that, hey, we're both comedians and we're making jokes and you can also make jokes if you want. John doesn't understand any of this. He always goes straight to, you're trashing me. Not roasting, not clowning, not goofing on trashing. We're joking, John. It's a joke.
Yeah.
It's a joke show. Except for when I was reading the, how you don't pay your child support. That wasn't so much a joke. That was more.
It was funny.
That was exposing you.
It's definitely funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then he said, bottom line, if you consider your friend the mean shit you say is uncalled for, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't write back that one. But I want him to know I don't have a problem. Look, man, you should be making money off of you. We're helping you do this.
Correct.
And you know what I mean? It's like, John, I want you to make $1 million. I want to sign up for your Patreon. Don't be mad at me because I'm just fucking around. Holy
have you
shit.
been in when's the last time you were in contact with him before this?
Okay, this is kind of a bit weird.
This is a crazy story, what you're about to hear. I don't want to oversell it. I'll say 5 Super Bowls.
All right,
okay.
Were you guys
all right, I'll explain it. I'll get into it. Me and my wife had a really big fight before we were married, and we
she
broke
went
up.
to college with Adam Sandler.
Yeah, we broke up, right? We broke up on the internet, on Twitter, because that's where we're lunatics. We're both, that's how we are.
So it was official. It was on Twitter for the world to see. You guys were broken up.
So that John slipped into her DMs and asked her out for a beer?
No, dude. It was even worse, I thought, because he hit me up to tell me, is she have a hot potty and all this shit? And I'm like, and this just happened to me. Do you understand that I just had a breakup? And you know how, no matter how much of a man you are and a woman.
It's tough.
It's tough.
Hard, yeah.
And I was like, yeah, whatever. I don't give a shit. And then he hit her up after that. And she thought he's a friend of mine, right? So.
Now, hold on. You say he hit her up. Mm-hmm. What does that entail? Did you ever see the messages? What is he saying in there?
I did a long time ago. It was just basically like, it was like she thought that he's a friend. We're gonna get, he can talk to me and that stuff. Yeah. But it went a different.
Oh wait, so he's doing the thing where he's the guy that's gonna console your girl.
No, but that's what she thought. That's what she thought, because a friend would go and say, "Hey, Bob's a good guy," whatever. But I guess it went to whatever. That he wanted her to spend 3 days with him. And then, she actually gave...
It was marriage counseling, Bob, I swear.
I'm not mad about it because...
Why is Bob Levy not mad about this? They break up. John immediately asks Bob how hot her body is. While asking his ex, or very, practically his girlfriend, to spend 3 days with him in Canoga Park. What a piece of shit. Yeah. What a shitty thing. You know what I've learned? All the people who are like, listen, I'm cool with John. I'm not going to say anything. When you actually get them talking, they're like, well, he did do this. He did do that. Yeah. He is no one has a good thing to say about them when you really start to dig in underneath the surface.
Not once.
Not once.
Not once.
if you know this guy and you heard some of these stories, you would just say, this guy's a disgusting piece of shit human being that deserves to die on his deathbed, nobody holding his hand. That's pretty much what you think of him.
Yeah, but hopefully
of natural causes
hopefully
later in
many
life.
years from now. Yes.
Yeah, no time soon. Let's
Yeah,
just
right,
put that
exactly.
on
Oh,
record,
yeah.
Carl.
No. Look, we need John to be around forever.
Yes.
Because he's our bread and butter, man. John,
Agreed.
if anything, if John needs maybe a health coach or a membership to a health club, whatever, let me know, because he's got to get in shape. We need this guy forever.
Dr. Steve has tried, my friend. Dr. Steve has tried to get him right. It's not happening.
I can't believe this. So he does a shitty thing, and it happens when you break up with someone. You know, it's you're going to expect someone to swoop in that you know. But he calls to ask what her body looks like.
All right, hold on. They get into more of that because these guys are all watching this in real time. Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
What happened?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking
I'm
to that
mad
guy?
for you.
Buddy, listen. Hold on. I know. When we started the show that you were not coming from a place of hate with John, and in no way do I want you to. But all that being said, I mean, this guy is giving you opportunity after opportunity to not like him, and in my opinion, here's a guy who all of a sudden he's sitting here, he sees you and your wife have broken up. He's obviously,
it wasn't my wife at the time. It was the first time.
Whatever.
He's obviously following her, right? Before you guys broke up, I'm sure.
Watching what's going on,
Watching what's going on. You think this is any different than a vulture circling a fucking thing that's dying slowly?
That's what.
And this time it's not John.
Yeah.
Right.
I felt that I was in a really confused thing because all this shit happened, and I didn't expect him to go.
But
hey,
he's
you mind
sitting
if
here.
I
He's
hit
sitting
up
here
with her?
lecturing you about how dare you claim to be a friend of mine and go and goof on me, when meanwhile he's supposed to be your friend, and he gets in touch with your girl after you guys have a fight online and offers her 3 days at his place.
Right.
What a fucking
Had he ever met her
scumbag.
before?
No, he called
No.
me to say, like, basically, we just broke up. And I
Right.
get a message where, hey, is it okay? And I'm like, whatever. You know what I mean?
Here's
I don't
what
know
he's
the
thinking.
fucking-
Here's what he's thinking. He's going, if she's with Bob, she'll definitely be with me. It's really a fuck you to you in
100%.
numerous ways.
Brilliant observation by Shuli right there. Because it's the same with Elisa Giordano. When John was hitting on her, he's like, well, she went out with Benji Brock, so of course I could get her. Like, that's the way John thinks.
Right.
And Bob, what you just said, you said whatever. When he texted you, did he say anything about well, he said something about her hot body, but did he
No,
say
he asked
about
me if she had a hot body. He's seen her
Okay.
face.
He knew.
Much
He
worse.
knew. Right. So he's seen her face. He can't find any pictures of her body. So he asked her fucking boyfriend if she has a hot body so he can take it to the next step, because he didn't want to invite a fatty over for 3 days.
That's pretty lazy.
Bob, is this just dawning on you that that's what was going on?
I love Vinny. He's like, Bob, it seems like you haven't processed this very well. Bob's going, yeah, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, why am I friends with this guy? What the fuck?
Vinny seems kind of happy about it.
Yeah, he does. Props to Vinny. Wow.
Jeez.
What a revelation that was.
And this is like the one guy who doesn't, have an axe to grind. He's like, hey, I got nothing against the guy.
Isn't that funny? Yeah. Even the people who are like, look, I'm just busting balls here. I'm friends with this guy. And it's like, well, actually, I should be pissed enough because he did do this and this and this. Like, wow.
Yeah, why do I like him again?
Right. Why does anyone like this guy? He's unlikable in every way, as Sal has already mentioned on the show. All right, a couple more clips real quick. So Dan is married to a Chinese woman, and that's the woman that John was gushing over just a minute ago. Okay. So Dan makes a joke that John laughs way too hard at. Way too hard.
I don't think we've ever yelled at each other except maybe one time, But the thing that helps there, John, is, as you know, she's Chinese, so I don't understand anything she says. So that tends to help when you really can't understand it. Now, her interpreter and I get on really well.
I love when John turns into a fish and gets close to the camera as he's laughing.
He looks like if a potato could melt.
It's too hot for the potato.
Chinese in that picture right now.
It really is incredible. All right. Last clip I have here. John wants to know, what's the secret? They've been married for 17 years. John could never be with someone for 17 years unless they were tied up.
Yeah.
Or in some type of cage. So he wants to know what the secret is. But he can't just ask the question. He has to do it in the Stuttering John way that he does.
That was going to be my next question is, because I asked Jay Leno, drop this on this show. And I've asked a lot of people. Let me ask you again. I'm sure I've asked you before, but how do you stay happy? I mean, how many years have you been married?
I'm sure I've asked you this question before.
Marriage.
He's so good at interviewing people. So here's the deal. That is the first 7 clips because we're going to be in Detroit Friday night.
Oh.
And I want to do the rest of Beer on the Balcony with Larry the Cable Guy in front of the live audience at the Magic Bag. We're going to have a good crew out there. So we'll probably open the show with the rest of this interview, I'm thinking.
Cool.
Because
do you think the crowd there will be interested in hearing Stuttering John clips? You think they might want to? Think they might enjoy that?
Yeah, that's one thing I learned very quickly, Christian, is John Bon Jovi always says, "Don't bore us. Get to the chorus."
Yep.
When you come out and do a live show, if people are just waiting for Stuttering John's, like, just get to it and move on. All right, now that that's out of the way, Opie's an idiot. Okay, cool. Everyone's fine with that.
Here's 5 minutes of drops.
There might be that too.
Well, Carl, you and I had an exchange earlier today, and I wanted to make sure before you wrapped up my portion of the show, I am honored. I don't know if you want me to share it. I have it open on my Twitter if you want me to show people. There was a tweet that I had gotten. I did not see it. I got this tweet October 18th, 2019. This
3 years ago.
Yeah, so this is from... I think it's from your guest on the Stern episode. It says Radio Gunk, OG Howard Stern hater. So in 2019, they said, this is when I was obviously still doing a podcast with Dennis Miller. Christian, I recently excavated at Stuttering John M, interviewing Dennis DMZ at the 96 MTV Awards and 2000 Monday Night Football press conference. I think you should book him for your podcast and revisit it. John brings it as a guest, never disappoints, which I immediately thought that must have been a fake John account because they said that John never disappoints. But it seems that it's legitimately her, But
well, that was Arm from Radio Gunk, I believe.
Okay, Arm from Radio Gunk. Okay, so it was retweeted earlier today. And I wasn't attached to anything with the show earlier today. I was just surprised. And it was an account that I did a screenshot and I sent it to you. Maple Leaf Fan 4.
Yes.
And I clicked on that person and you look and immediately you're like, well, they're not following anything to do with the Toronto Maple Leafs or, Hockey Night in Canada or
So
Don
we
Cherry
know that Maple Leaf Fan 4 is a Stuttering John sock account. Just as Yankee
100%
Fan
has
was.
to be, yeah.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, and Christian and I were talking about this earlier today, is that when you're a Leafs fan, because I live near Buffalo and we have a big rivalry between the Sabres and the Leafs, so I'm aware of this. No Leafs fan would ever make their name Maple Leaf Fan. They're the Maple Leafs. They're always the Maple Leafs. It's like you said, you can't be you wouldn't say Yankee. It's the
let's go
Yankees.
Yankee or
let's go Yankee.
Go Dodger.
Yeah, right. I like Dodger. I like Maple Leaf. Like that's not how people say that.
Yeah.
So it's obviously John just being an idiot.
John was just looking up his name, came across a tweet from like 3 years ago. And I don't know, I guess he retweeted it because he wanted me to see it and hopefully book him on a podcast that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, right.
Which, happy to book John on anything that I'm associated with. I would love to have John as a guest.
You should, but by the way, you should reach out to him, or if you can get on Beer on the Balcony and be a guest on his show.
I'll drive up to Canoga Park. I have no problem with that. It'd only take me, an hour to go 10 miles. So it'd be worth it.
God, I hate LA so much. It's so frustrating. So frustrating being there.
That's why I just stay in the valley all the time.
Yeah, smart.
If you don't get on the freeway, you don't have to worry about it.
Well, isn't Canoga Park in the valley?
Yeah, that's true. But it's the other part of the valley. It's the part of the valley that John can afford to live in.
See, I'm acting like I'm a big shot Hollywood guy. I'm like, oh, I know where places are. All right. Sale D, thank you so much for coming on the show and for revealing how much John owes in child support, which is always fun.
More to come, my friend. Stay tuned to my Twitter, as you guys see on the screen. And it's blanked out right now for obvious reasons. And when it come back, we're going to come back strong, and it's going to be bad. And you're going to know it, my friend. You guys are the greatest. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, buddy. And it's at Sale_D1970. Follow him on Twitter. He's got the hot gas.
Yeah. Looking good, Sal.
Love you guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Nice to meet you, Sal.
All right. Without further ado.
Gallagher.
I love on Uncle Rico show, which I did this morning. Fantastic episode, and we'll talk about why it was so good. Not because of me. Not because of me.
For once, you brought nothing to the table.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying you had a bigger guest than me. But
You should come to his house for dinner more often.
One of the things that Shuli is, and those guys have been bringing up, is John's air quotes, because he always does the air quotes thing. Not only does he use them at the inappropriate times, but he doesn't even do the air quote thing anymore. Like his fingers just like.
He's like Tua.
He's like,
Like I don't know how many people watch Deadliest Catch, but they have this thing where like the new guys, the rookies who start working on these crab boats, after like one day of work, their hands just claw up like this from all the work. And not only does he not know where to use them, he never stops using them. He just keeps going through an entire paragraph.
The doctors call them Coors claws.
That's why he's the best.
All right. So people have been talking about this. If you're following this on Dabblers Anonymous, if you're watching Uncle Rico, then you probably know this story. But I do want to summarize because this is so amazing. Shuli was somewhere in Long Island this past weekend doing stand-up shows, sold-out show Saturday night, and you had a gentleman approach you.
Well, yeah. I mean, I did like 2 weeks worth of shows out in New York, and the last weekend before I went home was in Long Island, a club called McGuire's in Bohemia. The owner's a great guy. I've known him for years. He owns 3 clubs out there. They're all great. And on Thursday, before the Friday night show, I get a call from a good friend of mine. You guys may know him from Howard TV and the E! Show. He was the head camera guy, Brian Phelan, a guy that everyone loved and everyone loved hanging out with. And he gives me a heads up because he was coming to the show. I always see him when I'm in town. And he's like, listen, I happen to run in the similar circle with a couple of John's friends still till this day. And he says, one of these guys asked me if I know this Chuli guy who's a comedian. And I said, yeah, I know him. And he goes, yeah, John wants us to come down to his show this weekend and give him a talking to for making jokes about his family and his kid. And and Brian's telling me this, and he's going, now listen. He goes, I know these guys. He says, you got nothing to fucking worry about. They're not going to do anything. He says, but I just want to give you a heads up. Somebody may show up. Somebody may approach you. And I said, okay, I appreciate it. And I wasn't worried about it. My opening act as a former FBI agent that weekend. Security there is very tight. They don't fuck around in these guys' clubs. So I wasn't worried about it. Friday night comes and goes. Nobody approaches me. Saturday night, sold out. And High Pitch Eric is there. And High Pitch and I are sitting at the bar. And the showroom's on the other side of these closed doors. And the show has started. And all of a sudden, this guy walks by. And he's in like this denim jeans jacket with the sleeves cut off.
Ooh.
As soon as I saw that, I go, that's his buddy. Yeah. I'm like, that's the
dude. Equivalent of a white-on-white tie in Long Island.
So he kind of walks by me, doesn't say anything, and then comes and walks by again, and he goes, how you doing? And I go, good. How are you? And he goes, I'm good, but, you may want to lay off this podcast, goofing on Stuttering John. and I turn around to like fully look at him, and that's when I see he's using a cane. Okay,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And now, because my whole plan was when this guy, whoever these guys are, when they confront me, I'm pulling my phone out and I'm recording this and I'm posting it on Rico and everything. But when I saw that cane, I was like, is this for real? Like,
it's easier just to kick it out.
Yeah.
If I walked briskly, I'm out of danger. You understand? Like, I said when I was telling the story, if this show was on a second or third floor, this would have never happened. The guy would have never walked in. But he and I go, excuse me. He says, yeah, you may want to lay off that podcast about John. And I go, says who? And there's only three. Meanwhile, the FBI guy, security, everybody's in the other room in the show. I'm alone with High Pitch, who is staring at me and looking at me and going, what the fuck is this about? You whisper High Pitch, which is the scariest high pitch of them all.
He's not going to be helpful. Let's put it that way.
No. And so I go, oh, are you John's friend that he told to come down and talk to me? And then he gets into like when guys pretend to be lawyers on cops when they get pulled. He goes, nobody told me to do anything. And I go, oh, but you're here to threaten me and scare me. Nobody's threatening anybody. That's all. And he starts hobbling away. And as he gets to the door, he goes, just so you know, Huntsville ain't too far away.
And, it actually is. It's
that's why
really
I yelled
far
to
away.
him. Yeah, I yelled to him. It's 14 hours by car. And he goes, I ain't going to be driving. I said, okay. I said, well, there's an airport in Huntsville. You don't have to go all the way to Nashville. You can land in Huntsville. And he goes, I ain't going to be flying either.
Oh.
And that's when I started laughing.
He's coming
and I'm
by
just
sea.
I'm going shipping cargo. He's like, so.
So did you follow him out to his handicap spot to get his license plate number?
So now he walks out the door, and I go into the green room, and I tell Anthony, the other comic, and Vinny FBI, and I go, hey, John's guy was just here. He just talked to me. They're like, what? They're all stuffing their face with food. They don't know. And we all go outside. And we go outside, and Anthony Zenhauser starts filming the guy walking away. And I swear to you, when we saw the footage, I'm like, is this the Bigfoot walking through the woods footage? It's awful, but you can make out the cane a little bit. And
I'm on the Patreon for the Shuley Show, Uncle Rico. So I get a notification about this video. She was like, hey, this is the video of the guy. I don't know any of the context. I didn't know anything about this. I'm a little out of the loop. We were traveling. So I just click on the video, and I'm like, did Shuley mean to post this? Like, that's embarrassing. I didn't know what the fuck it was, but apparently it was enough.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, how dumb is John? Like, you're sitting here saying you don't punch down, these shows are meaningless, you don't give a shit about them, you don't go on Reddit, then you copyright strike all these shows, you try to get them taken down, you join the Patreons to try to get them down, and then you're like, you're dumb enough to send somebody out to like, you're 57-year-old man. You
covered all my bases.
You said earlier, this, no bounds to his stupidity. It's just every time you think, well, that's the dumbest thing he's ever done, he goes, hold my beer. I'll top it.
Right. Actually, I'll hold my beer.
Yeah. I don't trust you.
Is he just like drunk swinging at this point? Is that pretty much what this all is?
Well, so the craziest part is that he obviously put out this notification to multiple buddies of his. Those guys in New York who aren't real happy with what we're up to over here. Yeah. Those same guys. We're a little too far for them to get to.
Turns out they were okay with us.
Yeah, we're fine. But apparently, this one guy showed up, and it's so funny because Brian Phelan was fine with going on your show today and telling everyone that he was the one who leaked this to Shuley.
Yeah.
And let him know, like, just so you know, John is trying to get people to intimidate you, which is, by the way,
illegal. Wildly illegal in New York.
It's criminal what John is up to.
How legal do you think it is doing it over state lines, too?
I mean, it's insane.
And again, I don't hate John. I didn't go to authorities. Authorities came to me. A detective in Long Island, another couple cops reached out to me. You'd be amazed how many Uncle Rico fans there are. I personally think the judge listens regularly to WATP and Rico. But yeah, like if I wanted to be a dick, I could, and I feel bad for his friend. His friend, you know, like he doesn't know me. I don't know him. He's clearly not doing well in life.
Right.
And he takes time out of his life to go do this for who he thinks is a friend. If the shit goes down, John does not have your back.
No.
You know, he will throw your crippled ass under the bus so fast. And
that's how he got crippled in the first place.
Yeah. Probably. So I was just like, man, I don't want to blow up this guy's spot, but I do want people to know. And I tell the story, and within 3 hours, Reddit has his full name, his pictures, clips from the beer on the balcony that he was a guest on.
Who
like
was
John,
it?
John, if you're gonna hire a goon, make sure you don't have a digital trail of him and you on a show together sharing stories.
So this is the best part. This guy Danny, who went on Beer on the Balcony back in March, and we covered it on Who Are These Podcasts, because the only reason why he had him on his show was because we were goofing on John for his autobiography and saying that all of his stories from his childhood were fake, and he was lying.
Oh, yeah.
So then he had to get Danny on just to recount all of these stories.
Yeah.
And it's so funny. We played a couple clips on Uncle Rico today where
Yeah,
John...
the stories are not ones you want to share.
Right.
Like,
They're not things that you would brag about or even remember very well. And John's literally going, so I would like tap a girl on the shoulder and my buddy Pat would rip her bra off and then we'd go running and she'd chase us and then the cops got involved and called my dad and then they called your mom and what did your mom say? I'm like, who would remember a conversation when you're 11 years old about what your mom said to you? Like, what kind of storytelling is this? What's going on?
And then it goes to like people, you know, dabblers who start posting, you know, pictures of this guy, his wife, you know, their personal shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want this for this guy. But again, John, only thinking for himself, of course, doesn't understand the repercussions of doing something like this. I didn't tell anybody I want to know who this guy is. They delivered it on a silver platter for me. And then John goes on Twitter and makes a comment about how I'm trying to stay relevant. I made up this whole story. I watched too many mob movies.
Yeah.
That's what it was. And I made up this whole story. And that's when I reached out to Phelan that night. I sent him the screenshot and I'm like, listen, I'm just asking you. It's up to you. If you want to go on and you're cool with saying that you're the one who tipped me off, that would be awesome. I would love to do that because it just throws a fucking stick right in the spokes of this fucking lie train, you know, whatever the fuck he tries to do. And Brian was like, I'm there. He's like, I'm Team Shuley. I've known the guy for years. We did mushrooms in Amsterdam together. He's one of the greatest guys ever.
He's like riding a bicycle or something.
Yeah.
Gonna throw it in the spokes of his bicycle because of all the lies.
I know. I'm not stoned enough. You guys rushed me here. Go ahead.
This is completely insane.
This is completely insane. So John pretty much put a hit out, and maybe it's not a hit. He's just trying to intimidate Shirley.
You know what to do.
Exactly. And
every day he solidifies that he is the next Eric the Midget.
Yeah.
Every day.
Dude, honestly, he's the funniest whackpacker still in existence right now. Of all the Whackpacker sagas, I can think of a few that are amazing, but this one's been going on for so long and it's getting so good.
Shuley,
yeah.
Now that the serious lawsuit's like over with,
Oh yeah, we haven't mentioned that yet. John lost his lawsuit on his birthday, and I have clips to talk about that.
It was his birthday.
Yeah, it was his birthday. I know.
Actually, Carl, you're wrong. It was all of our birthdays yesterday.
I am celebrating October 4th from now on.
Is that why I ate a cake?
Yeah, no, you eat a cake every day. That was breakfast. What are you talking
about? That was a
about?
fat joke. It was great. Go
Oh,
ahead.
shit. So let me ask you this question. Now that this lawsuit's over, what are the odds that there's so many people at Stern Show that you say listen to this stuff and know what's happening? What are the odds that Howard finally decides just to bring this to the air?
He should.
I mean, I think it's a real long shot.
He
I
won't.
really do.
He
I
won't,
don't
but
think
he should.
So.
Because it really would be the most compelling radio. If all of a sudden Howard came out on a Tuesday morning and went, Robin, Remember John? Remember Stuttering John? You won't, Robin.
Let's start at the beginning.
You won't believe it.
It's no Fisty Gary, but whatever.
Yeah, it'd be a little funnier than Fisty Gary, in my opinion. What do I know?
It'll bring more eyes to the show than Megan Trainor singing all about that bass or whatever the fuck song that was.
He just had Rosie O'Donnell on again. Like these Howard Stern fans are not interested in Rosie O'Donnell's take on anything. You know that, right? Let's bash Stuttering John. That's what everyone wants to do.
There is a part of him that will never die, that he loves a good fight. Let's make it happen. I'm ready to rock. Let's do it. You know what? Somebody on Twitter had a great idea. Just let WATP and Rico do a couple hours on 101. Throw some of that content on there. You don't have to talk
By the
about
way,
it.
Shuli, that was my idea.
Oh, was it? Sorry, I'll unblock you. I apologize.
It was some bozo on Twitter. You're right.
Some idiot, some fucking moron.
Well, no. What's funny about that is after he lost the judgment, someone said, "Well, we should celebrate that on Howard 101 all weekend." I said, "The best way to celebrate this is to never play Stuttering John ever again on SiriusXM, because honestly, that's what keeps him relevant in the way he wants to be relevant. Is the fact that there's a national channel with 30 million subscribers that plays his old bits, and he decided to sabotage. Only Stuttering John would be like, "That's no good. That can't be. Got to get rid of that."
Wait till there's some fucking Roku channel that plays old Jay Leno Tonight shows.
There won't be. Jay Leno's show's done. It's over. John was on one thing that people still care about, and he fucked it up. He's such a moron.
He had a sweet gig as the sidekick sitting in third row in the audience, and he blew it.
It's called the John Chair.
All right. So this is
also known as 1A.
All right. This is John talking about, so this is on his show on his birthday from yesterday the 4th, and he's talking about losing.
Drop the needle anywhere, folks. There it is.
I know.
I love that.
Oh, talk about a birthday present. I find out today that I lost my lawsuit against SiriusXM. Now, I don't know. Do you think those judges just wanted to give me a little dig on my birthday? Either way, I want to thank my attorney, the great Michael Popak.
The great Michael Popak
is the best. He worked hard.
The best at what?
Yeah.
What is he the best at?
Answering the phone when you call.
Yeah. He's the best at going to Yankees game with me.
Yeah.
I've never worked with a guy who's so unavailable but on top of things.
I listened to Popak go in front of the panel of 3 judges on the appeal. He had no answers for anything. They're like, "Yeah, but do you have any evidence that any of this happened?" He's like, "Well, not yet. We don't have anything yet." It's like, "Sir, you have to have evidence. Like, that's the whole point of this." He was terrible.
I think at one point he said, "Your Honor, we believed there would be no math involved in today's questioning."
Yeah.
Sorry.
They're like, "Well, what are the damages here? What do you want for this?" "Well, we don't know. We don't. What kind of lawsuit is that?" Like, the great Michael Popak's not so great when it came to this lawsuit. It was not good.
It turned out to be a bad court thingy.
It's not your fault, Mike. They're trolls.
Bad court thingy.
No, I thought we had a good case, but whatever.
You didn't.
You know,
You're an idiot.
Michael's the best, and I do appreciate it. It was funny. It happened on my birthday. I couldn't help but.
I agree.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Most laughs he's ever gotten.
He goes, "Why are you? Why does it seem happy?" I'm not happy, but it's just funny that they did it on my birthday.
There's a difference.
Jody, hi.
Was he what is he fucking
He's
laughing
fucking cracking,
about?
dude. He's fucking cracking.
Then he's right. He's losing. I'm not laughing. I'm crying with laughter. That's all.
All right.
No, something's in my eye.
I think I know why they decided to put this through on his birthday, if I could be so bold here.
Oh.
Like, because Judge Karate in New York let Sirius beat me in that lawsuit. Guess what? I just filed for an appeal because he's a fucking asshole, that judge. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand law. He's too old to do it. But I'll tell you this.
Did the great Michael Popak ever tell you not to call the judge an asshole who's ruling on your case?
Many times.
Yeah, right. He probably did, actually.
That guy's the best.
Yeah, even his guest, The Undertaker, didn't think it was a good idea.
Would you call him Brett Michaels?
Yeah. I love Gorilla.
All right. Shuli, do you have a minute? Do you want to play some recent Beer on the Balcony with Richard Roper?
I ain't going anywhere, dog. Let's do this.
Excellent. Let's get into this because the latest Beer on the Balcony, and I have to say, another amazing thing they have, there's so much Stuttering John news going on right now, is that he tried once again to copyright strike our channel for clipping Beer on the Balcony. And this time, thankfully, YouTube stepped in and said, sorry, it actually said, Dear Stuttering John, this is not a violation of copyright law. People can use it. And they gave all the fucking fair use reasons that John cannot comprehend. It's not fair use. It's behind my paywall. He's so stupid.
I don't even think I think he's forwarding it to somebody to read it for him. That's what I think. I don't even think what are all these words?
I would love for an attorney to sit down with him and go, John, why do you think this is a copyright violation? They keep telling you it's not. Patreon's told you that. YouTube told them that, 4 times, 5 times now?
Do you think they haven't, Carl?
Good point.
Fucking wet brain over there.
Yeah, good point. So anyway, in celebration of that, I thought we'd pull some clips from the latest Beer on the Balcony, and it starts off with John. He's very excited to have a movie critic on his show because, as you guys know, John's a movie director.
Yeah. That's the last person I would want on.
I love that this guest said yes. Now, I don't know if he knows this, but I'm an NYU film major in the Tisch School of the Arts. I wanted to be a director because I thought that I really wanted to be an actor, but I figured that my stutter would prevent that. So then I took up on directing.
Check.
And I got great grades and made some great films for a student filmmaker.
I can't wait to tell Richard Roper about my grades at NYU. He's going to be so impressed.
Great grades.
Did he at any point do the joke about stuttering and the yelling cut and costing X amount of money? Because I know he used to do that joke.
He didn't do that joke, but he did.
It's so bad.
He did
It's
hit
so
the greatest hits on this one. Like, it's so embarrassing.
God.
All right.
And listen to him. He's like, and he's got to give himself points for everything. You know, everything's a point system. And I had great grades. You graduated. It's like, all right. Like, you don't need to fucking.
Yeah, it's fine.
Spit shine the fucking thing. Let's go.
So he's going to explain to us that he's a film buff in only the way the Stuttering John can explain that to us.
Finally got my dream come true, at least one of them, when I wrote and starred in a movie that I sold to National Lampoon, which I had a lot of part in some of the direction, even though I do credit the director, whose name is Michael DiLorenzo.
I had a lot to do with a little bit of the directing.
I'm just saying, it could have been better.
Right. That's the dumbest brag I've ever heard, by the way.
It's not well directed, that movie, I can tell you that.
That wasn't a brag. That was trying to set himself up for plausible deniability later.
Yeah, right.
I was going to tell him I could have done it better.
I already feel so bad for Richard Roper because he's got to sit through this, but just bring him on. Bring him on.
Yeah. No, this is the build-up for it.
So, that being said, I'm a film freaking maniac. I mean, if this guest would see my room.
You can be a film fanatic or a movie maniac, but a film or buff, freaking maniac.
Hey, man, the guy's just chewing the shit, all right? Chill out.
Check this out, because this is funny. He kind of breaks the fifth wall here because he's got a green screen, but he starts looking around the green screen at the stuff that's in his room to prove what a film buff he is.
Oh, no.
I mean, if this guest would see my room right now, I got Star Wars. I got La Vita è Bella. The Italian of Life is Beautiful.
He's looking around his green screen.
Star Wars Episode 1, the original poster that George Lucas only gave out 500, and I have...
So far he's got 2 Star Wars posters. I'm a big movie guy. I got 2 Star Wars posters.
I got all those VHSs from Blockbuster I never returned.
Hey, you guys are sneakerheads like I am. I have 2. Anyway. Yeah, I have 2 or 3 sneakers at least. So I'm a huge.
Hold on, Shuey. I got my sneakers over here. Hold on. I got Adidas. I got Nikes.
I got slippers. I got house shoes.
Crocs over here. Very impressive, John.
Clogs.
I have It's a Wonderful Life. And now, without further...
How ironic.
Further explanation.
Fucking
Let's bring
Clarence would have
on
told him to jump.
great film critic from, I hope I got this right, Chicago Sun-Times. And I believe it was Ebert and Roper. Say hi to Richard Roper. Richard, how are you?
Say hi. Who's he talking to? Say hi to Richard Roper.
Dick Rope. Roaches. Roper. Roper meet the roaches.
I think he thought Ebert was still alive and was going to be on with.
So, check out the low expectations of a guest of Beer on the Balcony. This is the first thing Richard says.
John, you're batting 1,000 so far. You got the introduction right, the newspaper right, the TV show right, the titles of the movie. I say we end it now on a good note. We do the George Costanza thing. Good night, everybody.
And that's the fastest someone wanted to get out of an interview with Stuttering John.
That beats the record so far.
That's impressive right there.
Yeah.
I just love that he goes, you knew my name, you knew my profession. Wow, I'm impressed.
Well, he watched the Elon Gold interview, and he's like, well, the low battery bit doesn't work with this guy. I got to figure something else out.
My child is drowning in the pool. All right, one more question.
And the way you read your own resume was amazing.
That's great. All right. So I love this because John doesn't say, I have so much to ask you, or we have so much to talk about. The first thing he says is, I have so much to tell you.
Of course.
Well, just to prove how much of a film buff, Pulp Fiction. Oh, God, I have so much to tell you, Richard, in such a short period of time. Hold on.
I got to take a break.
Well, one of the things that you learn in film school is how the directors use the camera and use their choice of what's in the scene to depict what's going on or to foreshadow what the character is or who he is.
So,
what a fucking asshole this guy is.
What an idiot. He goes, I learned this in film school. I would just go for marketing and I knew that. The director determines how to shoot the movie? Yeah, no shit.
I got news for
what's
you.
in the seed?
Richard Roper knows more about filmmaking than you do, and he didn't go to film school. What do you think of that?
Correct.
John, what's all this about cameras? Go back, John.
Yeah, wait, what do they do with the camera? They shoot?
It's
what?
such a condescending dickhead move to have somebody on from a field that you are no way an expert in. I'm not saying Richard Roper is fucking Steven Spielberg, but it's Richard Roper.
He's probably talked to Steven Spielberg many times.
I doubt John can afford to go to the movies. So
right. He's just impressed. I saw a movie on the big screen.
And now he's going to lecture him and tell him how movies are made and what parts. Oh my God!
All right,
this
so
guy's unbelievable.
This is more of John proving how smart he is. Now remember, he just brought his guest on. He hasn't even asked him a question yet, and John's already getting into how he knows stuff about movies that other people don't.
Like even when you go back to the book Death of a Salesman, Willie Loman.
Sure.
And Spielberg does it all the time. Hitchcock did it all the time. Tarantino does it all the time. So I don't know if you know this one, but this is my favorite, one of my favorites. In Pulp Fiction, do you remember when John Travolta has to give Uma Thurman the adrenaline shot into her heart? In the foreground, on the shelf, are 2 board games. Take a guess on the 2 board games.
Oh, no. Is it like Operation
and Life?
That's fantastic.
I mean, that's a fact you learn taking a shit in somebody's house and reading whatever books on the goddamn
Or there's like those YouTube videos with the catchy titles, like 10 things you didn't know about Pulp Fiction. Oh, okay, I'll watch that for a second. Why not? And that's the first thing John wants to tell Richard Roper.
Yeah. That's a really good flex, John.
Wow, impressive.
That face is the face of a child whose mother just put his picture on the refrigerator.
Yeah. And we're proud of you too, Johnny. You are.
Yeah, here's a
I'm
green
just
star.
stunned.
I know.
Stunned from
it's
this.
insane. All right. So you were talking before about how John doesn't realize the level of guests that he's talking to. So he talks down to them because he thinks everyone's as dumb as he is. Like, I'm convinced John has no idea that we don't get scared about copyright and cease and desist and all the things that scare him don't bother us because he doesn't realize that we're not as stupid as he is.
Hey, Richard, how far away are you from Long Island?
So this is John. This is just classic Stuttering John right here. And watch Richard's face.
And I'll tell you, this is how it all comes around. You'll love the story, Richard. So when I was the announcer and a writer on the Tonight Show, I was on the staff as a writer.
Right.
And I used to write a lot of cold opens. That's like the sketch before the show starts. It's like in SNL, live from New York, like that.
He's like, Chad, I know what a cold open is.
Now all he does is open cold ones.
Could you imagine? You're telling Richard Roper what a cold open is?
Oh my god, it's just unfucking believable.
It's so stupid. No, what they'll do is they'll film what's called a pilot.
You ever see the show SNL?
You know they do that live, right?
Yeah, he would have like Michael Jordan on, and he'd be like, when I dunk on my Nerf hoop in my room when I was a kid.
When I beat Shaq at basketball.
Yeah, you were talking about Shaq.
The technique I like to use, and I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's called palming a basketball. Have you ever heard of that?
It's called a 360 dunk because what happens is your body twists 360.
Yeah,
I'll show you. I'll find a video clip. He actually had to find a still frame of the scene he was talking about in Pulp Fiction to show Richard Roper that those two board games, and Richard's like, yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's exactly what you just said.
Like, where do you?
I believed you. I didn't think you were lying.
Yeah, where do you go from there? Like, what? That's like going. Somebody, hey, did you know there's lyrics to taps? Get the fuck out of my life. Get out of my life.
Shuli, you and I were talking about this today on your show, where John will let the guest talk, and John's not paying attention to the guest.
Nothing.
So when the guest stops talking, John has a mini panic. And he's like, okay, so the next thing, like he doesn't have a conversation with anyone.
When did you start doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, it's not, because I do stand-up.
And why?
And why?
Yeah, it's like a guy waking up behind the wheel and just crossing all 4 lanes as soon as his eyes open.
This is an example.
I better do something.
This is an example of course, John wants to find that still frame of these board games. And because of it, he's not paying attention to his guest at all.
The whole thing was just horrible. And it was also like one of those things where we're just reminded of the ego and the narcissism that permeates Hollywood.
Yeah. Okay.
You mean this podcast?
I'm not going to let you have to wait to go watch Pulp Fiction. So let me show you this.
Even the way he says it, I'm not going to let you have to wait to go see Pulp Fiction. Because Richard's like, okay, I'll check that scene out. That's cool.
Do you know, this is such a great example of what an absolutely clueless, from top to bottom podcaster John is.
Yeah.
You have a guy like Richard Roper on, and he's willing to do your show once. Talk to him about what's in theaters now. Talk to him about something that's interesting.
Let the guy talk.
Yeah, let the guy say a word. But do something that would be interesting for the listeners to get this guy back on your show.
Vinny, you don't know the half of it. Not only does he not do that, he decides to slam all movie critics to Richard Roper's face. I don't know what he thinks Richard's going to do with this one.
All right, Richard, now I'm going to ask you something and this has been my pet peeve. And I'm going to get it because just so you know, when Siskel and Ebert were guests on the Stern Show.
Sure.
Me, of course, because I felt it was my mission.
Wait, he was on the Stern Show? He never brings it up. Yeah, he never brings it up. That's interesting.
To go
Has
back.
he ever been involved in a roast? Do you know?
I don't know.
If he says anything that his mission was to answer the phones, he's wrong.
I felt it was my mission to go back and pull all the rotten, bad videos, the bad reviews that they would give to great movies. And one of the distinct ones that I pulled out for Ebert is that he gave, and God rest his soul, because he was great, but he gave The Godfather 2 3 stars and gave The Godfather 3 3.5 stars. And I went in on the air with Howard, and I go, Roger, The Godfather 3 was better than The Godfather 2? Come on, man.
What a great question.
Way to let him have it. Yeah, way to let him have it on the air, John.
How ridiculous is that? He goes, you're a movie critic. There's this other movie critic who I think made a bad judgment call. Yeah. It's off by a half a star. And I realize Godfather 3 is way worse than Godfather 2. I'm not arguing that point. But it's not he's like, thumbs down on Godfather 2, thumbs up on Godfather. It's like, it's like, well, whatever mood you were in or the context of the time, like, there's reasons why this happened.
Don't worry, Richard. I took care of it.
Yeah, believe it or not, there are some people out there that like Godfather 3 more than Godfather 2.
Shut up.
One of them was named Ebert, according to John. And so that's the thing. It's their opinion, right? Like,
well, that's what Richard Roper has to explain. It was like, well, it is subjective, John, and sometimes you have an opinion about something. And
he's a 57-year-old man with a child's fucking brain, with a 7-year-old brain.
Imagine you have Richard Roper on your show, and you're like, man, Ebert really fucked up, didn't he?
Yeah. Richard's going to be like, yeah, well, that guy always was an asshole.
What do you think he's going to do? And we're talking about, when did Godfather 3 come out? 82?
No, like 90.
Oh, was it 90? Okay. He's talking about something that this happened 32 years ago. And this is like, who cares? Yeah. Why are you bringing this up? Like you were saying, when we can be talking about like modern movies, what's good? What have you seen recently?
Yeah. What directors do you like that are upcoming? Give me something here.
There's a new Top Gun movie.
What was it like working with Ebert when he talked through a fucking computer? What was that like?
Yeah, right. When he was missing his chin. Did that
better
bum you
than
out?
this. Way better than this. Less drool.
He actually did look better than John.
Yeah, that's
after
what it
the
was. He was
surgery.
missing half his face. I thought it was like a computer, but he did talk through like a computer.
Yeah, he wasn't real good at communicating at that point.
I guess you have to if you don't have half a face. Well, the weed's kicking in. We know that. All right, go ahead.
Look at John, how smug he is, because he just said that Roger Ebert was wrong about a review that he had.
Of course. Nothing makes him happier than calling out someone who's dead and can't defend themselves.
Right.
I blocked him just in
his new
case.
friend Richard.
Right. He did the ultimate block. He waited till he died and then talked shit about him.
All right. So I kind of skipped past this, but you notice that he brought up Pulp Fiction right away.
Yeah.
And he did that on purpose because he wanted to talk about Quentin Tarantino. And you know why he wants to talk about Quentin Tarantino, right? He wants to talk about the time that he directed Quentin in a cold open on The Tonight Show. And he's so proud of himself. He has to tell his new friend Richard about it.
Quentin goes way off script for like a minute and a half. And I go, cut. I go, Quentin, this has got to be 30 to 40 seconds long. Please stick to the script. And he goes, okay, John. Okay, John. And I'll tell you, Richard, as I'm walking out of the room, I go, I can't believe Stuttering John is directing Quentin Tarantino.
Isn't that amazing?
Either act like you belong in show business or you don't. You got to pick one or the other.
Yeah.
The fact that he keeps rehashing this story and he tells every guest, so anyone who's watching John's a fan of John's like, yeah, we know this, John. Let the guest tell a story that we don't know.
Yeah, he's so dumb. He doesn't understand that he's saying to people, can you believe this fucking idiot's directing Quentin Tarantino?
Right. Yeah, and by the way, yes, I am shocked by that. It is crazy.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
Aren't I a moron,
Yes.
Richard? Isn't that great?
But what a weird conversation to have with somebody.
He thinks he's being self-deprecating.
Wait, he does this.
Maybe
he does this a lot. Like when Hal Sparks talked about how dirty his place was. He's over the moon with joy, laughing about this shit. When I saw the army major guy, Ojeda. When he was talking about how dirty John's car was, and John's dying laughing. Ojeda's like, it looks like there was just 3 weeks worth of trash piled up, and he's going, like. I don't get it. I don't get it. He's so sensitive, but loves when people shit on him that he knows, I guess. I don't know.
I think he's the kind of guy who would describe all of his personality flaws as just part of my charm.
Yeah. That's his OCD,
I have to collect all the garbage.
And I am very sensitive.
I am very sensitive, sure.
All right, this is the last clip I want to play from Beer on the Balcony, and there's some other things to cover, but this is John fucking up, and it's by far the best part of the show.
I don't care about Fast and the Furious. I do care about Bullet with Steve McQueen or The French Connection with Gene Hackman, which has better car chases, but they're actually grounded in reality.
Something happened. I don't know.
For a while, it was just me, which I kind of enjoyed. I was going to...
We all did.
I'm like, finally, a podcast I'm going to watch, the Richard Roper Show.
Yeah, he was making some points there for a second.
It'd be great if you could get like quarterly ratings and see a spike in that 30 seconds of like 800 people.
So, Shu, I'm sure you're aware that there's just a million channels opening up, people creating new videos about Stuttering John, all these new YouTube videos. There was one that caught my eye this week. DNN, Dabbler News Network.
I was going to play this on Rico.
Okay.
Yeah, this is great.
This is hilarious. This is B Dabbler, BE Dabbler on YouTube. People should like and subscribe. Already way better produced than anything fucking John has ever done.
Oh,
yeah. The Dabbler News Network.
Dabblers, there is no denying we are in a Stuttering John boom. I'll say it again. We are in a Stuttering John economic boom.
Economic boom.
This is awesome.
This guy's wearing a Mexican wrestling mask. He's got a button-up shirt and a tie. And he's fired up about Stuttering John.
Everyone's making money off this dummy except for him. Even the Clone Wars have started.
You watch the guy.
So now he's showing Dabbler's Unanimous and Why Do I Podcast with Kevin, which is actually a show now. It used to be just a bad joke from Tony Michaels. Now it's actually a show. So they did a crossover episode. So now it's showing. This is getting insane. It's so out of control.
And you're like, there was just so much to clip here, so this is why there's so many shows.
If it weren't for WATP, I definitely would never know his current position in life and how funny it is to watch.
New and original Stut Joe programming premieres literally every day.
Yeah, I love this stuff. This is like a TV show for me.
The Stut Joe Depot's
we'll
another one.
Talk to Ava about her transition.
By the way, it's Ava Riza.
Ava, I don't know if you.
Jesus Christ.
So the way this is edited,
This doesn't stop. By
This
the
is
way.
the main reason why I wanted to play this, because I love this segment of this. So John had Ava on, who is a trans woman. And the only reason why he brought
Get outta here.
I know,
What?
I know, it's so shocking. The only reason why he brought her on was to talk about how horrible a person, I should say, what a monster Anthony Cumia is.
Ava, you see any good movies lately? Are there any directors you like?
Yeah, imagine if you had good questions for her.
I can tell you could say a lot of bad things about Anthony, but he wouldn't call a fucking friend on 1.5 legs and ask him to go scare somebody. I can tell you that.
That's a good point. So this is great because Ava, just like Alon did, has to explain how her name is pronounced, and John does not comprehend that in any way.
Know what I'm going through right now with this fucking monster.
By the way, it's Ava Riza.
But you know what, Ava? Like, and you know, I'm.
By the way, it's Ava Riza.
Let me ask you this, Ava, because you sent me these links.
By the way, it's Ava Riza.
Yeah, I'll definitely have you on again, Ava. And
Sure. By the way, it's Ava Riza.
Ava, it's been a pleasure. Please come back again.
Anytime. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sweetie. Okay, Ava Reza on the show.
By the way, it's Ava Riza.
Yeah, no, I know. But I didn't know. I mean, I know I did.
What a drunk asshole or a drunk acehole. Now it's time for everyone's favorite segment, Drunk of the Week. Drunk of the Week. This week's Drunk of the Week is Stuttering John Melendez. Congratulations, you pickled punk.
Yeah, a lot of beer. Plenty of beer. Plenty of beer on my birthday. Beer will be going down smoothly.
10-4.
Yep. Oh, Sunflower Dragon, thank you for the $20. Happy birthday, John. Have a beer from me. Thank you. You can actually get 4 beers from you with that. Thank you very much.
Oh,
God, it's so pathetic.
That's rock bottom, what I just heard right there.
He's got a tip 10 on each beer, too.
Yeah, breaking down the amount of beers a $20 donation gets you.
And it's funny because yesterday John did a show on his birthday, and he's such a needy bitch. This is what he tweeted out. I'm looking forward to my birthday show tomorrow with @Tony Michaels, @I am Gabe Sanchez, @Ojeda for America, and whoever else wants to come. And then he mentions @Ron Filipkowski, I don't know. The list goes on and on and on. He's just Lincoln's Bible. He's trying to get anyone on who will come on the show because he did actually make some pretty good money on the show yesterday. A lot of super chats came in for him. But what adult man's like, oh, it's my birthday show, everyone. We got to celebrate my birthday show.
Could be my last one.
Yeah, probably.
By the way, last night we were back on YouTube live for the first time since he hit us with a copyright strike. And 3 hours before the show, we had $15 in donations, people waiting in the chat room. And we had, within 10 minutes of the show, we had close to $200 of people donating to, and nothing makes me happier.
That's 40 beers.
You know, one, because I'm a Jew and I love money, but two, it's because, you know, there's been episodes where we've told them do not donate, and they donate twice as much. So,
oh, by
you know,
the way, the video on the subreddit where you're talking about how he hired this guy to come intimidate you, the funniest comment underneath that from Dabbler of the Year, Skull Team 6.
Yes. Fantastic.
Hilarious.
Fantastic.
And the other thing I didn't mention, because there's too much Stuttering John news to even get to, is the fact that he accused me of buying tickets to our show in Detroit in order to sell it out. So there's a couple tweets that I want to read here.
This is how you know he doesn't have anyone in his life anymore,
Right.
because there's nobody to go, John, that's not really, the guy's probably not buying tickets. Because it's like you just bought it to have the sign say sold out on the marquee and then takes a picture and then go into an empty
Why would
theater.
any venue let you do that?
Right.
Exactly.
How would that help them? They wouldn't sell more beer if I bought all the tickets. They wouldn't like that.
Well, I'd be there, but
you wouldn't have that. They'd sell plenty of beer. Don't get me wrong. No. So anyway, so John tweeted out, "Gee whiz, he buys his own seats. How lame do you have to be? He so badly wants to be famous. What does that have to do with wanting to be famous if I had to buy my own?" All right.
Yeah.
So then he writes, "I couldn't imagine doing that, but it's a fact that he does as I talk to the manager there." So now what John is saying is that he's calling the venue that we played, the Magic Bag, talking to my buddy Andy over there, who was awesome to us, who loved us.
Yeah.
And Andy's going, yep. I can confirm that he could not sell out this show on his own, that he had to buy extra tickets, and then we put the sold out show. Like, if that were true, it's not. It's an insane thing to think.
I bet
If that
you
were
called
true-
a purse store or something stupid.
Well, he didn't tell anyone. Why would Andy give up that information? Like, venues aren't interested in telling people about the attendance of previous shows. Like, listen, I happen to hate the performer that was there last weekend. Could you tell me shitty things about them?
Let me talk to the manager.
Yeah.
He's such a Karen.
He talked to the manager like he talked to the Rochester Police Department.
Exactly.
Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. But the fact that he thinks that that's going to prove anything or intimidate someone, like, John gets so upset. They're calling the clubs that I perform at. John, you just tweeted that you called the club I performed at.
Yeah.
Do you not see what's going on here? You're doing the exact thing you complain about. You fucking bitchy little Karen.
It is one of my favorite things about him is the minute he starts railing against something, someone, usually from Dabblers, will post a screenshot or a video of him doing that exact thing he's up in arms about. You know?
Like Vinny said, he's drunk swinging. He's just, I don't know why I'm upset, but I'm upset.
Like, his shit is like a hair drug test. Like, his shit goes way back. It's not just, the minute he starts yelling about it, can you believe this guy uses the N-word? Boom, 20 clips. Here you go.
I know. All right.
Crazy.
So I want to bring it back to Ava, and this is another video that was produced. So this is Stuttering Depot, I believe. And so this is the recap of that appearance, because John pretends he's bringing this person on to talk to them about their journey and does none of that. He just wants to talk about Anthony Cumia.
It's weird that it's a person that, like, is not on his radar in any way. Like, they've never been on before.
Right.
It's almost like he just got someone to reply and brought them on to talk about the what it's like being trans when you have someone very close to you that you could ask to come on.
He doesn't talk to me.
Maybe not.
It's just odd.
It's very odd, and people think that maybe this person's trolling John because she does say that she likes Anthony Cumia. She's a fan of Opie and Anthony. So I think that kind of ruins his credibility on this a little
Takes
bit.
the wind out of his sails
a little bit.
I love this stuff. This is like a TV show for me.
this guy does great stuff too.
Yeah, this is amazing. So the first screen of this Stut Joe Depot show is Stuttering John wearing a Stut Joe Depot hat, and he's got a smock on like he works at the Home Depot with the dark branded logo.
Is that him doing the air quotes thing?
And he's doing the air quotes.
With stink lines.
Stink lines are coming out of his pits.
It's the best.
And of course, he's got the halo because he can do no wrong. Everything he does is perfect. There's probably 7 more jokes there I'm not even getting, but it's fucking fantastic. God damn. Everyone involved in this is so fucking funny except for John.
Yep.
It really is amazing.
This is like a TV show for me. But we'll talk to Ava about her transition and how it was to do that.
But I got to go in a minute, John. Who's up next? Who do you got?
Wow, he looks terrible.
I have Ava Mazer.
By the way, it's Ava Riza.
She's a transgender woman, and she's going to come on. Now, so I'm going to have this transgender woman, and we're going to learn about how difficult it was to make the transition.
Are we?
Ava, I don't know if you know what I'm going through right now with this fucking monster. I've been having this, I guess you'd call it a battle, which I call a battle between good and evil with Anthony Cumia. He does it because he believes it. Because he's a sick fuck. Like, because I really don't want that kind of hate on this, on this show.
I think
Brilliant.
Anthony
brilliant.
and Patrice and Louis, like, just riffing is like, they were really, really funny.
Yeah.
And so
John doesn't even know how he's reacting to things anymore. Yeah, I mean, they're great comedians. Don't get me wrong. No, they're evil. It's good for evil.
He thinks he's talking to the guy from The Crow. He doesn't even know what's going on.
He has no idea.
Look, hate me, okay? I don't give a fuck if you hate on me.
You don't? Shuey, do you think that's true? That he doesn't give a fuck if you hate on him?
Hey, listen, as long as there's a friend out there that can reach out and converse and touch someone for him, he's not lying. He doesn't care. The guy in Long Island apparently cared a lot. He decided to show up in his handicap van and read me the riot act.
Fucking trash me all you want. Have all these loser comics on to trash me. I don't give a shit. This is Anthony Cumia. Anthony Cumia goes out there, and he's a high school dropout, which you could only expect that kind of shit coming out of his mouth.
Emma's cracking up. She's like, this is all you got on this guy? He's a high school dropout. He's a multimillionaire. Yeah. He does the thing that you wanted to do, host a show, and he does it so brilliantly that he's made millions and millions of dollars doing it. How do you not realize that you're the loser in this scenario?
And I like her mic placement thing. I think I'm going to start doing that now. This is a good look.
Do you think any trans person wants to sit there and listen to this guy fucking virtue signal?
No. It's
what
so insulting.
It really is.
And by the way, I'm going to get the same mic set up. It might cover my teeth. Might. We'll see.
This twisted lunatic known as Anthony Cumia.
Why does he hate you so much?
Why does he hate you so much? Well, I started it.
I don't know. You call a guy a pedophile a few hundred times and he gets all bent out of shape about it.
You ever heard of pock box?
Just one clip, because I think this one clip says it all in one 30-second clip. And I'll play that now. And again, I'll warn people that apparently he was mad at this guy who mentions Red Bar, who are geniuses.
Holy shit. John is Team Red Bar now. This is the guy who's
Red Bar
worried
doesn't
about
like him either, though.
No, Mike David does not like John in any single way. He's ripped him to shreds before. And if you're worried about words people use, yeah, watch out. I wouldn't keep close company with Red Bar if you're worried about people using the R word, John.
Well, I was watching his live show yesterday. I think it was on his birthday, and a guy donated to him and said, and in the name it said Red Bar.
Yeah.
And he's like, John, we love you. Like, we can't wait to have you. We'd love to have you on the show.
Yep, he falls
Keep
for it.
fighting the fight. And yeah, and he fell for it immediately.
He's such a moron.
He goes, I reached out to you guys. I'll come on anytime.
Oh my God, I would love to see what Mike would do.
They got my letters.
My letters are PU.
So I'm going to have this transgender woman, and we're going to learn about how difficult it was to make the transition.
Okay.
But you know what, like, and you know, I hate having to bring it back to Anthony Cumia. Like, you know, well, first of all, he says the F word for gay and then uses the N word twice. The disconnect is in Anthony's brain. So now Anthony, that's what he believes. Anthony Cumia chooses not to. Well, let me ask you this, Ava, because you sent me these links to Anthony and
just to see like what to talk to you about.
Yeah, Anthony going on another show, and then Anthony on his own show. But I will just say to you that he posts this other one of my son now as an adult male and writes.
No air quotes
And
there.
he has no problem with this. This is the only thing that Stuttering John made that was funny.
That is a great joke. I'm sorry, John. I know you don't get it, but that is a great joke.
What if he got it on air? He's like, oh, I get it now.
Oh, actually, no, that actually is a pretty good one.
Anthony's so funny. When I was doing the show, we were talking about John. We were talking about something, and I just go, he's so transparent. And Anthony goes, he is transparent. And it took me a minute to get it. I didn't even he's so fast, so funny.
It's great.
Now, what kind of monster?
And it's like there's times where Anthony can be funny on this, even on that Compound show.
Yeah, I'll definitely have you on again, Ava. And
sure. People started emailing me on but they found a way to contact me through like my Bandcamp, which is it's like a very interesting way that they found to tell me not to come on the show. And
this is great.
It's so fascinating.
They zoom in on
they,
John's face here.
He's
They
try to imply that you're a sexist and homophobic person, which is one patronizing that they don't think.
He's so mad.
Anthony, and watch that podcast and all that. And he's talking. They keep posting these things.
That conversation took 2 years off his life. It's
amazing.
The voice in his head's like, keep it together. Keep it together.
Things were like you made a joke about Caitlyn Jenner at some point or whatever.
Yeah, that was that joke was way before. That was way before we knew that he was transgender.
And now I hear that he cut off his fucking penis. Ladies, that just takes a pair of balls.
I was actually shocked because I was friends with Bruce.
It's okay. You don't have to even explain it to me. But you can.
No, I know. But I didn't know. I mean,
I love John getting caught in lies. He's such an idiot. It's all on the internet, John. We're going to find it. People are going to find it.
Well, the thing about that is,
I hate his fucking cruise ship comic energy up on stage. He's like, oh, that takes a lot of balls.
He gives that look like, oh, I'm terrible. Whoa.
Did I just say
just
that?
what I do, people. What can I tell you?
The guy fucking filling the buffet in the back of the room, just his eyes rolling to the back of his fucking head.
You guys knew you were coming to the Late Show, right? Whoa, watch out.
I had no idea. Ava, it's been a pleasure. Please come back again.
Anytime. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sweetie. Okay, Ava Reza on the show.
By the way, it's Ava Reza.
Amazing. Well
Ava.
done.
One point, he called her Ava Mazer. He added an M to it. I mean, the guy's just a fucking dummy.
He's just so stupid.
He really is.
Incredible. We played a couple of new parody songs at the live show that I feel like for Tony Muskrat we should play again. Yeah. With decent audio. I'm assuming we have decent audio right now. Who knows? Find out tomorrow, I suppose. But before I do that, this is a short one from Adam.
It's all right. We still have the microphone in the other room recording.
Yeah, right, exactly.
We got it back
My
up.
phone's out of my pocket recording the show. We'll be fine.
Just got home from teaching math. Smell like ass and still don't bath. Got to sit down, take a rest on the balcony. Green screen, cat box smells a little bit. Not enough to change it. Throwing back all my cores. Life is getting lonely. Inhaling some baloney. Fuck, I told my guest the wrong time zone and I'm already streaming live. Gotta go call the major. Hostile Richo hater. Oh, Jetta. Throwing back all my cores.
So, with that.
You know.
All right, I want to start off with a brand new song parody that came in from Midnight Slider. This is Sideways from Midnight Slider.
If I have 3 or 4 beers, the OCD goes down 100%. So I know it sounds like a fucking drunk just making excuses, but it is true.
Now I'm sideways. Now I'm sideways, people.
I know I'm not funny and I just can't pay my way. I'll leave Canoga Park tomorrow. Seems the chemo scan didn't go to plan. You see, I beg, stole, and I borrow. Yeah. Skulls, why I'm sideways. I'm sideways like a stuttering moron.
Fuck you.
That's why I'm sideways, yeah. I'm sideways like a stuttering moron.
I am sideways.
I wanna be drunk. So drunk. I wanna believe my nuisance lawsuit ain't quite sung. I wanna be just
Very well done.
That's
fantastic.
That's a fun one.
That is up there.
Here's a weird thing that leaked. Apparently, Stuttering John made a phone call to Brent Hatley. Left him a voicemail. And so this is out there. Wait for the end. That's where it gets fun.
Hey, Brent, this is Stuttering John. I heard you.
Why not just this is John or John Melendez? This is Stuttering John.
Yeah.
You might know me from The Tonight Show with Jay Leno.
Yeah.
I was on The Howard Stern Show. Stephanie Miller. He starts reading this
I played the trumpet in second grade.
Teacher.
Yeah.
I heard you were
I
trying.
picked you up in that Uber once. You tipped me.
Trying to get a hold of me. I'm on Twitter, so I don't know. At Stuttering John M, if you want to DM me. I'm not really keen on giving out this new number because I had to change it because of all the trolls. So, I don't really give it out to anybody. So I'll try you back, but yeah, Shirley's a piece of shit. If I see him, I'm going to beat the fuck out of him. All right, I'll talk to you later.
I like how he's already saying, I'll try you back. He's already rejected.
Yeah. Well, right, exactly. Also, it's funny that he's not leaving his number because I was talking to Monique and he left a message for her, or I think her husband, who was an attorney, and left his phone number like 5 times. I didn't write it down. I don't give a shit what his phone number is, but I could easily get it if we wanted to. But that's not what we do around here, obviously. So at the end of it, he threatens to beat the shit out of Shuley. Yeah. John, you don't intimidate anyone. You're so out of shape. He washed the dishes and almost puked. Remember?
Yeah.
He was so dehydrated from washing the dishes. It took him like 3 tries to get through all of his dishes.
And he still said, fuck it.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know why drinking a gallon of sugar on top of a hangover made you almost puke.
He did puke. He did an abomination. Remember, he was drinking beer in his car with the keys in the ignition. He just keeps breaking the law every time he turns around, this guy. He was drinking a beer in his car, and then he drank another beer, and then he came on his show later and goes, I didn't even want to drink those beers. I was not feeling good. Like, dude, you didn't have to drink those beers. So stupid. You're not in a beer drinking contest. You know what I mean? It's like one thing if you have to eat hot dogs, like, fuck, I can't eat another hot dog, but I gotta win this contest, you know? But he's acting like he's in a fucking frat party. He's getting called out.
What time of day did he leave this message, do you wonder? Is it like post-drinking, pre-drinking?
He sounded lucid, so it's probably pre-drinking, pre-beers on the
so
balcony.
ejected.
Yeah.
Yeah. John is getting weird with his schedule because he's up at 6 a.m. his time, which it might be even 3 a.m. his time, 6 a.m. our time, tweeting shit like the tweet he put out today with his fun little Photoshops that suck that he thinks he's getting over on us. Like he's up early doing this. I don't know what's going on with this guy. I mean, I do know that he probably drinks too much. You like how I said that? I do know that he probably...
I think we just need like a dry erase board with a list of all the laws that he's broken that we can just keep adding to.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Well, leaving that voicemail, would that be on the list? Saying you're going to kick somebody's fucking ass?
Yeah.
Seems like a threat, right?
Sending somebody to threaten somebody with a cane.
That's obviously, yeah. And by the way, I was...
it's not illegal if they're wearing denim.
I was watching the Uncle Rico show with Vinny FBI, who was at that show. He was the feature act for Shuley. And Vinny FBI thinks that there were two guys there. He thinks he saw another guy, too. So maybe it wasn't just... Hitman Dan.
You make him sound cute now.
I know. Oh, it's Hitman Dan. Get up on stage, Hitman Dan.
Yeah, do that thing where you threaten me.
Do that thing. Someone get him a mic. Who's got a wireless? Get Jenny Jiggles to walk him out. One wireless mic to this guy. So, in other news, Stuttering John has sold his apartment. I'm breaking that here, I believe. This is my insider guy. He says the sale has happened.
San Diego?
Not Gary from San Diego. Not him.
Where are you, Gary? You're supposed to be all over this.
Well, apparently he sold his apartment. And I said, "Well, how much did he get for it?" $378,000.
Oh,
it was listed at $424 when he first listed it. That's a hit. Oof! That's a hit. That, as Gary would say, that's not good. Yeah. Yikes.
Selling in a buyer's market, everybody.
Yeah, dude. Fucking wrong time to do that. You should have recognized you had no future years ago.
Yeah.
I wonder where he's going to go from here, though. That'll be interesting to see. Because we have friends out in LA, and they tell me about the different neighborhoods and what's going on. Canoga Park, not great. And so I'm wondering, where does he go from there? It's not going to go up the hills. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I was thinking a Beverly Hills storage unit.
Yeah. There's a beautiful place called Death Valley.
I'm going to pull a Nick Nolte from Down and Out in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Another thing that was brought up, I think, by Vinny FBI. Have we ever brought this up before? The Stuttering John is literally Kurt Van Houten. At this point, he's literally Kurt Van Houten. Like,
I sleep in a race car bed. Do you?
His kids don't respect him. His wife hates his guts.
He needs to borrow a feeling.
Someone's got to Photoshop him with blue hair.
He used to be a big shot down at the cracker factory.
All right.
That's great.
My demo tape.
Guys, we've stalled enough time. I think we can get going into some clips here because Stuttering John did one of the worst shows I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my
on
God.
Thursday.
How can you say that?
That's saying
I know.
something, right?
I'm telling you, if there's a record for he set the fucking record. Alert the media. All right, this is a great way to start your show. So
Eliza's face.
We started 20 minutes late today. It's because I was having some tech issues. And I decided to fix them before we started.
Hey, good call.
It didn't even occur to me to be any other way to do it. But this is how John starts his show, by texting people.
And let me just, someone just text me there. Okie dokie. All right.
This is a show.
Yeah, he's literally typing with one hand.
He's petting his
I
cockroaches.
had to text.
Jesus fucking Christ. All right. So that's how the show starts. So you're already riveted, like, wow, what's going to happen next? Holy shit, this guy's on fire. So the next part is apparently he's been blocking people he shouldn't be blocking.
I blocked so many people.
Yeah.
I blocked the wrong one.
Right. That's literally what
Not the
happened.
first time.
Yeah, not the first time either. And this might be a sign that you're blocking too many people.
I just spent like 45 minutes trying to find C.W. Patterson and Carlene Martin, and I couldn't. 45 minutes, and I can't find their name. So I'm trying to unblock them, but I can't find them. I wish they had a date that they remember they were blocked.
It's on them. It's on them to figure it out. He has so many people he's blocked. He's going through the list. It takes 45 minutes and he still couldn't find them.
He has more blocked viewers than actual viewers.
Well, that is
An
very
actual
true.
blockage.
That is very true. And that was actually one of the people on Dabblers even mentioned, like John.
He should just unblock everyone.
Unblock everyone.
Yeah.
And do one show a week where you just like take questions from the trolls, take super chats from the trolls, and we'll all come up with funny questions, and we'll all get a good laugh.
We'll even let you block, say, 2 people per show. All right?
Well, he mentioned Carlene Martin. Carlene Martin is the beloved Chatta who once gave him $200 and she was trying to give him 20.
By accident.
Yeah, and then she's like, oh, fuck, I can't pay rent now. And he's like, I'll give you back.
Oh, she wants the money back. You're blocked.
You're blocked.
Too late.
Remember he was going to give her back like $130 because, well, I'm not going to get the whole 200 because YouTube takes some.
Shipping and handling.
YouTube took a cut.
Yeah.
You're shit out of luck.
And I already spent part of it.
All right, let's get into the Uz. I think
The Uz
I
have it.
think he says isotopes here.
Okay.
Listen closely. I don't know what's going on.
Isotopes.
Isotope. Orsu. I don't know what that means.
I don't use soap.
Let's see.
All right. So this next clip, I did not edit this in any way. I just clipped it from a show. This is literally, and remember, this is the beginning of a show when you should have notes and prep and be ready to go and have things to talk about. He was just doing the roll call thing, but even that's very confusing for him for whatever reason.
That was a new twist.
Oh my god. What a dullard.
I was messaging with Drew Lane today, and he's like, I'll pay John $5,000 to come to the Magic Bag next year and be part of the WATP show. And he goes, actually, we could probably get an even bigger venue. If we can get John in, it'd be huge.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, fucking A, let's do it. And I'll let John just do his own show. Like, John, you got an hour, buddy. Go. Let's see what you got. I just want to see him up there.
And you and me are in the balcony like
God.
Statler and Waldorf.
Can you imagine if he just came out? It's a packed house, and he sits down and he just goes, and everybody would lose their mind.
Yeah,
The
right.
place would erupt with laughter. He's playing all the hits.
I didn't start yet.
Yeah, the bar is so low for this guy.
The point is this.
I'm back, baby.
I wrote that one myself.
Yeah.
I came up with that one on the call ride over. The point is this, John.
I came up with that sitting on the toilet.
It was off the muff.
Sorry.
You're not a broadcaster, John. You're not good at broadcasting. And I don't care what you think of me. You've told me that I don't have any talent many times, even though you also say you don't listen. You've never watched me, so who knows what any of that means. But you are terrible. You are, if you took a handicapped child, put him in front of a webcam, and said, put together a show.
I'd watch that.
Well, actually, can we do that?
Maybe.
Who are these tires? Welcome to WATP. Uh-oh, I went across the line with that one. This fucking asshole's still showing off that Dark Brandon shirt. He got 2 new shirts, and he wears them every other day now. He's so excited.
I'm sorry, I interrupted your analogy. So if you were to do such a thing,
it'd be better than John show.
Oh, okay.
All right. Glad that you're back. There's my Dark Brandon t-shirt.
Neat.
Feel free to keep the super chats coming.
Feel free to keep giving me money. Yeah, we know, John.
Feel free.
You mentioned it quite a bit. We're pretty aware of what you want us to do.
I'm very out of the loop. What is Dark Brandon? What does that even fucking mean? I don't get it.
All right, I don't get it either. I'll try to explain this to you. John thinks that the current president of the United States is doing a good job.
Okay. Well,
for some reason, by stealing the "Let's Go Brandon" meme from the right, they think that they now own it, and now they think that he's so badass. You know, his eyes are red, he's dark brand. Like, watch out! I'm going to take $10,000 off of people's debt. I'm Dark Brandon.
So it's
Must have seen this at
so
truck
it's like
stops.
rappers taking ownership of the N-word.
Yeah.
Not quite.
I was going to say it, but I let you.
He's so fucking proud of that shirt. It's so.
Yeah, and I like how he's like, well, I showed you my shirt. You showed me the super chat.
Yeah, I know. He goes, here's my shirt. By the way, shirts cost money. Who
cares?
And not that much, but.
Yeah, I know it's a cheap shirt. Ugh, it's so stupid. All right, this is John. Once again, distractions, tech issues, anything you could expect from Stuttering John.
Let's see. So let me make sure that let me invite Popak again, because I don't know if he's got the invitation because he's not here. Michael Popak. Yeah, he's asking for a resend.
He's asking for it again.
All right, Marianne,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, don't try not to text when I'm doing the show. It's a little distracting.
Dude, you got to get over that, my friend.
You're having a one-sided conversation and just going into a microphone.
Stop texting me while I'm doing my show.
You're interrupting my meditation.
Yeah, I know.
There's got to be a new classification for what this is, because it's not a show.
It's a train wreck is what it is.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it. It's not a show, though, John. You're not doing a show. You're not a broadcaster in any single way. I do like that he said this.
Look, I've been drunk before.
Keep that one on the board.
Yeah.
That's always good. All right. The big news here, of course, is that they lost the lawsuit with SiriusXM. They finally came out and said, no.
On his birthday.
On his birthday, I know.
So great.
It's great.
So Michael, on my birthday, no less, we get the unfortunate loss by the appellate court. And what say you?
Well, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go spend another 17 years of your career doing creative work for which you're not properly compensated. And let's bring that case again. I mean,
Wait a second. Did he just change the whole case right there? Now he's trying to say John wasn't paid enough while he was an employee at the Howard Stern show, which is not something you can sue for decades later.
Yeah.
That's your fault.
Yeah,
if you're not making enough money.
You accepted the terms of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Either ask for more money or leave another job. Popak just said, I have to play that again because it's so fucking stupid. I know that this guy is an attorney. I'm sure he's great at what he does. But this case, I don't know that he knows what the fuck is going on with this.
Well, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go spend another 17 years of your career doing creative work for which you're not properly compensated. And let's bring that case again.
That's not what the case was. It was right to publicity was the case. It wasn't that he was underpaid on the Howard Stern show. I could make the argument that he was wildly overpaid at the Howard Stern show.
A lot of people could.
A lot of people could. Because honestly, when John left the show, did it get worse? Does anyone think that the show got worse when John left the show? Is anyone like, well, I can't listen to Stern anymore because no more Stuttering John on there?
I liked when you said that you were sure that Michael Popak is good at what he does. Producer Chris was like, what?
Well, I mean, this guy's an attorney. I don't want him suing me.
I know. Just a look Chris gave was like, huh? What?
Yeah, what's he great at?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question because this is him explaining why they lost the case. See, the thing is that they had zero evidence that Sirius did what they were accusing Sirius of doing. And let me break it down. We've talked about this before. Basically, what the California law is you can't take a celebrity and make it seem like they're endorsing your product without compensating them. So I can't put up a billboard with Michael Jordan that says, "Who are these podcasts? I fucking dunk all over this shit."
That's a good one, though.
That'd be a good one. I would check out that podcast. You can't do that. Michael Jordan could sue for the right to publicity because he's a famous person and I'm trying to profit off of that. So their whole point is that Stuttering John on SiriusXM is using John. So the judges were like, is there an example of them using John to promote SiriusXM or Howard 101, try to get subscriptions, anything you could point to. Well, here's this a decade and a half. They've had Howard 101 playing reruns of the old Howard Stern show and promos coming up after the break, all that kind of stuff. One example where it makes it seem like Stuttering John is endorsing SiriusXM or this channel or anything, and they couldn't find it. And this is what Popok says.
And I believe to this day that if we could have gotten past the filing of the complaint, the pleading in the case, and gotten into discovery, we would have found a number of the items that the Second Circuit wanted me to have already. Things that were only in the file cabinets, the drawers, the mind of SiriusXM and the Howard Stern show.
No, it's not in file cabinets. It's on the air. They had to have played it at some point. If you have a subscription and the audio exists, you can find it. They have a whole staff of people.
Whole catalog, yeah.
And so what he's doing here is he's covering his ass. He did a shit job.
Yeah.
He did a real shit job.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they never should have brought this case. And so now he's trying to cover his ass and just be like, yeah, but if they had let this lawsuit go through and we had discovery, then they would have handed over, okay, you're right, here's the thing. You were right all along. Like, that's not how this works at all. Of course that's not how this works.
You know what he's great at? He's great at acting, and he's got John believing everything he says.
Well, it doesn't make any sense because he took the case pro bono and he put all this time into it, and they never had a chance at it. So this is him explaining that it wasn't about copyright, obviously.
That you have what's called a right of publicity that stands separate and apart from the copyright statute. Because the big fight in the case was under the Copyright Act, we're dead because you don't own the copyright. The copyright was owned by the Howard Stern show. And it's very hard to argue that you have your own independent copyright. But we had an argument under California law, which applied, that I'm trying to read other people's interpretation of the case.
I'm sorry.
Just listen to me. Just listen to me. I handle the case. Yeah. Everything else is blather. Just listen to what I'll give you the straight shot like we do every time on legal AF. Sorry. So
yeah, he set the alarm. He's like, I'm not talking to John for more than 20 minutes.
John. That's what happens when you have all these alarms going off.
Yeah.
Let me get back to where I was.
Mike. Bullshit alarms.
Sorry about that.
You got to make wedding plans.
Give me 1 minute.
Again, looking at John's reaction, it looks like this is all news to him. Yeah. Like they must have discussed this.
No, I don't think he can get Popok on the phone.
Okay.
I think this is the first time they've had this conversation since the lawsuit was dismissed. And it's so funny that he's explaining, we couldn't go after the copyright. And then someone in the comments is like, yeah, and they said that the copyright is the reason why the right publicity doesn't work. He's like, I'll tell you what.
Hey, you have the right to promotion. That means you can say Stuttering John from the Howard Stern show. That's all you get. That's all you get.
All right. So this is funny because Popok is now trying to figure out the little victories that were achieved along the way. You lost.
Yeah.
You lost, buddy.
It wasn't all
So
for
we went
naught.
through 2 complaints with Judge Crotty. He finally denied the last one. We took it to the Second Circuit. Now, Second Circuit does not take every appeal. So the fact that we even got them to agree to the appeal was a victory on your end.
No. Let me explain with a sports metaphor. Let's say you're down 21-7 going into halftime, but you're the team that scored that 7 points right at the end of the first half. You're like, whoa, we got some momentum now, and then you end up losing 42-7. Like, dude, you lost.
Yeah,
it's a loss. You were losing when you made the appeal. You're already losing. They accepted it. You lost again. You lost. You're a loser.
Yeah,
there's nothing good about this.
Yeah.
Nothing you can say that was like, well, at least this happened. Like, no, it's all embarrassing.
Yeah, no, it's like if it's 4th and 1. And then you try and get in the end zone, and there's a flag on the play, and you get to do it again, and then you still don't get in the end zone. You still fucking lost.
Yeah. But they threw that flag, though. We had a chance. Remember that? Remember back when we had a chance?
Welcome to Sports Talk.
All right. So this is funny because listen to the spin. I'll let this clip play, and then I'll explain to you because I'm getting familiar with how attorneys spin things now. I watch a lot of Better Call Saul.
And even the lawyer for SiriusXM, who I have nothing bad to say about, he was a gentleman. Even Pomerantz said to me in the hallway, "Wow, they really are interested in this case, and they gave you, for John's side, a lot more time than I thought they were going to do."
Yeah. He was basically saying, like, I can't believe they took this seriously. I'm shocked that they even heard you out on this one. This is such a no-brainer, open and closed case. That's literally what the guy was saying to him. It was like, holy shit, man. Yeah. Someone thinks you got something. I mean,
the trolls reach very far.
We got a lot further than I thought we would.
Yeah, right.
What's he going to say this time? Let's find out.
All right, so let's find out the other reasons why he's taking he's trying to spin this as if there's some type of moral victory or something going on.
And at the end, they rejected our appeal. 90% of appeals get rejected. But it took them 34 pages, and they made some new law related to it. So all they had to do was say denied or trial court affirmed. But they spent 34 pages to sort of make new law, explain the law, to use this case as a vehicle in that area. So if anybody that doesn't practice law think it was really easy and it was a loser case and John shouldn't have brought it and Popak whatever, it took a Second Circuit 34 pages to tell us we were wrong.
All right.
That's so funny. Oh, it was a waste of time, but we wasted a lot of time. What the fuck are you talking about?
We didn't just waste our time. We wasted these judges' time, New York State. We cost taxpayer money. We did a lot of things.
Fucking idiot.
So let me interpret my interpretation of that, and people can tell me if I'm wrong or not. The fact that they had to write out all of these pages was so that they don't deal with this horse shit ever again. They don't want anyone else to be like, oh, I'm going to start suing people for right to publicity because it's a stupid thing to try to do. Yeah. Unless it's cut and dry, like I was talking about my amazing Michael Jordan example. That I think really spelled things out for everyone. It was pretty good. But the fact that they had to do that, they're just like, all right, I never want to hear this nonsense in my court again. Can we just make it very clear? Let's set a precedent that this is not how this works.
Some prosecutor in 20 years from now will be like, I'd like to cite Melendez versus SiriusXM as this is a bunch of bullshit.
It will be cited in the future. Unless it goes to the Supreme Court.
You're right.
Which I don't think Popak thinks that's going to happen.
But look, it's the end of the line. Could we appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States? We could, but the chances were slight at the Second Circuit. They get a lot worse. It's like climbing Mount Everest without oxygen at the Supreme Court level.
No shit, Sean! No shit!
We could take this to the Supreme Court, but there's a pretty good chance we won't win. Yeah, pretty good chance. There's no way they would hear that case.
Is John going to run a victory lap over there being new laws because of him?
Oh, yeah, of course. That's what they're excited about.
I also inspired the no shirt, no shoes, no service policy that's now famous.
Must clip toenails is written at the beach.
That's all me.
They had to add no pants because of me.
Must wipe before leaving the stall. Not just employees, also you, John. That's what the sign says. All right, so let's get down to the real reason why any of this happened. The reason why Michael Popak took this case pro bono. The whole reason why all of this exists.
Well, I'll tell you, Michael, is this another example of big corporations beating up on the little guy?
Well, I know there was a lot of people that on my Twitter feed that were in your camp, were in your supporters, and said,
define a lot of people.
This is an example of just SiriusXM crushing the little guy when they should have, listen, I can't make somebody enter into a settlement dialogue with me, but I think what we really hoped is after they, saw the equity and the merits of the argument, and they saw things like the fact that you were so underpaid. I think we figured out that if you average it over 17 years, including the time that you were an completely unpaid intern, which is illegal today. You can't be an unpaid intern.
So he's the little guy in this. I thought he was a celebrity when he went into this lawsuit.
Correct.
Yeah.
I know. He wants it both ways.
Okay.
But what Popok just admitted is they were hoping for a settlement.
Right.
They just wanted the Sirius XM to go, I don't want to deal with
We'll
this
throw
shit.
money at this.
Yeah, how much to make you guys go away?
Yeah.
And the problem with that is, which is, it's fine. If you want to take a shot at that, I have no problem with that. Take money from Sirius XM. Who gives a shit? They give too much money to Howard Stern anyway.
Right.
But if that's what their thought was, John should not have gone on and said, and after I win this case, there's going to be 30 other people in line.
Yeah.
Because literally, it's like any whack packer, anyone who showed up on the show at any point, they could also have the same case. And then Sirius XM was like, oh, I guess now we got to pay fucking Elegant Elliot Offen and what the fuck? Like every fucking guy?
If you kept it quiet, then maybe they wouldn't be like, well, we can't have this getting out. But you had to open your stupid mouth on your fucking podcast and let everybody get in line for a handout that they weren't going to give.
Right.
And my question is, if they were to like settle with him, what's the bare minimum he would? If they were just like, well, here's $800.
Yeah, right.
Go away.
Right.
He probably would have taken
John,
it.
I think we should take it.
I was thinking at least Sharon Stone money, but whatever.
Well, the crazy part is, too, he thought that they would settle because John was so underpaid. John worked for K-Rock. You're suing SiriusXM. Yeah. They have nothing to do with each other. Right. Could you imagine a corporation being like, wait, you only made that much money? Oh, well, then, yeah, we'll throw them a few bucks. That sucks. They don't give a fuck. Why would they possibly care about that? It's not their fault. It's John's fault. John's fault he didn't make any fucking money at K-Rock.
Such a moron.
Tom Giussano, man. The original fucking dabbler. He knew from day one this guy was a worthless piece of shit. And he was right.
What if
Muttering Jay?
I was going to say, what if Tom Giussano is Muttering Jay?
Hold on a second. I think I have a drop for that. Wow, Andy flown it wide open. Tom Giussano is fucking with John to this day as Muttering Jay.
That'd
That's
be
fucking
great.
funny. All right, this is interesting because we're going to talk about how much money Popok had to charge John for all of this.
But I just feel bad, Mike, that you worked so hard and we didn't get a victory for yours,
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate the sentiment. But, every year or so I take on what's called a pro bono case. John was not charged for our time, which was considerable. Probably, if you add up all my team and the briefing schedule and the case below, you're probably talking about, I don't know, 500 hours, 600 hours of time. That's $500,000 of investment.
All right, so what Michael Popok is saying is that his team spent 500 hours on this case. They couldn't find one fucking example. If you're going to spend that much time, listen to SiriusXM and find one fucking example. Get some evidence for your case. What were they doing? What were they spending all their time doing?
Laughing their asses off.
What the fuck? Holy shit. And by the way, if he did have his firm spend $500,000, if I was his business partner, I'd be like, oh, buddy, what are we doing? We just wasted $500,000 on this fucking loser. Have you seen the Dabblers Anonymous subreddit? What are we doing here? We're the laughing stock of this shit. So then
you went pro bono for that pro bozo.
Right.
Yeah.
So then amateur bozo, but yeah. Then it's funny because someone brings up, all right, what if the Supreme Court takes another case that's similar to this case and sets a precedent? Then would you actually appeal and try to go to the Supreme Court? And this question is so stupid that Michael Popok pretends to have technology problems and leaves the show.
Elizabeth, thanks for the $5. If a similar case prevails in the Supreme Court, could you still appeal John's case?
Seems like his internet's
Did you see
working
that, Mike?
fine. He's not freezing up. He looks great.
Hold on, John. I'm having problems.
I can hear him fine.
Beep, pork, pop.
Yeah, well, going in the elevator, John. Whoops. Probably
As we
lose
wait,
you.
we'll go back to Herschel Walker commentary. What a lunatic. Doesn't remember. Uh-oh. Down goes Popok.
I'm driving through a tunnel.
So he brings up that question. Popok pretends to have tech issues, leaves. He comes back, and stupid John doesn't take the fucking hint and brings it up again.
Here's a question for you, Mike. If a similar case prevails in the Supreme Court, could you still appeal John's case?
Oh. I'm freezing up.
Are you getting stuck again on this question?
He's just like, oh, I'm frozen.
Yeah.
or do you not know the answer?
Problems.
Oh, you're having problems.
Are you freezing up or do you not know
Every
the
time
answer?
I bring up this question.
Yeah. Exactly. Get the hint. Yeah. Take a hint, dummy.
Can you hear me?
Mouthing it's not
Can
gonna
you hear me?
Mouthing it's not gonna help. Can you hear me? It's like, well, if you can't, you mouthing it already happened. Idiots.
Luke, trying to ignore you. I am your father. Popak. Popak, are you there?
Ugh.
Are we going back to Grainbow and see Jenny?
Oh, Jesus
That's all I
Christ.
have to say about it.
He does these impersonations. You swear it was the real person.
Spot on.
No, John. What's going on? What's going on?
Oh, he's gone again. All right.
Elizabeth, every time I bring up your question, he goes blank.
Coincidence? I think not. He doesn't want to answer that question, John. That's specifically what's going on there. But that's not going to stop John. He gets Michael Polpak back. Michael Polpak back on the show for one more round of this. And this is great.
Can you dig it? Can you hear me? You can't hear me. You can't hear me, can you?
No.
Can you hear me? No, I can't. Are you sleeping? Yes. I'm calling it. That's the last time John will ever talk to Michael Polpak.
Yeah.
That's
Definitely.
it. He just hell sparked him right there. That's done.
Fuck.
Never again.
So great.
Now, personally, I think John puts on a very high quality show. I enjoy the shit out of it, as you guys can tell. We're all having a lot of laughs. John, for some reason, is very bored of it.
Let's see. Titan, thanks for the birthday wishes. Albeit a little belated.
No one could do any right.
Let's see.
You didn't even super chat.
Where were you
Thanks.
2 days ago, asshole? God damn.
Well, I knew you were losing your appeal. I really didn't want to,
Guys, we've never done a show based on my birthday. Can we do that this year? Can we make a big deal, like get balloons and shit? Do a whole fucking stream, get all of our friends over. Let's have a big fucking birthday party like this retard. All right. I know for a fact that betonline.ag is so excited to promote Stuttering John's show, to endorse his show, because they get really good ad reads, very compelling. It always makes me want to bet online with betonline.ag.
Okay. BetOnline.ag is the fastest and easiest way
to fall asleep.
Wager on all your favorite sports, contests, and events with first-to-market odds and lines.
I can just see the CMO going, all right, so we do have some notes on that latest read. John, can you pretend to be excited about the product? Can you fake enthusiasm a little bit? Like, holy shit.
even if you don't have money to bet, you can pretend.
Pretend that you do. Fucking yawning through an ad read. This guy's amazing. He did learn from Howard Stern. I remember that's what Stern would always do.
Yeah.
He'd always yawn through all the ad reads. Steven Singer, Robin. Steven Singer Jewelers. Boring. Fucking idiot. Doesn't end there, guys.
50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. BetOnline.ag, where the game starts. I'm not tired. I just have a thing with the yawns here.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't know
just
why.
bored out of your mind.
A lack of NG.
Yeah, you're just bored.
I just didn't eat enough bologna before the show.
Basically, what's happening here is that Popok pretended that his internet crapped out because he was done talking to John. It's like, okay, never again. And so now John has time to fill because he's waiting for the great Richard Ojeda, the Army Major, Richard Ojeda, to show up. And John's really bad at killing time. He's got nothing prepared.
Let's see. Yes, indeed.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. So we go there. We go here. And then, okay. All right. We go go back here.
To what end?
Right.
For what?
What's he doing?
Okay.
When are they going to get to the fireworks factory?
Oh, wow. Anthony has his own line of food products. Huh? Okay.
Hilarious.
Let's see. Oh, here's one. Throwback Thursday.
So all of that you just saw, that I just tortured our listeners with, was him trying to pull up his Twitter feed, his own Twitter feed.
Yeah, it took that long.
It took that long. This over here, that over there, carry the two. Like, what are you doing? Why did it take that long to get to your Twitter feed? And then when he does get to his Twitter feed, because no one can see it anymore, he's fucking retweeting Clamoring Carl. This is what he's spending his fucking time with?
Clamoring Carl.
Retweeting Clamoring Carl. God damn it, John. You're a fucking loser. You're not on the same level as everyone who's making fun of you. I hope you realize that. But that doesn't stop John from complimenting himself. So then he posted a photo of himself when he was younger, and then he can't help but compliment himself.
Let's see. Oh, here's one. Throwback Thursday. Look at that handsome young man. That's a little Chris Cornellish, wouldn't you say? Come on, ladies. Look at that good-looking man. All right.
Are you done with that now, John? Jesus. I bet he's got
just a little while longer.
Yeah. I hope he ends up like Chris Cornell.
Holy shit, John. I mean, that's embarrassing even for John, right? To scroll through his own Twitter feed where he posted a Throwback Thursday is not a thing anymore. When was the last time you saw Throwback Thursday?
It was for bored people to begin with.
Yes, it's for losers to begin with. John's posting photos of himself, not his family, not his friends, not a pint.
All gone.
All of it's gone. None of it's left. And he's complimenting himself. So then he's scrolling through and he wants to find something from the Midas Touch Brothers. Remember those guys?
Oh, yeah.
Been a while, right? Yeah, it turns
they
out.
want nothing to do with him anymore either.
I have some evidence of that. Andy, funny you say that.
And then the Midas tweeted out this, which I loved. And this is here, hold on. Even though they've been dissing me, I asked them to come on for my birthday, and I haven't heard back. I know they're busy, but you know.
They tweeted, "Fuck your birthday."
They are done with you, John.
They're so funny.
They are done with you. Anyone who takes themselves seriously, especially in this political realm that he's in, is done with John. They see how much toxicity there is. Richard Ojeda will be by his side forever because Richard Ojeda is a crackpot.
Yeah.
This fucking guy just wants to murder everyone. He is insane, this guy.
Yeah.
You could tell this guy, hey, you know, Trucker Andy, I heard that he drives over the speed limit sometimes in his 18. That guy should be curbed over the speed limit.
He should be thrown underneath an 18.
Yeah, fucking murder him and then kill his family. Like, okay, Richard. Yeah. I was joking, but calm down. He actually goes the speed limit. He's a great guy. I don't want to get Andy in trouble now. All right. So then one of the beloved chatters decides to chat at John with a question.
And then they caught his ass not donating it. I just don't think that's right.
Jimmy O'Rizzle, John, did you read my first super chat? Like, you think about having Sacha Baron Cohen on. You know, to be quite honest, I'm not a fan of Sacha Baron Cohen. So I mean, only because not only does he essentially do my act, but he, he wasn't very nice when he was a guest on the Tonight Show. I don't know how many times with people like that. It's like, you know who also wasn't
not
very
nice like the Army Major,
right?
Tina Fey, not very nice.
Jesus, John.
We opened the door here.
What was the point of that?
Oh, yeah.
You know who else I want to motherfuck for no reason? Carl.
It's not that he would never stoop to fucking bother to be on this show.
Yeah.
It's that I don't like him very much.
Oh, yeah. That's the crazy thing about it. Sacha Baron Cohen would never go anywhere near this show. He's super famous and successful. Yeah. He has no reason to talk to Stuttering John. That question was obviously a troll question, obviously. Why don't you have this guy on an A-list celebrity? I don't have any A-list celebrities on my show. What are you talking about? Of course not.
I could barely get Richard Ojeda on my show.
The Richard Ojeda thing took like 20 minutes. Like, I'm texting Richard. I'll look at my Twitter. Try to kill time.
Nobody wants to be on
his own show. Oh, it's gotten so bad. All right. Well, speaking of idiots.
Hey! Oh! Woo!
I got a lot on Stuttering John. There's just so much going on right now. Starting with, I played on the last episode a voicemail that leaked that was to Brent Hatley from Stuttering John.
That was great.
And John said, I heard you're trying to get a hold of me. I'm not going to give you my number, but you can just DM me on Twitter, whatever he said to him. And by the way, I want to kick Shuey's ass. And Brent reached out to me directly and said, that was not me. He said, there's someone impersonating me that fooled John into calling that person.
Oh, no shit.
And I went, oh, okay, fooled me, man. Well, actually, at first he just said it was fake. And I'm like, that sounds like John. There's no way that's fake. And he's like, well, no, I think what happened was someone impersonating me, blah, blah, blah. I go, okay, well, I'll set the record straight. Well, then since that happened, I've gotten more information from my insider that says that actually was Brent Hatley, and Brent's trying to pretend he wasn't trying to get a hold of Stuttering John. He did reach out to Tommy from MSCS to get John's information or to get John to reach out to him. And now he's trying to pretend, because now Brent was recently on Uncle Rico's show, and he's part of that whole gang.
Yeah.
So now he's trying to pretend that he wasn't doing it. So I don't know what to believe, but this is getting scandalous.
This is layers upon layers.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Whoa, what is going on? And I also want to play this fun little parody song that came in. This is Ben from Boston sent this one in.
Charlie, you're okay. Will you tell us that you're okay? Cause I heard on compound, no one likes you, and your jokes aren't funny. And you sound like you're a poppin', but the core stays on the coppin'. You don't even have a lawyer, cause you never won a lawsuit. John, you're a deadbeat. John, you're a deadbeat. Johnny. John, you're a deadbeat. John, you're a deadbeat. John, you're a deadbeat. John, you're a deadbeat. Johnny. You've been hit by, you've been shot by
a hot-faced criminal.
There's a little ways to go for that, but worth it for the payoff. Well done, Ben from Boston with Pock-Faced Criminal.
Very nice.
Yeah, he wrote it. He's like, has anyone used this yet? But nope, no one has done that one yet. So that's pretty good. All right, let's get on the Stuttering John show from yesterday, Tuesday. You know, he does his Tuesdays, his Thursdays, his Saturdays. This is from Tuesday. And what I love about John is how smooth he is at starting the show.
Yeah.
Anybody who watches the show, if you're a Patreon member, or Supercast, and you're able to watch us do the show live, you'll notice that I come on the show before we start the show, make sure that my camera's centered, make sure everyone can hear everything. Just a couple quick spot checks to make sure that we're running smoothly before we start the show. And this is the exact reason why, so I don't do this.
Yeah, baby. Welcome to the world famous Stuttering John podcast with your favorite host, the world famous Stuttering John Melendez. How are you, everybody?
Wiping the camera lens. Look at this.
Always the other way. There we go.
It's still not.
All righty.
It's still not.
How are you? Everyone having a good day? Did you enjoy the weekend? Oh, I did.
All right. I had to pause it real quick. So he starts off, his green screen's not centered, his microphone's not on there correctly. He's got to wipe the stupid lens again.
With his bare fucking gross fingers.
finger.
Jesus Christ.
It just it looks so bad, John. Everything you're trying to pull off, you ruin with all of that.
Yeah,
it just ruins the whole thing. It's like, no, we know that you're in a shitty house, a shitty apartment, in an empty room with a shitty green screen behind you. So then he goes, oh my gosh, I hope you had a good weekend. I know that I did. And he gets really excited. And now, when we came on after Detroit, I think we were like, wow, what a weekend. We did a sold-out show at the Magic Bag. Then the Isotopes performed the next night. I went to the baseball game the next day. A lot of us had a lot of fun things going on. There's a lot to talk about. This is what makes a great weekend for Stuttering John.
How are you? Everyone having a good day? Did you enjoy the weekend? Oh, I did. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The Giants beat the Packers.
What a loser. His big weekend was his football team won.
Yeah.
Wow. What a weekend, Johnny.
And
Holy
I
shit.
guarantee he was drunk and asleep by halftime. He didn't even watch the whole game.
Oh, I think you're right. Even though that game started, well, he might have been drunk at kickoff because that was the London game, or maybe Germany. I don't even know.
9:30 a.m. here.
It was 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, which means it was 6:30.
Eastern means
yeah. That game started at 6:30 a.m. for him, so he might have just pulled it all nighter.
Oh, he ain't seen that side of the sunrise in a long time.
Yeah. So, or maybe just read about it. I doubt he knows how to set a DVR at this point, or even has anything like that. All right, so now let's get into John bragging about dating a girl. I know. He doesn't do this very often because it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
But this is funny, the way he reacts.
Well, I'll be on my third date with the same woman.
Wow.
The third date with the same woman.
Wow.
Not of all time, guys.
My 7th date all time.
Yeah. Third date with the same woman.
The same woman. Could she be the one? Who knows? Who knows? I know the bartenders at the pub were like, John, what the heck? That girl's gorgeous.
Yeah, you're disgusting is what they're saying.
Yeah.
What they're saying is they're not trying to compliment your date.
Yeah.
They're saying you're a gross slob that we can't stand.
Yeah.
And I can't believe you got a girl to go out with you twice. And if a third time it happens, I'm going to lose $50. So please let us know. They probably also have John in the death pool over at that pub.
Yeah,
would
no
be my
shit.
guess. Wow, could she be the one? Because you're going on a third date? How desperate is this guy? That's like some junior high level shit right there.
Yeah, really.
I think we're in love and we're going to get married and we're going to start a family.
Yeah.
She sat next to me at lunch today.
On our next date, I'm going to try to hold hands. We'll see how it goes.
What a fucking loser. All right, so now this is great. John's talking about how he used to read Howard's mail for him.
Yeah.
And he then equates the fact that because Howard Stern got hate mail back in the day, but was also very famous and popular, all of the hate that John is getting must mean he's very famous and popular.
Oh.
That would make sense,
Yeah.
right?
Adds up.
Yeah, Admiral Sulu, look, okay, I'm going to tell you this. And Baba Booey and I used to go through Howard's mail, because that's what we did while we weren't on the air. Howard only trusted those in his inner circle, and we would go through Howard's mail, and I'd have folders: hate, love, bizarre, FCC, like all the, I would have all different categories.
Too big
and
of
Howard would
words.
get a lot of hate mail.
I couldn't read.
And I said, Howard, does it bother you that you get all this hate mail? And he said, bother me? John, that must mean I'm doing something right. And I went, good point. So the amount of haters I get, I think I get more haters than Howard. So I must be really doing something right.
Yeah, and you're rolling with it.
Pretty, yeah, he's doing really well with it, just like Howard was too. Yeah, pretty good logic right there, Crouch. What do you think?
I just like to humble brag that I had to open the mail because I'm so important.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
He only trusted it to me and Baba Booey, and the other thing he said in that, which I pick up on this stuff now, when we weren't on the air.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
He's acting like he was the third mic. John, you were never the third mic. You answered the phone, and sometimes they would call you in to yell at you because you were harassing people in the hallway.
Well, Howard did that a lot, so I was on the air a lot.
Yeah, I know. You did fuck up enough that Howard needed to explain to you how to conduct yourself at the office. But it's just insane to me that John, this revisionist history, had the most important job ever at the Howard Stern Show. Even when he's talking about the most menial of jobs there could be, I opened the mail.
It's because I'm in the inner circle.
Because I'm in the inner circle.
Yeah, there you go.
Holy shit, he's so stupid. All right. So now, Stuttering John's mom is... Oh, and I should mention, John unblocked a whole bunch of people.
Huh.
And there was a buzz going around, like, John's unblocking people. And I thought, when I heard about this yesterday, I was like, Is John finally leaning into it? Does he finally get it? Like, let these people in. They're going to give you super chats. You can address their questions, whatever. Let the trolls in. No, it's because, remember how he's trying to find Carlene Martin and someone else and he couldn't find them?
Super chatters.
Yeah, he was blocking the wrong people and he had so many people blocked that he couldn't find those people. So he just started unblocking everyone just because he couldn't figure out who was right and who was wrong anymore. So he's unblocked a whole bunch of people. So this episode, he's staring at that chat and going, oh, Jesus. Oh, God. All right. Oh, boy.
He did seem more focused than usual.
Yeah, he's reading that chat because it's not all good stuff. And that's why he talks about the hate mail thing. He's like, oh, well, you guys can rip on me because Howard also got ripped on. But then, this is great. Stuttering John's mom's always in the chat. And John's mom was reading John's Twitter recently and is genuinely concerned.
My mom is here. You saw my Twitter. I'm just calling out these losers.
So she tells you, John, is everything okay? I'm looking at your Twitter. It looks like there's some issues going on. It's like, oh, no. I just fly off the handle. It's nothing.
This is how we play.
Not a big deal. So on the bonus show yesterday, and somebody clipped this video and put it up on the Dabblers and stuff, but on the bonus show yesterday, I addressed some of these tweets that have been coming at me, and I mentioned Clamoring Carl retweeted this thing. I mentioned him. I think I maybe mentioned him twice now on the show. So this gets him very excited. So he tweeted out, world exclusive, Clamoring Carl lives rent-free in Carl H's head. Ha, 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 ha. So because I mentioned him, now he lives rent-free in my head. Because he's been tweeting at me multiple times a day, every day for months. I finally mentioned him, and he's like, oh, I got over on him. Yeah, you're definitely the winner in this scenario.
Yeah,
Clamoring
for
Carl,
real.
you win. So Stuttering John retweets that, and he writes, can this guy be the worst broadcaster I've ever seen? Dude, give it up. You don't have the skills. By the way, according to many sources, you cheated on your wife. What say you? This guy is fucking grasping. So could this guy be the worst broadcaster I've ever seen? You look at yourself every show. I see you looking at yourself. That's the worst broadcast you've ever seen, John. You're terrible at this. We've pointed it out with so many examples. I can't count that high.
Oh God,
I'm no algebra teacher. I can't count that high. It's X. We've pointed out X times.
Yeah.
Solve for X. You do it. I don't know. So he says, dude, give it up. You don't have the skills. John, the show continues to grow. Every single week, the show gets bigger and bigger. Yeah. Why would I give up now while the show is still growing? That makes no sense at all. I make more money podcasting than you'll ever make. And you're telling me I should give up? How does that make any sense? Fucking idiot.
It's incredible.
He is something else. All right, so because the haters are now in here, he gets some fun super chats. This is someone who took the name and photo of a woman named Lady Di. Used to be a whack packer on the Opie and Anthony show.
Diane Albany. Hi, John. Would you love to join me on a cruise? Sure. Why not? Who doesn't need to get seasick every once in a while? Okay. Yep. That one is, he's trying. Good job, Andrea. Randy Jane. Yeah, I unblock some people when I'm trying to, to block. Yeah, well, I doubt this is really the Popak, but if it is, thank you.
Michael Popak with $1.99. Good luck tonight, buddy. And even John at this point is just like, I know I'll never talk to Michael Popak again. I'm sure this is a troll who's going in here and writing this.
Oh, God. That thing where the actual Michael Popak was pretending to have tech issues to get off the phone with fucking Stuttering John.
One of the greatest things I've ever seen.
Holy shit, that was incredible.
Michael Popak, this person's saying if the Supreme Court would hear our case, would you then appeal? And he just goes like this. He goes,
yeah,
John, I don't know. I think I'm having problems.
Having trouble here.
That's not what trouble looks like in any single way. Perfect stream the entire time. You can hear everything he says.
Seemed like he was pretending to be frozen for a second.
Supreme Court. All right.
Brilliant.
So then we bring on Tony Michaels.
Oh.
Yes. And they are talking some serious nonsense. And John brings up the fact that Elon Musk unblocked Kanye on Twitter, which is something that Elon Musk couldn't possibly be able to do. I know he's looking to buy Twitter. He doesn't own it. He can't unblock anybody. So it doesn't even make sense. These guys are headline readers, but they don't even get the headlines correct.
Yeah.
They're so stupid. And I'm pretty sure Tony Michaels does not know who Kanye West is. Because watch this, because John plays along, but I don't think Tony Michaels knows who this is.
And he unblocked Kanye.
Elon unblocked Kanye? Oh my
Elon
God.
Musk unblocked
Fucking
Kanye West.
breaking news. Who the fuck is Kanye? Who's this Kanye you speak of?
He's Northwest's father.
Oh, I see. Jesus
That
Christ.
kid better know how to take direction.
He's fucking shitboxes.
Do you think Tony Michaels knows what's going on right there? He doesn't seem like he does.
No, or he's being very humble.
It doesn't make any sense to me. One thing that I learned because I was watching the show just today, and the political parts of it are unbearable. Yeah. But then when they start talking about stuff that I know about, like stuff about me, they get the facts so wrong. And I go, how does anyone listen to these guys' political takes? They don't know anything that they're talking about. Yeah. They don't mind talking. They don't mind talking loudly. They just don't know what they're talking about. I'd be embarrassed if I came on this show and said a bunch of shit that I didn't know anything about. Don't say anything, Crouch. And just said a bunch of shit that I don't Crouch. I'm watching you. And just said a bunch of shit that didn't make any sense. It could possibly be correct. I'd be embarrassed by that.
I want to know how many years he's been sitting on the joke that the child Northwest can't take direction. Because he's awfully fucking proud of that, even though
it's in his act.
Tony Michaels just steamrolled over it.
That joke is in John's act, and that's how you know someone's...
there's your thumbnail right there.
That's how you know. I should do that thing they do on Uncle Rico. You just screen grab it every time you pause it somewhere. That's how you know that someone is a good comedian when they have to take jokes that they wrote and do on stage and work them into conversation.
Yeah.
Jesus
That
Christ.
kid better know how to take direction.
He's fucking shitboxes.
He also giggles at it like he just surprised himself with
He
that
was ready
joke.
to explain it, actually.
Yeah, he's like, because North, all right. And you just go, Tony, that's fine. All right.
He really knows how to drive through a joke.
All right, this is Tony Michaels giving us a history lesson. Croge, I hope you know a little something about World War II.
Oh, good.
Because I'm going to be, typically, where there ain't no fact checking on this show. But in this rare occurrence, I think maybe we might want to.
Because this fucking idea that liberals are somehow weak and pussies, you are fucking dumb. You have not been around for history to understand who the fucking people were who went over and killed Nazis and made sure that Nazis did not take over the fucking planet. Okay? It was fucking Antifa. It was liberals. It was people who believed in fucking democracy and liberty is who went over there and crushed those sons of bitches.
Wasn't it communists? Wasn't it the Soviet Union that took out the Nazi Germany?
There's a few 100 million Russians that
would be pretty pissed about that.
Yeah.
They weren't these liberal Democrats looking for a democratic system. It was literally communists. What's he talking about? What's he saying, Robin? What the fuck's he talking about?
He only got into that first couple chapters of the history book. He hasn't made it.
That's some revisionist history right there.
Yeah.
What the fuck? All right. This is great because Tony is trying to have a conversation with the host of the show, and John just bends over and is totally distracting to him.
And I was pretty fired up about the Tim Ryan debate. Are you scratching your ass?
No, I was taking in my wallet.
Oh.
Jesus, John. Do you have to move your entire body? It looked like he was pulling his pants off.
I thought you saw another roach.
Yeah, it was like, dude, you're you're hosting a show right now. What are you doing?
I thought he was 2 knuckles deep into his hemorrhoid.
So my favorite thing about the regulars that go on John's show, and I'm talking about the Army Major, Richard Ojeda.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about Tony Michaels specifically.
Yeah, my hero.
Is that these guys are so violent with their rhetoric. They don't want to win elections.
Yeah.
They want Republicans to die. They want to see Republicans get COVID and suffer and die. Anyone who doesn't agree with them politically are the worst people possible.
Oh, I got to see it.
Do you like... Because some of my favorite videos, John, are of Nazis getting punched in the face. Those are some of my favorite videos. Those, like, you showed me a video of a Nazi getting punched in the face. Boy, I'm there. I love it. And I'm not one for violence.
These people are walking contradictions. They don't even understand that they're the ones talking about curb stopping and punching people in the face. Like, I don't want to try to understand their point of view. I just want to punch them in in the face. And I don't even like violence.
This dude goes to sleep watching those videos.
Oh, yeah, you know he
Reddit.
does.
It's, oh my God.
It's great. Ooh. It's pretty good political banter, isn't it? You ever watch those videos where the people we don't agree with get punched in the face? Because they're not talking about actual Nazis. I mean, you could hear that and say, yeah, we all agree we don't like Nazis. But they're just talking about people who don't agree with them. They're talking about anyone who voted for Trump is a Nazi to them. So they're just like, punch everyone.
Oh, good time.
Yeah, all right. So this is another example of Tony Michaels going off on his rant, and John is not paying attention. So Tony stops talking, and then John's like, oh, hey, I'm doing stuff over here.
That is why I yell and scream into a microphone 2 hours a goddamn day, and I don't quit, as you can tell.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to find, as you're talking, I'm trying to find, some of these clips.
Oh,
so in other words, keep talking, because I'm not prepared for my own show right now. So I'm trying to do prep while you talk. So if you could just keep talking.
I'm busy.
He's so fucking spaced out during these conversations. I know. But I really wonder what drives Tony Michaels and Richard Ojeda to come on the show over and over again. You're talking to a wall. You're just talking to somebody who's not even fucking there.
Can I read this tweet again? Can this guy be the worst broadcaster I have ever seen? Dude, give it up.
Yeah.
Was John staring into a mirror when he typed that? And by the way, I'm blocked. No one can read his tweets, and he's still tweeting at me. What a fucking asshole. I've never engaged with him on social media. He blocked me years ago, and yet he still tweets at me. What a pussy.
Yeah.
What a pussy move that is. All right, so now Tony, because John's looking for links to clips and stuff, Tony goes, all right, I'll fucking send it to you, John, so that you can play it. And then Tony has to explain to John how to run his show.
Oh, shit.
And even Tony's just frustrated with John at this point.
And that's what he means by the exhaust majority. I put that link in the private chat there, so you've got it.
In where?
In the private chat. You know how to run this thing? You see it there? Yeah. So just copy it and paste it. Jesus Christ, John.
I love your fucking anger.
And John tries to laugh it off. So he's like, we're using StreamYard. You've been using StreamYard for years. It's in the private chat. It's how we can communicate with each other as hosts of the show. How do you not know that? In the what? Should I go back in the living room and look for it? Where is it? It's in the private chat, John.
Behind the green screen.
Yeah, look behind your green screen, you fucking idiot. All right, so Tony Michaels apparently loves the word cuck. Anyone who voted for Trump is a cuck, and he's been using this on his show. And when he first came on John's show, he's calling everyone a cuck. So then John doesn't know what this is, and he asks as if somebody else didn't know what it was.
Someone's asking, what is a cuck?
What is a cuck?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a cuck, really, honestly, a cuck is a Trump supporter at this point. Normally, when you're talking about a cuck, what a cuck is, John, if you were married, right? Yeah. And you had a beautiful wife, and then you wanted to sit in a chair across the bedroom watching your wife fucked by another guy, then you're the cuck.
Talk slower, Tony.
That's what the definition of a cuck is. But
No,
really,
I would not
honestly,
wanna do that. Although I do know a loser who actually enjoys doing that. But
really,
yeah.
Well,
he's talking about Brent Hatley right there, who actually does enjoy doing that for whatever reason. But I like that John did not know what a cuck was. Yeah. People are asking, what is a cuck? And then he explains it. He goes, oh, really? That's what it is?
I like that Tony has a long, slow story that he's obviously put a lot of thought into.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All right. So now we get into the idea that there's people watching John's show right now with Tony Michaels because they're hate watching it, or they're laughing at them, or they're goofing on them in the chat.
Yeah.
And these guys are so bad at shit talking. One of the things I love about them is that when they do try to have fun with it, they suck at it so bad.
So I see you in the chat. I know you're here. I know you hate watchers are here. I know you're here because you're always here on the Stuttering John show because you're obsessed with him. You're fucking obsessed with Stuttering John Melendez. You motherfuckers are obsessed with him.
American, well, thanks for doing this. That sounds like something Pocky would do.
All right, so now let me just make sure everyone's on the same page here. Somebody chatted, that's not something Pocky would do. What they're saying is Anthony Cumia is a cuck. Now, that's not true in any single way, so once again, this is not a great premise to go with, but okay, let's see where they go.
He's probably watching right now, and he's probably mad because I called him a racist. You called me a racist, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna sue you. That's libel. That's libel for calling. Well, you're a fucking racist.
All right, so the impression that Tony was doing was Stuttering John.
Yeah.
John's the one who goes, that's libel and I'm going to sue you. If you watch the video, Anthony Cumia said, John, say whatever you want about me. I'll never sue you. You could say whatever you want. Anthony Cumia literally does not fucking care if you call him a racist, Tony Michaels. I know you think you have all this power, and oh no, you're getting Anthony Cumia mad right now. He's not watching right now. He's sleeping off a hangover, and he doesn't give a fuck. He does not give a fuck what you guys say about him because he's way more successful than both of you guys will ever be. So he doesn't care.
Well, and the projection is so strong.
Exactly.
He's going to threaten to sue us because he threatens to sue everybody.
Yeah, no, he doesn't.
You are the asshole.
That's you
threaten
guys.
to sue everybody.
Hey, you're the guys who get upset when people call you names. You're calling everyone names. And their level of political discord, I've pointed this out before, is just calling people idiots and assholes and fuckheads. It's like they never explain what's wrong with the argument or any nuance to it. Just this guy's an asshole. This guy's going to save the world. Like, what? Do you really believe that? Are you that stupid?
Well, there is a strong logical basis in saying that guy's wrong because he's a cuck.
Yeah, okay, good point.
You know what I mean? That's a solid basis for an argument.
So now they're talking about Anthony Cumia, and Tony Michaels loves to be blissfully unaware. So he's going, Anthony, he used to have a show or something? He fucking knows. He's from the Opie and Anthony show. If he doesn't, he has no fucking right even having any type of conversation about this. So he's just pretending to not know what's going on.
All right, Anthony. Didn't he used to have a show? I don't know. I thought he used to have a show.
I think he does 2 a day on me now.
Does he do 2 a day on you?
2 a day
God
on me.
damn. God damn. They're really racking up the shows on you.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
At this point, I'm more famous than Jesus Christ.
I know. What are these? Do these people do anything besides watch content on you?
No.
It's crazy. Like, I watch your show every once in a while, but god damn, I mean, and I'm your buddy. And we talk. Every week we talk. But I can't even watch all your content, let alone all the content. These people spend their entire lives. I know you're listening to me right now, you fucking cucks. You racist cucks.
All right. So we start with, didn't Anthony used to have a show or something, right? And then John says, he does 2 shows about me a day. What? What is he talking about there? Anthony does 1 show a day, Monday through Thursday, and might talk about you for a quick minute or 2 in the middle of a 2-hour show. He doesn't. You're thinking of Shuley has a show based on Stuttering John, not Anthony Cumia. Very different right there.
Well, this dude just laid out on the table, anyone who watches all of Stuttering John's content is a racist cuck.
He did say that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Which includes Stuttering John's mom.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Benny Loco and whoever else has $2 to spare.
These guys are so bad at talking shit because they don't know anything that they're talking about.
It is insane.
Calling out Anthony Cumia because maybe he had a show, but he does 2 shows about me a day now. It's like these things are falling flat because they're just not based in reality.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense. But I want to find out how many different ways Tony can insult us, the Dabbler community, the Dabbleverse. How many different things can he say about us like-minded people who enjoy goofing on Stuttering John? Let's count the different ways.
You fucking cucks. You racist cucks. You fucking Stuttering John cucks. That's right. You're cucking. You're being a cuck.
I counted 1. I counted 1 way that he was able to get over.
This is going great.
Yeah, real good shit talking there. Yeah, you know what, Tony Michaels? You're a fatty. You're such a fatty. You know what you are? You're a fatty. You eat so much fat, you fatty. That's why you're fat.
You're a big fatty.
You're a big fatty, you fatty. Fucking morons. All right.
Good work.
Let's find out how many shows are goofing on Stuttering John each day.
Yeah.
Because I can't even keep up anymore.
Oh, I got something for this.
Okay. Yeah, you hear that? Shuley. Taking my gerb. All right, let's find out how many shows are devoted to goofing on Stuttering John.
No,
What are you going to do about it?
There's another guy, I won't mention names, who does 3 shows a day on me.
3?
3. So that's now.
Who the fuck is that? Who's he talking about? Who's doing 3 shows a day on John? Maybe Shuli. He's done 2 before, I think.
Now we're up to 5
God damn.
on me.
God damn.
And then another guy does 2.
God damn.
So now we're up to 7.
Oh, well, they're going to love this content. They're going to eat this up.
Oh, look at John pretending to revel in it. Wow, these guys are doing 7 shows a day, trashing me. It's so funny. And also, I'm sending out DMCA strikes and I'm trying to tweet at Patreon support. This is one of the things I talked about on probably the bonus show yesterday. Was John's trying to connect me to our Discord again. And so he's tweeting at Jack Conte, the CEO of Patreon. Remember just a few weeks ago, John was like, I had a conversation with Jack Conte and Patreon. It was a great conversation. Obviously, you're lying. John's always lying. If you're still tweeting at him and saying, wow, you guys are racist. Wow, there's a Discord server. It has nothing to do with your company or you. So stupid. And so he's still trying to get me in trouble with Patreon. He's putting so much effort into shutting all of this down. And here he is laughing and clapping that there's 7 shows a day about me. This is so fun. You're lying, John. We can see right through it. What did we say last time? He's cracking.
Yeah.
I think he's cracking.
He's continually cracking.
It's getting to him.
Yeah.
It's certainly
I like
getting to
this
him.
still, though. We've seen some good ones. He looks like Slimer there.
Slimer's more lovable,
Yeah,
to be honest
he
with you.
just looks like him.
Yeah, I mean, I can cuddle with Slimer, but all right.
I wish I could.
So let's hear from Tony Michaels.
And they're going to eat this up. Like, oh, yeah, that drive-through guy was on Stuttering John. A drive-through guy. He's a drive-through guy. Listen, you fucking idiots.
We're not as bad as you at this. We don't go, drive-through guy, drive-through guy. Drive-through guy. He's acting like we're on Yosemite Sam. We're just fucking shooting guns in the air, going drive-through guy. Gosh darn it.
Listen, you fucking idiots. Listen, can you hear my voice? Listen, I don't do drive-through videos anymore.
Well, you got me there, drive-through guy.
Well, and listen, I don't like to watch my wife get fucked anymore.
Drive in, drive out,
Drive
Guys, you guys keep calling me the drive-through guy. I don't even do that anymore. Right. You know, you fuck one goat.
Yeah, exactly. You know?
And then this is, so if you guys recall, John's had Tony Michaels on the show asking about the drive-through videos that Tony took off of his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Because we were goofing on him.
Yeah.
And he didn't like that. So he's like, I'm going to take these videos down because people are clowning me pretty good. And he didn't really explain why he took them down. He's like, I think they're pretty good. Maybe I'll put them back up. You guys remember that?
Yes.
He had no explanation.
Yeah.
Well, he's had time to think about it now.
Oh.
So now he has a reason why he had to take those videos down.
And the only reason why I took
like
the
them,
video,
by the way.
oh, I do too. I like them too. The only reason why I took them down is because you fucking idiots were attacking my YouTube and got it fucking banned. You dumb motherfuckers.
How could you do that?
What does that mean? Yeah. We were attacking his YouTube and got it banned for your drive-through videos? What are you talking about? You're lying. Tony Michaels, you're lying. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, it does not compute.
I was hoping you'd make that face, Crouch, when he said that, because I heard that. I'm like, what do you mean we got your YouTube page banned?
How could you do that?
How would you even do? I mean, John's trying to do that to Shuli. Again, this projection.
Yeah.
John tried to get Shuli's YouTube page banned. He tried to get my YouTube page banned. No one's trying to get your guys' pages banned. We love the content you put out. We want more.
Yeah.
We want more of it.
I wish you'd keep doing the drive-through videos.
No shit. So after Tony Michaels, he has Ron Filipkowski on. This is another guy who's becoming a regular on John's show. And watch John's reaction. Someone posted this to YouTube. Watch John's reaction to finding out that Ron knows a single woman who lives in New Jersey. The best part about this is the fact that didn't John just say he's going on a third date and she might be the one?
Yeah.
Earlier in this episode.
He likes to play the field.
Is Joe from Jersey still your co-host?
No, Joe just did it the one episode, you know.
She was great.
Yeah, I'm trying to like make things more fun and humorous. So Joe is
she
funny.
Really in Jersey?
Yeah, she's in Jersey. Yeah.
Is she married?
No, she's divorced. She's very available.
Hold on. Let's find that one.
No, she's divorced.
That is an insane face right there. Wow. I'm just leaving it there so I can find it for my thumbnail when we post this video later. All right.
She's very available.
Oh, I gotta.
She's sweet. The thing about Jo is she's got an incredible combination of things. She's incredibly beautiful.
She's out of your league. She's beautiful.
Yeah.
She's too good for you. She's
incredibly smart and funny as hell. That's a good combination.
Yeah.
And so are you, John.
Well, thank you very much. All right, so plug any.
What a fucking weird dynamic that is.
She does prefer to date guys who clip their toenails.
Yeah, there's just one thing.
And bathe every once
I got
in
to
a
tell you
while.
about. There's been some new creators who have been cropping up that I want to show some of their work. This is at HPSteve5 on Twitter. Put this video together.
The dabbler.
Why'd the chicken cross the road? Who gives a fuck? Hey, sweetheart, can I get another beer? Thanks, honey. And by sweetheart and honey, I just want you to know, as a cisgender liberal working in Hollywood, I have the most respect for you. Can I get your number?
So it kind of looks like how South Park would have Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
They're taking still photos of him and then moving his mouth around and stuff. And that's a lot of fun. These ones are amazing that I want to play for you. They used to do this thing on SNL. I think it was Robert Smigel who did it. It was Fun with Real Audio.
Oh, yeah.
They would take actual audio and then animate the dialogue in a way that would make it ridiculous. And here's an example of that.
Yeah, do I drink some pints at the pub? Yeah, but I'm not like.
So if you're listening, this kind of looks like South Park. You have John wearing his Dabbler shirt in front of his green screen, empty Coors cans all in front of him, an empty room, and he looks like a monster. So it's pretty accurate, actually. Maybe more accurate than South Park would be. I don't know.
Yeah, do I drink some pints at the pub? Yeah, but I'm not like, I'm not some fucking, crazy drunk that's fucking, you know what I mean? I've held down steady jobs for fucking 30 years. How the fuck can you do that if you're a fucking drunk? You know what I mean?
That's well done. So that is Funny Don 74 on YouTube. And
Fantastic.
There's actually another one, too, that he just put out, I think today. I saw it. And it's a little bit longer, but let's check it out. We're having fun, right, fellas?
Yeah.
All right.
Here's Midas touch. We are finding out Trump wanted to.
So the Army Major's wearing a GIMP mask. He's on the split screen with the green screen behind him.
Extort the National Archives into giving him
John's name is Shitfinger Dummy.
sensitive documents related to the investigation into Russian interference in the 2020 election in exchange for top secret documents he stole. There is no other option. Trump must be indicted.
Now, real quick on this right here. Understand that the National Archives and Records Administration, there's a reason for that. It's important for us to have that. Donald Trump has already come out and said that if he ever gets elected to president again, he's going to gut NARA. So let that sink in. Here is a guy who is so mad that he got caught breaking the law that he's basically saying, if I win, I'm going to destroy. So is he going to destroy the FBI? Is he going to destroy the CIA? Is he going to? If Donald Trump, this is the type of person that he is.
Beer.
He will burn down every single friggin' pillar of democracy that we have, as long as he gets to win. What a piece of shit.
So that's just well done. I actually take the GIMP mask cartoon guy more seriously than I would the real Army Major.
Yeah.
Seems to have more information. Just seems like a more likable character.
Absolutely.
To me.
Let's see if we can play a clip up here. Let's see what John's up to.
Oh, getting shivers having him behind me. I should have brought an umbrella.
Merrick Garland has got to indict.
feel fright.
I put Merrick
Just
Garland
indict.
on my tree on Christmas.
Thank you.
No, what are you doing?
No.
Uh-oh, if Chad Zumock was here, he'd have your credit card.
Joke's on him. I'm already broke. Try your worst.
Jesus.
Producer Chris needs a new identity. He's trying to get it stolen.
Anyone you connected with such a collection of douchebags?
At you. You orange, pus-filled, diaper-wearing, heel-lifting, girdle-wearing dotard. That's right, Donald. Just you. You are single-handedly responsible for inciting
Oh my God. That arthritic finger is
insurrection.
disgusting.
It's
Look
one
at my
person-
dirty fingernail. Oh. Holy.
He looks like a
shit.
guy who would like collect scabs. Fucking gross.
He does. He calls them girlfriends.
I take the tampons out of my toilet.
I love this clip right here because in his own mind, there's an audience who's freaking out about everything he has to say.
Merrick Garland has got to indict.
Oh my God.
Don't feel fright, just indict. Thank you.
Oh.
Hey, he's got a handle on his mug.
I love when he says thank you. At the
Hickory
end.
dickory dock. This chick was sucking my. Oh. We get it, John. And funny. No, neither.
He's pretty good. All right. This is to you, Pocky.
Oh no.
And all of you fucking Trumpers out there, all of you.
Yeah!
All of you Trumpers who really have no allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, no allegiance to your country. Your only allegiance is to that fat fuck who grifts money on a daily basis.
You?
While he lies.
Wait!
And lies.
Gotta
and
bring
lies.
himself into everything. Can you believe that? Boy, projection, huh?
A little bit.
Wow.
The fucking guy would trade his mom for a Coors. He's talking about allegiance.
Yeah.
Grifting. I heard this you Trumpers, you take money from people under the disguise of a fake cancer. A beloved chatter's chatter cancer.
You don't even have the good taste to make up a fake cancer patient.
Why didn't you just pull out, Fred?
Don't give
Why
him
not?
a name.
Why couldn't you just pulled out? Instead, you gave us.
So he's talking to Fred Trump.
Yeah.
He's talking to Fred Trump directly about pulling out to save the world.
To save the world from Donald.
This isn't
Fucking
projection.
monster.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, if John should have pulled out of anything.
Why couldn't he squeegee with his underwear? He wouldn't have
Producer Chris,
Trump.
I need your password over here while I play this
Oh
clip.
no.
Why didn't
my
you just pull
God,
out,
hilarious.
Fred? Why not?
It's probably squeegee.
Why couldn't you just
55.
pulled out? Instead, you gave us this fucking monster that is really started a whole. What can I say? A whole new confederacy of white supremacists. That's what Donald Trump is. Plain and simple, he's a white supremacist.
The projection of that is my favorite part.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
you didn't give him love. You didn't pick him up from soccer that one time, and he developed a stutter ever since. All
Now
Fred
you're
Trump's
white
fault.
supremacist. I gave so many jobs to the Negroes.
Stuttering John's been getting trolled a lot because he had to unblock all of these people because he didn't know who to unblock because he blocked people who actually give him money. So he had to unblock everybody. This is a great example of the type of people who are now chatting on his show. You guys have to watch behind you, unfortunately.
Andrea and Benny and my other moderator, if you're around, just make sure that we try and keep these Trump lunatics out. Paul Harrigus, thanks for the $2. Happy belated birthday. I too am 67 years young. Well, I'm only 53, but thanks.
Holy shit.
Great. I don't like to lie. My moderator. Hey, moderator.
John is blocking everybody. He probably blocked the people who actually wanted to buy his apartment.
Yeah.
All right. We can actually see the screen now, everybody.
I love it.
I am rebuilding my show live on my show right now. I'm not going to get any credit for this, but it's very impressive what I'm doing.
Kevin didn't ruin my show this much Thursday.
I'm going to replay that clip because I was really proud of my editing job, and I want to make sure everyone sees that.
Andrea and Benny and my other moderator, if you're around, just make sure that we try and keep these Trump lunatics out. Paul Harrigus, thanks for the $2. Happy belated birthday. I too am 67 years young. Well, I'm only 53, but thanks.
Oh.
57.
He says he's 53. He's been lying about his age. It's on the internet.
Oh my
You can't lie about that. It's very easy to look it up. There was one internet search.
Once my age passed my IQ, I decided to lie.
He's unbelievable. All right, so this is John now. This is John coping.
Yeah, they don't boo nobodies. They pay me to troll me. I love it. Isn't that funny, Brian?
Yeah, somebody need to pay me to troll me.
I know. They actually spend their money to troll me. It's hysterical. I personally find it hysterical. Keep the money coming. What the fuck do I care?
Oh, beverage.
He brings out his guest, and he starts immediately talking about, can you believe these guys troll me? And the guy's like, what? He's like, yeah, everyone, this is normal. This is what happens to everyone.
Nothing better than coming on a guy's show where everyone hates him. Help my career out.
Isn't this great?
What an idiot. By the way, thanks for coming and expect some shit. Great. Good.
Carl, this is probably a crazy question. Do you have any of my clips?
Oh, okay. I have your clips. Not for this episode, now.
No? Okay.
Did you pull clips for this episode?
Yeah, like clip 7. Well, we don't have to go into it, but they start, the super chats start popping up, and it's like troll super chats, like, stop trying to buy your son, daughter's love.
Oh.
No.
He could do that, but he's got to change computers again.
I actually think I do have that on one of these clips here.
On your Coleco?
It's actually this next one right here. It's funny that you say that.
Okay.
Trucker Andy, you're right.
American Wealth, thanks for the $2, John.
He's trying to rip his own head off. Then sit there and talk to John. Yeah, what, John? Please.
Third date, and we're still dating.
Please. Give me a Dale Earnhardt.
Why is every pause of John just fucking gold? Holy shit. Oh my God.
It's like Lucasfilm CGI. Every.
All right. I'm going to play this again. I know there's a lot of funny things happening here.
American Wealth, thanks for the $2, John. How'd the date go? Awesome. She's, hopefully I'll see her
dead.
tonight. Third date, and we're still dating.
Oh my God.
Thursday was
He just knows he's a failure. He knows it. This is why he's doing what he's doing. It's amazing.
Third date, we're still dating. Can you believe that? Actually, no. That's actually surprising.
As you hear his phone ring with her going,
Next week, we're going to hit
We're
third
done.
base.
Yeah. She's like, I'm having a voluntary hysterectomy. I don't want anything to do with you anymore.
All right, so this is great because he finally asked his guest a question. Remember, he brought his guest on and started talking to him about his trolls and his dates. The guy's like, okay. So then the first question to his guest is, of course, are you fucking?
Oh.
It's his favorite question to ask somebody. His crowd work question.
No, I'm still available. I'm full. I put a ring on it.
Oh my
Are you married?
Me?
Yeah.
39 years. 39 years.
that's how old I am.
Yeah.
How do you keep it interesting in bed?
Well, you see, there.
He really is amazing. He makes his guests so uncomfortable. You guys have to talk about politics and immediately just like, so how come you're still fucking your wife?
39 years.
Crap.
Yeah.
How do you keep it interesting in bed?
Well, you see, there.
All right.
How do you get that dried up fucking
Spare no
vagina
detail.
wet?
This next troll is going to be Anthony's favorite. I'm already predicting. So you're going to enjoy this one quite a bit if I can finally fuck my cursors.
Hey, who am I?
Yeah, I don't know. You have to have more shoulder.
Josh Hawley, that dickhead.
Josh Hawley doing his.
Run away, Hawley.
What?
Producer Chris says.
Oh,
what are you
my God.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh my God.
Producer Chris, that's inappropriate. We've talked about this.
We did. Still think it's funny.
I saw what he was doing, but I don't know where he was going with that.
Oh, I have no idea where that went to.
Who am I?
See,
Hopefully, Stuttering John. All right, this is John talking about how unblocking all the people he blocked took a very long time. And again, this is not normal behavior for someone.
Christina Garcia, thanks for the $5. Brian is the best. So dang funny. Thanks for getting me back in the chat, John. I so appreciate it. Look, I just bear with me, Brian. I have just unblocked so many people that have been accidentally blocked. It took me hours. And this one guy on my Patreon, DW Patterson, I have unblocked everybody and I can't find this guy. I think he's fucking with me. What do you think, Brian?
Does it feel good?
What? What?
Don't you wear glasses like that when you don't want to be seen by anybody?
I was going to say.
I wasn't on the Stuttering John show.
Right. He put those glasses on so you couldn't see all the eye rolling about, oh, yeah, I'm sure you didn't block them all.
All right, so I've been mentioning for a while now that John has turned into a Karen, and it's so depressing. He used to be on the Howard Stern show, and now he just complains about everything all the time.
Stop him from flopping. Brian, you'll be proud of me because I was talking to the school principal that I teach at, and two other teachers, and I was saying, look, because this one class doesn't have a math teacher, and I can't do it because I do this show on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday.
Right.
And I go, listen, how about you get one teacher, you put 70 kids in one room, at least they'll be learning algebra and, going along with the curriculum. And then one of the teachers goes, oh, you're so cute. I'm like, are you being condescending? He goes, yeah. I go, really, I'm so cute. So the next day I see the principal and I go, hey, some might say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday that you'll join us, and the world will live as one.
All right. Can everybody see something came out of his mouth and is on his bottom lip right now? So, what you're about to see is immediately after this takes place, whatever that is, falls off of his lip and lands on his shirt. You have to watch very closely, but I promise that it is worth it.
Did he get it?
Oh,
He got it.
God.
Oh, Jesus Christ. If you fall asleep next to that, you wake up an idiot. Literally. Invasion of... Wow, that is fucked.
Yeah, I mean, you can find something like that in every episode, so it's not that impressive, but still, it's funny. All right, this is John reading one of his tweets.
0 plus 0 equals John.
Solve for X. All right, this is one of John's tweets. He loves telling you about funny tweets that he puts out, and I just find, like, comedians always do that. You know, I go and see stand-up on. They're like, "Oh my gosh, guys, you see this tweet I did yesterday?
Oh yeah.
Let me read it to you. It went a little something like this."
Marco Rubio, it's the funniest. Brian, I don't know if you see my tweets, but anytime Marco Rubio tweets out a psalm, I come back with a Confucius thing, like, you know, Confucius say, man who goes to bed with itchy hiney, wake up with smelly finger. Confucius. There's 13 days.
Jerry.
Holy shit. He was so proud of himself. I don't think he should have been.
Yeah, whenever anyone goes on me, I say, today your lucky numbers are 5, 16, 8, 3.
All right, so I pulled the Bet Online read because once again, John starts by asking his guest, "Are you a betting man?" It's never happened once that the guy's like, "Yeah, way into sports gambling." Never once. But John keeps trying that.
You have a serious problem over here.
Do you bet balls and strikes?
So this is fun. So I fast forward through all the nonsense ad read, but then I get to the point where John talks about these recent bets that he's put in. This is just amazing to me.
Hey, Brian, I'm just gonna ask you a little simple question. Are you a betting man?
I'd bet not.
All right, well, betonline.ag is the fastest and easiest way to wager on all your favorite sports.
What a
I would just love to see that guy put their glasses on and just.
I wish it was like cartoons.
He's embarrassed. He doesn't want to be seen. He doesn't want to be recognized. All right.
Oh my God.
Check out these bets that John recently put in on the site.
Today, I'll tell you what they are. First of all, I bet on the Commanders to beat the Bears.
That's a Bears bet.
And I bet Aaron Judge will hit a home run.
Win a home run.
And that pays $15. I only bet $5. And then I put $10 that the Yankees will beat the Guardians by a point.
All right, he bet $5 to win 15.
Show off.
Yeah, I know. Like, why? What's the point? Why bother? What a waste of anyone's time. By the way, the Yankees lost. I'm sorry.
You know how much roach exterminator you get for 15?
Yeah, well, he does. I don't.
Wow. He's reading it. Obviously, he's never bet.
Well, what he said was, I bet that Aaron Judge would hit a home run. Aaron Judge went 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts.
He said
I
will
blame
win
John.
a home run, by the way.
What's that?
He goes, Aaron Judge will win a home run.
Of course
he
he
said
will.
that.
Yeah.
What is that? Yay, I won a home run.
He's a moron.
Yeah.
I don't know if you realize that.
I don't know
It is
how
the gist of
betting
this whole
or
thing.
sports work. Wow.
All right, so then someone pays $5 to call John out for the exact thing that I was just calling John out
Good.
for. Which I appreciate.
And Aaron Rodgers is a blowhard, but that's just me. And I'm a Packer fan.
I know, but he's an anti-vaxxing idiot.
Yeah.
This is obviously a troll, I'm guessing. Fill the drill. Thanks for the $5. I love your Bet Online reads that start with your guest saying he doesn't gamble, never gets old.
I didn't say I didn't gamble. I said, I bet I don't.
There you go.
That's a gamble. That's it.
John's not affected by this at all. He loves it. He loves it when the trolls give him money to troll him. It's his favorite. So then, the Army Major, Richard Ojeda, joins the show.
Oh, yeah.
Blinky.
Army Major.
And another troll wants to let the Army Major know what a peace-loving liberal he is.
And
I would give two shits if he's a Republican.
Annie, thanks for the $5. Ojeda, thanks for being so peaceful. I remember the curb stomp.
It is what it is. I'm a peaceful person, but I you know.
I'm a peaceful person, but I do want to curb stop a few people.
Oh my god.
Why would you have a green screen behind you with nothing on
I
it?
know! He's always doing that!
It really doesn't make sense.
Unless he thinks that Lucas is going to put it out again like 10 years from now with all new special effects.
Oh my God! We need to have like the internet start photoshopping shit in behind.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Yeah.
It really just makes it easier for you to put like gay sex videos behind him. Not that I'm saying to do that.
Maybe a little Full Metal Jacket because this guy looks very Private Pile. Maybe the other scenes.
Why aren't you stomping Private Pile's guts out?
Yeah, look at him. Oh, this is.
Actually, real quick about input, could someone get me one of those bubbly
Ooh.
Cabot?
I thought I'd be the first one to ask
wine.
for a drink from the stage.
I didn't pour like you did. You went up here. I tried to keep it.
All right, let's not start drink shaming people. That's not what we do around here, Missy.
I do it every night.
Exactly. I don't want to hear that kind of shaming.
All right. So this is my favorite clip from this episode. After he has his guests leave, he decides to start bragging about how popular his show has become.
That's the hardest thing about being a Yankees fan is the weather. Because you never can predict if it's going to rain or not.
Aren't there people who are paid to do that?
Isn't that like golfing?
I feel like you can determine whether it's going to rain or not. I have an app on my phone that tells me.
They do it every hour on the 9, don't they?
Yeah, right. That's the hardest part of being a Yankees fan. Rain.
Yeah, but why is it only like exclusive to baseball? We got golfers.
Don't try to figure it out.
It's going to be a day game. Who can predict the sun's going to come up?
I also like to thank all my people in here and thank everyone for the super chats and everyone just for being here. I understand that there are a lot of people out of work, although the unemployment rate is down to record low.
Oh my God!
So John caught himself. He remembered who the president was. He's like, I know the economy sucks. I mean, it's great.
Wait, no.
Everything's going amazing.
Yeah, but it's also wrong. The unemployment, when it's down, it's good.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out this is not a good advertisement for his merch. That T-shirt is not in good shape right now. I don't know why he's still wearing it. Throw it out. It's done.
It's brand new.
My dog.
This is why I don't wash clothes.
And I'd also like to thank everybody here. I'd like to thank all my Patreon members who helped me surpass my first Patreon milestone.
What was that?
All right. So this is something that Shuli pointed out on Uncle Rico, and he's so right. John only stutters when he's lying.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how you know that's his tell.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, do you have 2 aces? Yes.
You look like a lizard grabbing a mealworm.
500 people.
Bullshit.
Oh, I appreciate that. I also like to thank all my YouTube members. Got over 100 of those.
Bullshit.
Okay.
100?
So I have an inside guy who kind of knows some stuff about John, which I appreciate. His Patreon number is at 121, which is impressive for him, but not 500.
And by the way, he should pat you on the back for getting
Yeah,
that.
well, no shit.
Let's be real here.
So here's a suggestion. He said we should offer him $20,000 if he shows his Patreon number on his Patreon.
I love it.
If he says he's got 500, prove it. We'll pay him $20,000 to do
Let's
it.
start a GoFundMe. It'll go directly to my PayPal.
Yeah.
To the beloved cancer member.
That is fucked up because John will take a shitload of money to expose that he's a piece of shit.
Well,
He
no,
will.
we'd only pay him if he was right.
Yeah, but also.
I mean, we'd only pay him if he showed that it was.
But let's
500
also
people.
acknowledge that you had put a price out. He then upped it and said, 25. You
Yeah,
said
every time
2,000.
you
He's like,
offer-
only if it's
it's true.
4,000.
He always
always
boosts it.
ups the
Yes.
ante every time.
Yeah.
And he's
I'll do it. 100,000.
It's like that old joke, like, will you suck my dick for $20? Like, definitely not. How about $1 million? All right. Well, okay, how about 30? Well, I'm not a whore. I thought we were negotiating. Wait, what do you mean? All right, so someone on Dabblers Anonymous went through and looked at 12 episodes in a row of Stuttering John's podcast and calculated how much money he made from Stupid Jets. Stupid Jets.
I'll take the soup.
He averaged $63.74 per episode.
Oh
2
my
hours.
God.
Oh my God!
And that's before they take the 30%.
So he's making about $31
per hour.
Per hour.
Minus, well, that's gross though. So 70% of that.
It is.
So is Johnny.
That's accounting humor.
You fucking accounting jokes. Go. 20 times 16 joke. Go.
Fill down. No spreadsheet people? Okay. So then he goes on to say he's identified 9 people who are members on his YouTube channel. So the YouTube members pay $4.99 a month. 8 of them pay $4.99 a month. One of them is a super fan who pays $9.99 a month.
I call her mom.
Ooh.
So if you add up the membership income, that's another $49.91 per month that he's making. So after doing all the calculations per month, he's doing 12 episodes. He's making $570.32
per month.
A month.
And by the way,
Righteous bucks.
that includes Chrissy Mayer's $50 donation, which was the third biggest donation that he received.
That doesn't include blood donations and medical research.
Wow.
You gotta love the dabblers. They go pretty deep with this.
And I'm sure they're the ones paying most of this. Like, people want to hear them because you talk about them.
Well,
really
right.
the only reason.
Exactly. I do want to also address this thing that I have going on with Brent Hatley, because Brent claims that voicemail that leaked was not actually to him, because he didn't reach out to Tommy from MSCS to try to get John's number.
Bullshit.
Well, listen, I don't know either way. The guy that I know says that it was Brent Hatley.
I'm calling bullshit.
All I know is that if Brent didn't feel guilty, he wouldn't have reacted in the way that he's been reacting. Wow, he's flying off the handle about it. I've gotten so many emails from him. He's like quitting miserable men over it. Like, Brent, an innocent man doesn't behave like this.
Oh.
Doesn't look good for
He's
you.
looking like when I texted Opie, the cunt won't even look at
Yes!
Look, I did it.
He sent it to me, too.
And by the way, the cunt...
That's really funny. I asked the gentleman to find some older Stuttering John clips with greatest hits. Nothing recent, but maybe some fun things. So I'm going to ask like maybe 1 or 2 clips that you found, since we're running short on time here. And Croge, I'll start with you. What do you got?
All right, my last 2. In 2015, our friend and your friend, Stuttering John, was on a Vegas morning show with 3 female news anchors. Oh, yeah. Now, my brand new friend Debbie Dabbler just uploaded this to YouTube today, and it fucking blew my mind because it's fucking amazing. My number 4, they play that Grease parody that everybody's been waiting to see. Well, we're going to see it.
Now, John.
Yes.
I told you we weren't going to tell you ahead of time. We went into the archives and dug out this weird video of you with actress Ning Na. Take a look.
It was a parody of Grease. Like the Grease thing. I was Danny Zuko. And we did it for a children's charity, but we did the whole play. Sandy!
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
So this is the parody of their beach scene with Olivia Newton-John. And
Does the Hawk know that, too? Right. That one looks more like that other show.
Baywatch.
Oh, Baywatch, yeah.
Yeah.
You kissed her, too?
Oh, this is funny if you can hear it.
Sandy, don't talk like that. You know I don't speak Spanish.
And he puts on that same voice from when he's watching his wedding video from 20 years ago. I was like, oh,
I remember that.
This is the funny part. Watch this. So good. And then my last one. This is just him being a fucking creep over and over and over again. And watch closely the look in the eyes of these poor women that have to deal with him. It's frightening.
we are just one day away from the weekend, but the party has already begun. We're singing Kumbaya up here. We're just holding hands, keep hope alive. I'm Ricky.
I've hit on every one of these girls so far.
We're having a great time. So great to see you. I'm Jalvu. He's single.
He is single.
I am single.
Say that. And he made it very clear, although we want to know what the definition of single is to you. But we'll get to that in just a little bit.
And on Sunday at 8:30, I hope you guys come. I'll definitely put you on the list.
Yes, thank you.
I know you're single.
Yeah, right?
We'll have some cocktails after.
When you're out in Vegas on Valley View Live, fashion trends. What are you strapping on this season, huh? See what sandals are hot in our new weekly segment.
Your mind.
I knew you were going to go there. I knew it.
What are you strapping on this summer?
Well, let's celebrate the freshness. I was really trying to sell it with Tivoli Village. That is all tomorrow.
That woman in blue is trying to crawl out of her own skin.
What do you think his breath smells like? Oh, God, I can't imagine.
You guys know the second that segment ended, he just looked at them and said, at the Tonight Show we had cause.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
He made it very clear that he's single, and it's very obvious why.
Yeah, no shit. Those clips were playing from Thursday's show. He was saying how he went on his third date. She could be the one. And he's like, by the way, I'm also still available. I'm like, I think you're lying about your third date. That's what I think is going on. Andy, what did you find, buddy?
I went way back to John's band performing on Conan O'Brien. And this, your guys, it's fucking unrecognizable. It's not even the same guy.
Right.
And you're going to be a little offended because, as far as I know, the word retard is a cancel by Obama.
Is this before that happened?
For some reason,
it's illegal.
For some reason, it's okay to say it when you're on Conan O'Brien.
Rotten child. I mean, I had a rotten child. I'm a stutterer. I remember once. I was I used to play football. And I was the guy who ran in to bring in the plays. Crucial game. I know. Who gave you this job? The coach was a retard, but anyway. Okay, all right. So I'm the one who's bringing the plays.
Radio.
Crucial game, crucial time. So I run in there and I'm like, the quarterback's like, come on, spit it out. And they threw the flag and we got penalized for delay of game. And we lost the game. So, my childhood sucked. So, stone a face, skip, they call me everything. But you overcame all that. You got.
The coach was a retard. The guy bringing the plays in was a retard. I think he was in the Special Olympics.
Oh, John, it's fun. Bring the word back into your vocabulary. We're all having fun here. I know I offended 3 people in the back just now. We weren't talking about you specifically.
Unless you coach John in football.
All right, anything else you want to play, Andy?
I think I have one other one.
Okay.
This is, yeah. Funny you hear from the peanut gallery because I think this is John doing the same bit that he's doing today.
Which number is it?
I think it's 3.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I like when they have fun, but with Mike Wallace, I just asked him, how could a guy his age still have pimples? and he got so pissed off. Oh man, wow. I don't understand. Does he? Yeah, he's got a crater face, man. Ice pick face, I'm sorry for all you blemished people out there.
And he's still doing that bit to this day.
Boy, is that hair insufferable.
Oh, yeah. Drink every time he flips it like a fucking Valley girl.
God, he wanted to be Howard Stern so bad, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. That was his whole shtick back then.